Chapter 1477. Thousands of miles to the east of the celestial plains. Knowing destiny, Celestial Lord Lianhua did not waste any time and directly attacked. Without the help of the drunkard and Qing Tian, Celestial Lord Lianhua immediately fell into a dangerous situation. Even though he used all his combat power, he was still badly beaten. After more than 10 moves, Celestial Lord Lianhua's body was dyed red. The heavenly Tao was so fragile in front of the invincible celestial sword. 10 steps away, Celestial Lord Lianhua was bathed in blood. His slender hands were dripping with blood. In the face of death, Celestial Lord Lianhua raised his eyebrows and shouted. His blood vitality surged into the sky, shocking the 9 heavens. In a life-or-death situation, facing the unfathomable Marquis, Celestial Lord Lianhua reversed his divine vitality and burned his blood qi. In a short time he broke through the limit of the Tao reasoning state and broke into the legendary Tao extinguishing state. Suddenly, the void around Celestial Lord Lianhua began to distort, unable to bear this shocking power. Today you, Marquis Ning, will die here. Prepared, Celestial Lord Lianhua did not hesitate to use up all his blood vitality to temporarily obtain the strongest power. The blood-red, divine flame burned. It was so demonic and shocking. In front, Ning Qin felt the rising power around Celestial Lord Lianhua, but his expression was still as calm as before. After a short while, Celestial Lord Lianhua moved. A red light flashed past, and a powerful palm was thrown out. Ning Chen waved his sword and blocked the attack with sword qi. It was a shocking impact. The air around the two was turbulent and earth-shattering. A huge force came and the celestial sword hummed. Ning Chen frowned and threw out a palm. Celestial Lord Lianhua did not dodge and threw out another palm. The 2 palms collided and a terrifying power exploded. Both of them took 3 steps back and the battle began. Celestial Lord Lianhua, who was standing in the blood flame, was so powerful that the surrounding laws of heaven and earth began to collapse. The realm of Tao annihilation was shocking. Celestial Lord Lianhua stopped himself, took a step forward, and dashed out again. His slender hand condensed the blood flame, and a punch shattered the void. Celestial Lord Lianhua showed his shocking power again, destroying the heaven and earth. Ning Qin frowned. His silhouette flashed as he dodged the attack. 100 feet away, he waved his sword and sword qi surged out. Heavenly Lord Lianhua waved his hand, and blood flames spread out, directly dissipating the sword qi. The power of Tao obliteration could even destroy the law of heavenly Tao. Although the way of the sword was strong, it could not escape destruction in the face of the power of Tao obliteration. After gaining the upper hand in one move, Celestial Lord Lianhua's figure dashed out once again. His blood and qi burned crazily, turning into a bloody mist that continued to evaporate, dazzling and glaring. Ning Qin swung his sword to meet the incoming attack. Celestial Lord Lianhua raised his hand and blocked the sword. The sound of the collision reverberated through the wilderness. "Stand down!" With a cold bellow, Celestial Lord Lianhua's Tao obliteration aura erupted and forced the people in front of him to retreat again. 10 steps away, Ning Chen's figure stopped. Holding his sword, he moved forward. His immortal and demonic aura erupted, turning into raging waves that swept out. Heavenly Lord Lianhua snorted coldly. He waved his hand and blocked the attack again. The aura of Tao extermination grew stronger and stronger, shocking the heavens and earth. Ning Qin stepped forward and avoided the incoming attack. He swept behind Heavenly Lord Lianhua and slashed with his sword. Marquis Ning only knows how to use his sword behind his back. Blood essence surged around Heavenly Lord Lianhua's body, forming a protective barrier that blocked the sword of extermination. With the immortal sword blocked, Ning Chen's empty eyes narrowed slightly. This was the power of Tao extermination. It was extraordinary. Ning Qin raised his hand and condensed his demonic aura. He punched out and landed on Heavenly Lord Lianhua's back. The blood essence barrier blocked the attack. The two forces collided. Ning Qin bellowed, and his demonic aura layered on top of each other. A tenfold attack instantly erupted. With a loud bang, the blood essence barrier collapsed. Ning Chen's punch landed on Heavenly Lord Lianhua's back, bringing out a waterfall of blood. The 9 underworlds battle technique appeared in the world again. A tenfold attack directly broke through Heavenly Lord Lianhua's protective barrier. 100 feet away, Heavenly Lord Lianhua staggered and stabilized his body. A look of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Behind him, Ning Chen's figure flashed past and attacked again. Heavenly Lord Lianhua turned around, and the blood flame rose again to block the attack. Boom! The immortal's sword passed by, and the sword aura layered on top of each other. Ning Qin bellowed, and the 9 underworlds battle technique appeared again. A tenfold attack broke through the blood flame barrier again. Ugh! Heavenly Lord Lianhua groaned. A ray of sword aura entered his body, and he flew several feet away. The corners of his mouth were stained red. With the sudden turn of the battle, Heavenly Lord Lianhua fell into a disadvantageous position and was forced to retreat. There was no turning back. Heavenly Lord Lianhua bellowed again. Blood essence rushed into the sky, and his hair danced wildly in the wind. All the blood essence burst out of his body and turned into a blood flame that burned the sky and boiled the sea. Ning Qin stood quietly. His empty eyes looked at Heavenly Lord Lianhua in front of him, who was tainted with life origin energy. There was no pity on his face. The only way to deal with an enemy was to kill them all and not leave any future troubles. Marquis Ning, let's go to hell together. In the blood flame, Heavenly Lord Lianhua's beautiful face revealed a determined look. He stepped forward lightly and rushed forward. At this moment, his extremely fast speed exceeded the limits of heaven and earth. He was already extremely fast. Fast, so fast that it was unbelievable. Even Ning Qin could not dodge in time. Heavenly Lord Lianhua reached out and grabbed Ning Chen's shoulders. He turned into a blood-red meteor and crashed into the mountain peak in the distance. The blood-red meteor cut through the void. It was so beautiful that it shocked the world. For a moment, all the powerhouses in the southeastern territory looked at the sky in shock. What a terrifying aura! Boom! The world was watching. On the Tongtian Peak, the meteor fell and smashed the entire mountain peak. There was a rumbling sound. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, mountains collapsed and the ground caved in. The scene of doomsday was terrifying. After a few breaths, around the collapsed Tongtian Peak, there were cracks everywhere. It was a scene of devastation. Marquis Ning. On the Tianzhong plain, Yu Lian looked to the east. Worry flashed across her face. He will be fine. In front, a man said with a determined look. He had not completed his duty. He would not be so easily injured. In front of the army of Butian Pavilion, Qing Tian and the drunkard also looked serious. That aura just now was Lianhua. Inside the heaven-mending divine palace, many illusory figures turned their heads around and looked towards the west. Their expressions changed. Lianhua had died in battle. The next day, outside the Tianzhong plain, Immortal Master Yunshao led the army of the Northern Expedition. The two armies met. The battle flag with the word Ning fluttered in the wind and covered the sky. In front of the army of Butian, Qing Tian and the drunkard looked at the army of Marquis Ning. We can't wait any longer. Let's counterattack while Marquis Ning is not here, the drunkard said in a low voice. Let's go. Qing Tian nodded and gave the order without hesitation. It's too late. At this moment, a white-haired figure in plain clothes descended from the sky. An incomparably powerful pressure filled the air, intimidating the surroundings. In front of Yu Lian, a man who had been waiting for a knight, saw the white-haired figure in the void. A bright smile appeared on her pretty face. He was back. Chapter 1478. In the Tianjiang Plain, under Ning Chen's seat, the East Punitive Army and the North Punitive Army met. 200,000 soldiers gathered together, their flags fluttering like a flood of molten iron, covering the sky and the sun. The war was about to begin. In the void, a white-clothed figure descended from the sky and returned in time. The powerful and sharp sword pressure roared wildly. The power of the knowing destiny sword was getting more and more shocking. Kill! In the void, Ning Chen said with a cold expression. At his command, the soldiers surged like waves in the sky. 200,000 soldiers rushed out like a raging wave and attacked the Batian army in front. The war broke out. Almost 300,000 soldiers fought head-on. Suddenly, blood rained down and dyed the sky red. In the second battle, Ning Chen faced Qing Tian and the Drunkard, two powerhouses who were close to the Path Annihilation realm. Compared to the last battle, the battle was more intense. In Ning Chen's hand, the immortal-slaying sword was full of evil spirit, with a touch of red blood qi. After so many killings, even the light of the celestial sword was almost stained with blood. In the drunkard's hand, a huge wine gourd spewed out a water dragon. As it danced, it swallowed the sky and the earth. On the other side, Qing Tian held a long halberd and fought the knowing destiny sword in close combat. Facing the first divine general of the Batian pavilion, Ning Chen was extremely bold. The sword and halberd clashed without any effort. At the same time, Qing Tian wielded his long halberd and fought fiercely. The two peerless powerhouses of the era kept crossing each other, and the world around them kept shattering. Water dragon spell! Outside the battle, the drunkard used his divine vitality again. In the wine gourd, the wine surged and turned into a huge water dragon, swallowing the knowing destiny sword in the battle. Ning Chen ignored it and blocked the halberd with his sword. At the same time, he condensed his celestial vitality in his left palm. The coldness spread and froze the water dragon. The water dragon was frozen and its attack was restrained. Ning Chen's figure flashed and appeared in front of the drunkard. He clenched his left fist and hit the latter's chest directly. The drunkard was shocked and immediately resisted with the divine artifact in his hand. Boom! Ning Chen's fist hit the wine gourd. A huge force burst out like a mountain falling down. Under the huge force, the wine gourd hit the drunkard's chest and brought out a waterfall of blood. The strong divine artifact could not resist the strong divine power. The drunkard was injured and fell to the ground. Ning Chen took a step forward and flew out. He landed on the ground first and punched the falling drunkard into the sky again. Ugh! The drunkard groaned and blood splashed from the corner of his mouth. He could not control his body and could not stop. On the ground, Ning Chen swung his sword and blocked the incoming halberd. Qing Tian, you can't save him. Ning Chen said coldly. Divine power exploded from his sword and swept away the battle. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen stomped his foot once again, and his body shot up into the sky like a shooting star. Above the ninth heaven, the drunkard's body was rising. Before he reached the highest point, Ning Chen had already arrived. His palm landed directly on the drunkard's chest. The drunkard let out a miserable cry and fell to the ground with the sound of his sternum breaking. It was a shocking scene. On the ground there were crisscrossing cracks. The drunkard's body was smashed into the ground, and his whole body was dyed red. Drunkard! Sky Pillar stepped forward and said in shock. The drunkard staggered to his feet and looked at the white-haired figure in the sky. Before he could say anything, blood gushed out from his chest and covered his eyes. I can't accept this. I can't accept this. His last words were so miserable. The drunkard fell down powerlessly. The celestial vitality penetrated his body and destroyed his vitality. The drunkard died in the battle, and the situation of the battle changed quickly. In the void, a white-clothed figure swooped down, and the celestial sword in her hand slashed down mercilessly. Sky Pillar waved his halberd and blocked the celestial sword with a loud bang. Under the great pressure, Sky Pillar's legs sank into the ground, and his perlicue turned red. The first divine, General Butian, is nothing more than this, Ning Qin said coldly. He raised the celestial sword in his hand by 30%, and the demonic vitality around him surged violently and heavily. Naka Xian's skill. 8 extremities returned to the body. There was no turning back. Sky Pillar shouted in a deep voice. Suddenly, the wind and clouds in the 9th heaven changed. The shocking airflow pushed Ning Qin back in the battle. An unprecedented power burst out from Sky Pillar and rushed to the 9th heaven. 10 feet away, Ning Chen felt the change of the former's breath, and his eyes narrowed slightly. Is this the real face of the god of war Butian? 10 feet away, in the turbulent airflow, an ancient evil deity appeared. Sky Pillar's appearance changed, and his face was full of evil words. Evil chi surged around his body, and it was chilling to look at. Evil deity, Ning Chen murmured softly, and the phoenix fire spread out from his body. The holy divine flame could burn the sky and boil the sea. The phoenix fire of the holy divine flame was surging, and evil could not be invaded. Ning Chen stood in the phoenix fire, and in a flash he dashed out. In front of him, in the surging evil chi, Sky Pillar waved his halberd, and the evil deity's vision appeared behind him. It was terrifying. Boom! The sword and halberd collided, and the holy divine flame and evil vitality clashed against each other. The two forces collided violently, and it was hard to tell who had the upper hand. The god of war Butian deserves his reputation, but it's more appropriate to call him the evil deity. In close proximity, the two forces kept clashing. Ning Qin clenched his left hand and directly grabbed a mountain in the distance and smashed it toward the evil deity behind Sky Pillar. Roar! The evil deity roared and slashed down with his halberd, breaking the mountain. So it's not an illusion. Ning Qin sneered. He stepped on the ground and jumped into the sky. Wind and thunder change. The immortal sword soared into the sky and absorbed the thunder from the 9 heavens. Ning Chen's hands kept forming seals, and the Qi Huang secret technique appeared. He controlled the power of thunder and lightning and poured it into the immortal sword. A moment later, Ning Chen held the sword and descended from the sky, slashing toward the evil deity behind Sky Pillar. The power of thunder and fire was strong. Behind Sky Pillar, the evil deity roared in fear. Sky Pillar raised his head, stepped on the ground, and jumped up, waving his halberd to meet the attack. Boom! The sword and halberd clashed again, and the wind and clouds turned chaotic. The forces of good and evil were in a stalemate. In Ning Chen's left hand, the end immortal appeared, and he slashed. Sky Pillar was caught off guard, and the sword slashed his throat. Sky Pillar's body shook, and disbelief appeared on his face. Before he could speak, Sky Pillar's head flew up, and blood spurted into the sky. Sky Pillar died in battle, and Ning Chen withdrew his aura. Just as he was about to leave, a shocking fist imprinted on his chest without any warning. Ning Chen groaned, and his body retreated dozens of feet. The corner of his mouth was red. The shocking scene shocked everyone. In front, Sky Pillar, who should have died in battle, did not fall. Evil chi surged around him, and the pressure was even more terrifying than before. Dozens of feet away, Ning Chen raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His expression sank. Sky Pillar was still not dead, even after his head was chopped off. Another monster. In front, behind Sky Pillar, the evil deity's figure had disappeared at some point. It had completely possessed Sky Pillar's body. The cold and violent evil qi spread out, and its power kept rising. Not willing to delay any longer, Ning Chen's figure flew out. His two swords were like lightning, slashing toward Sky Pillar. With the evil deity possessing his body, Sky Pillar was almost immortal and indestructible. He waved his halberd and fought against life-knowing realm cultivators, and his combat power doubled. At the side, the head that fell to the ground still had unwillingness in its eyes. Sky Pillar was already dead, and only resentment was left. After exchanging more than 100 moves, Ning Chen and the evil deity fought from the ground to the sky. The fierce battle was difficult to determine a winner. The evil deity was extremely powerful. After possessing Sky Pillar's body, it was immortal and indestructible. Even though its physical body was injured again and again, it did not fall. On the other hand, Ning Chen's body had been attacked by a palm. Although his injuries were recovering, he was restrained by the evil qi in his body and could not use his full combat power. The fist and halberd collided, and the battle was separated. The two figures retreated several meters at the same time, and they both stabilized their bodies. Below, the 200,000 soldiers under Ning Chen's command were like a flood of molten iron, crushing the remaining forces of Heaven Mending Pavilion. The nine-firmament immortal master displayed his valiant ability. He killed back and forth several times as if he was in an unstoppable state. After 1 day and 1 night, the remaining forces of Heaven Mending Pavilion were almost completely annihilated. 1,000 miles away, two streams of light kept colliding. The shocking battle had been going on for a whole day and night, but there was still no winner. Heavenjiang Plain was almost destroyed by the two. The surrounding mountains and rivers were also destroyed in the battle. The mountains collapsed, and the rivers flowed in reverse. The evil deity was powerful, and life-knowing realm cultivators were equally powerful. Facing the immortal and indestructible evil deity, they were not at a disadvantage at all. Instead, as the battle went on, they gradually began to suppress the evil deity. Boom! The battle reached its climax. Ning Chen waved his sword to block the halberd and punched the evil deity in front of him away. 100 miles away, the evil deity's body fell to the ground. Blood splattered from his body, and in an instant, the blood flowed in reverse and returned to his body. The immortal and indestructible body seemed to have no weaknesses. In the air, Ning Chen frowned slightly. His figure flashed past, and the sharpness of his sword became more and more shocking. Boom! The evil deity waved his halberd to block the celestial sword. The evil essence around him surged and swallowed the former. As the evil aura approached, Ning Chen's phoenix flames appeared again and blocked the evil essence. At this point in the battle, Ning Chen already understood the abilities of the evil deity in front of him. He waved his sword to force his opponent back, and his figure disappeared instantly. The evil deity turned around and waved his halberd, but it only scattered an afterimage. In front of him, Ning Chen's figure appeared. He grabbed the evil deity's right hand and chopped down with a celestial sword, directly cutting off the evil deity's right arm. The spurting blood dyed the cliff at the side red. Ning Chen's phoenix flames surged and burned the evil deity's right arm to ashes. If you can regenerate like this, I won't fight anymore. Ning Chen's empty eyes looked at the evil deity in front of him and said coldly. As expected, after the evil deity's right arm was burned, it could no longer regenerate. The evil deity's figure flashed past and grabbed the halberd that was stuck in the ground, starting the battle once more. Ning Chen snorted coldly. He turned around and waved his sword to kill the evil deity. Blood spurted out, and the sword wound appeared on the evil deity's body once more. It was so deep that the bones could be seen. The eerie white bones were abnormally eye-catching. The evil essence around the evil deity surged and quickly healed its injuries. A cold light flashed in Ning Chen's eyes. He flashed past once more, exceeding the time limit, and his figure turned illusory. The halberd in the evil deity's hand slashed through the air. In that instant, there was a flaw, and the celestial sword arrived. Shwa! The celestial sword slashed past, and the evil deity's left arm flew up. Ning Chin grabbed it, and with a thud, he crushed the evil deity's left arm. Phoenix flames surged and burned the scattered blood and bones. With both arms destroyed, the evil deity finally felt fear. He stepped on the ground and quickly fled into the distance. Ning Chin turned around, and his figure flashed. In an instant, he blocked in front of the evil deity. The celestial sword slashed past, and the evil deity could not block it anymore. The spurting blood dyed the sky of the southeast territory red. Qing Tian's body was destroyed, and evil energy surged out as he quickly fled. You can't escape. Ning Chen's figure flashed out like lightning. He waved his hand and summoned the green cauldron, directly capturing the escaping evil energy. After capturing the evil deity, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. His lifeless eyes looked at the bloody body not far away. He waved his sword, and the ground rumbled, burying the number 1 divine general. Chapter 1479. In Tianjiang Plain, Butian's army suffered a crushing defeat and was completely annihilated. Qing Tian and Drunkard both died in battle. Their blood dyed the battlefield red. After the battle, the world was shocked. No one would have thought that even Butian Pavilion couldn't stop Ning Ho's power. Inside Butian Divine Palace, the atmosphere was unusually heavy. All the Butian giants were silent. This crushing defeat didn't only cost the 3-peak Dao reasoning experts, but also Butian Pavilion's reputation. After a long while, Butian Pavilion Master looked down and said calmly, "Knight Chief, you guys can make your move." Yes. In the mist, illusory figures spoke and accepted the order. In the palace, everyone was shocked. Knight Chief was actually sent out. Shen Kuei, you lead the 300,000 army and fight the enemy head-on. Fight for a chance for Knight Chief. In the palace, Butian Pavilion Master spoke again. Yes. In the mist, a powerful aura responded and accepted the order. Shen Kuei, Knight Chief, and Butian Pavilion dealt another heavy blow. Half a day later, in front of Butian Divine Palace, the 300,000 army gathered. In front of the 300,000 army, Shen Kuei stood on the chariot. His figure was tall and straight, and his black hair was thick. His powerful aura vaguely touched the legendary Dao extinguishing realm. In the rear of the army, illusory figures were hidden. Their auras were faintly discernible, making it difficult for others to detect. Knight Chief was the most mysterious existence in Butian Pavilion. Not only was their strength unknown, but even their numbers were unknown. In Tianjiang Plain, the flags were swaying. The army rested for many days and also headed east again. 10 days later, in front of Twin Peaks, the two armies met and faced each other. In between the two huge mountains, a white-clothed figure appeared. Beside him, a pretty girl followed. The two walked forward together. "Where's Ning Ho?" In front of the Ning family army, 9 Firmament Immortal Masters scanned the entire army and couldn't find the general. He couldn't help but feel strange. Yu Lian reached out and pointed at Twin Peaks. She said softly, "Ning Ho took Miss Man there." "Only Marquis Ning and Miss Man?" asked the 9 Clouds Celestial Lord in surprise. "Yes." Yu Lian nodded. 9 Firmament Immortal Masters' expression changed. He said, "Why didn't you stop Ning Ho? It's too dangerous for Ning to not bring any guards with him." "Marquis Ning did not allow us to follow." Yu Lian sighed. The 9 Firmament Immortal Lord's expression sank. This was too preposterous. How could the commander put himself in danger at this time? Between the Twin Peaks, Ning Chen brought a man to admire the beautiful scenery of the Twin Peaks, the gentleness on his face unable to dissipate. Night fell, and a cool breeze blew through the mountains. It was so clear and bright that it made people feel relaxed and happy. Ning Chen couldn't see, so a man told him little by little. The sound of the wind, the waterfall, and the lush greenery. Ning Chen always had a smile on his face. Even though the army was pressing down on him, he was not affected in the slightest. In these 1,000 years he had accompanied her so that she would not have any regrets. 1,000 years of waiting, day and night. Ning Chen did his best and did his best. The bright moon rose high in the sky, and the moonlight sprinkled down on the ground like a cold waterfall. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the bright moon in the sky with his empty eyes. The corner of his mouth curved into a cold smile. What an uninvited guest! In the heaven-mending army, Shen Kuei stood quietly as he looked at the twin peaks with a cold expression. This Marquis Ning was either too confident or too arrogant. He actually went out alone without any guards. This was such a good opportunity. He hoped that Night Chief would not disappoint him. Between the twin peaks, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and said softly, "Ah, man, someone is coming." Hearing this, a man's face revealed a strange expression. "Then let's go back." Ning Chen nodded. He turned around and walked down the mountain with the girl beside him. Behind them, black shadows flashed past at an extremely fast speed. Soon, they caught up and surrounded the two of them. The 12 figures were illusory and unpredictable. Even their pressure was faintly discernible, making it difficult to detect. Heaven-mending Night Chief? Ning Chen felt the aura of the 12 people around him and said calmly. According to legends, Heaven-mending Pavilion had a few peerless experts called Night Chief. They were good at hiding their aura and were extremely mysterious. He never thought that he would be lucky enough to see them today. "Kill." One of the 12 figures spoke with a cold voice. It was actually a woman. As soon as the words fell, the 12 figures rushed out and charged forward. Ning Chen waved his hand, and the immortal sword appeared in his hand. At the same time, he grabbed the girl beside him and walked out of the encirclement step by step. "Ah, man, follow me closely." Ning Chen swung his sword. Sword Qi swept out and turned into a storm. A shocking scene occurred. Sword Qi passed through the 12 figures without injuring them at all. The 12 figures of Night Chief had already arrived. Their curved blades were like crescent moons as they slashed forward. Boom! When the curved blades approached, they were shocked to see a surge of dragon qi. Purple fate actually appeared around Ning Chen's body and blocked the attacks of the 12. The power of fate was mysterious and unfathomable. After many years of fighting, Ning Chen had destroyed too many large sects and divine dynasties, seizing endless fate. Ning Chen had always avoided using the power of fate. He was unwilling to use it. Faith, luck, these mysterious and unfathomable powers did not belong to oneself in the end. No one knew what kind of effect they would have on cultivators. The unknown was always terrifying. Dragon Qi. The 12 women's faces darkened. This person actually had such a dense power of fate. Although the power of fate was powerful, it was very difficult to use directly. It could not be considered a part of cultivators like the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Therefore, very few people would touch this domain. Facing this unfamiliar power, the 12 women also became cautious. Their figures were like illusions, and their curved blades were like lightning. They attacked in threes. Immortal swords could not hurt the illusory 12 women. They kept attacking Ning Chen's barrier of dragon qi. Their attacks were continuous, and they were determined to kill their opponent on the Twin Peaks. Ning Chen frowned again. With a palm strike, dragon roars filled the sky, and divine flames burned the world. The 12 women passed through the flames and attacked again. They were like a storm, and even more like thunder. Ning Chen held a man's hand tightly. His purple dragon qi surged and blocked the attacks. What a strange movement technique! Protected by the dragon qi, Ning Chen's expression was still serious. He had fate to protect him, but the celestial venerables he brought did not. If Night Chief attacked, they would not be able to fight back. Between the twin peaks, Ning Chen listened carefully. Killing intent came again with the sound of the wind. The immortal sword slashed and sword chi passed through. Night Chief's figure flashed, and his curved blade brought out a waterfall of blood. Knowing destiny was injured, even Night Chief did not expect that the indestructible dragon chi would dissipate into thin air. The curved blade entered his body. He clearly felt pain. Instead of being angry, Ning Chen was happy. His lips curled up coldly. Caught him! Ning Chen raised his hand and grabbed Night Chief in front of him. He slashed with his sword. Boom! At this moment, two phantoms flashed past. Curved blades swept through the air and blocked the immortal sword. The violent power and violent impact sent the three Night Chief flying. Their mouths were dyed red. The next moment, the other 9 Night Chief arrived. Purple dragon chi appeared around Ning Chen again. With a boom, the dragon chi blocked Night Chief's attack. The wound on Ning Chen's chest healed quickly. Can you win? A man asked softly. It's not easy, Ning Chen said seriously. I can fight 1 or 2, but I can also fight 3 or 5. These 12 people's movement techniques are too strange. I can't win in a short time. Be careful. A man did not say much and reminded him softly. Okay. Ning Chen nodded. His sword shone brightly and stabbed into the ground. Immediately, the mountains around the twin peaks shook. Countless rocks fell from the sky, turning the battlefield into an apocalyptic scene. Under the rain of rocks, the 12 Night Chief concubines moved and avoided the rocks. They did not clash head-on. In the chaos, Ning Chen took on man and turned into a streak of light, flying away quickly. Soon, phoenix flames spread in front of the army of 200,000. Ning Chen walked out with Aman. Behind them, the 12 Night Chief concubines who were chasing after them stopped. They hesitated for a moment before retreating. Ho! Yulian went forward and said seriously, Who were those people just now? Night Chief. Ning Chen replied, Be careful. This Night Chief's movement technique is strange. It is difficult to injure him with swords and sabers. Hearing this, Yulian showed concern and said, Ho, are you injured? I'm fine. Ning Chen said calmly, Just be careful. Don't fall for it. Yes. Yulian said respectfully. At the same time, God Chief stood in front of the heaven-mending army, waiting for news. Soon, an illusory figure walked over from the distance. In an instant, he came to the front of the army and said, We failed. Hearing this, God Chief frowned and said, Even you can't kill him. He has a strong power of providence, protecting him. If we want to kill him, we have to break his providence, Night Chief replied. Power of providence. God Chief narrowed his eyes. It seemed that he had to be invited here. Just as God Chief was thinking of ways to get rid of knowing destiny, Ning Chen stood under the moon on the other side of the Twin Peaks. He was also thinking about how to deal with the unpredictable Night Chief. Night Chief's body seemed to only materialize at the moment of attack. It was not easy to seize this opportunity. What was more troublesome was that Night Chief had 12 other people. When they worked together, they were almost flawless. It seemed that there was no chance to get rid of Night Chief in a head-on clash. But if he wanted to set a trap, how could he lure them in? On the side, a man looked at the man beside her quietly and said softly, That Night Chief seems to have come especially for you. Yes. Hearing this, Ning Chen nodded. Suddenly, his expression changed. Butian Pavilion had specially sent Night Chief to kill him. Then he was the best bait. Ning Chen smiled and patted the head of the girl beside him. He praised, Aman, you're smart. Aman was confused. She did not understand what the former meant. In front of Butian Pavilion's heavenly palace, an illusory figure appeared and bowed respectfully. Greetings, Lord Xian. What's the matter? asked an ancient voice from the chaotic heaven divine palace. Under the orders of the pavilion master, I've come to borrow the chaos-filthy earth from Lord Xian. Outside the heavenly palace, the illusory figure said, respectfully. To deal with that Marquis Ning again? Asked the ancient voice from the depths of the palace. Yes. Outside the palace, the illusory figure replied. A junior who hasn't entered the path of destruction has beaten you into such a sorry state. A soft sigh came from the depths of the great god. A moment later, a wooden niche flew out. It was filled with yin qi and extremely filthy. Take it. Chapter 1480. On Twin Peaks, the two armies stood in a stalemate for several days. Neither side made the first move. The commanders of the two armies each had their own thoughts. Before they had absolute confidence, they chose to bide their time. Finally, on the night of the seventh day, an illusory figure arrived in front of the heaven-mending army and brought back the chaos-filthy earth. It was a wooden niche that was 1/2 foot long and wide. It emitted an extremely cold and filthy aura. It was the ultimate weapon of filth in the world. It was the best magic treasure to destroy luck. A shrine containing the primordial filthy earth was exceptionally precious, even in the heaven-mending pavilion. Only Venerable Xian possessed it. In front of the army, Shan Kuei saw the chaos-filthy soil in Night Chief's hand, and a cold look flashed across his eyes. This was the end of Marquis Ning. At the same time, on the opposite side of the Twin Peaks, Ning Qinjing was standing in front of her camp. She was also thinking about how to deal with Night Chief. The commanders of the two armies were scheming against each other. In a battle between experts, there was no room for mistakes. The next day, as the sun rose from the east, Shin Kuei waved his hand in front of the heaven-mending army and gave the order to set out. Behind them, the 300,000-strong army immediately moved. The war chariots rumbled as they rose into the sky. On the opposite side of the Twin Peaks, Yu Lian and the others saw the scene in the sky, and their expressions sank. In front of the camp, Ning Chen sensed something. His empty eyes stared into the distance, and a strange expression flashed across his face. Did he find a way to deal with him so quickly? It was much faster than he had imagined. Be careful, a man reminded in a soft voice. Don't worry. Ning Chen nodded and said, It'll be fine. After he finished speaking, Ning Chen's figure soared into the sky as he gave the order to set out. Immediately, above the Twin Peaks, the 500,000 soldiers faced off against each other. Terrifying auras covered the sky, shocking everyone. All eyes were on the world. Heaven-mending Pavilion and Marquis Ning, the two most powerful powers in the southeastern region, once again engaged in battle. In front of the two armies, the knowing Destiny State warriors and the divine chief warriors faced each other. After a while, the smoke of war rose again. Shan Kuei was the number one person under the Tao extermination realm in the heaven-mending pavilion. In the past 10,000 years, because he was trying to break through to the Tao extermination realm, he had almost disappeared without a trace. This time, the appearance of a divine chief meant that heaven-mending pavilion was also filled with dread towards Ning Chen's existence. Please! The two exchanged pleasantries before their figures dashed out at the same time, unleashing their killer moves. He tried peaceful means before resorting to force. His murderous intent was astonishing. The silver spear in Shen Kuei's hand was unstoppable. It was like a dragon emerging from the sea, and it was difficult to guard against. Ning Chen wielded the immortal sword and fought against the number one person under the Tao extermination realm. After 10 moves, the two commanders were sent out of the battlefield. The strength of the two was not something that others could interfere with. At the same time in the air, the 500,000-strong army also started fighting. Yu Lian and the 9 Clouds Celestial Master led the army and fought with their full strength. The most crucial battle was Ning Chen's battle against the Divine Spirit. Even though he was in the battle, he did not dare to use his full strength. He knew that the true killer move did not come from Commander Butian, but from someone else. Night Chief. He knew very well that when Night Chief attacked, it would be the real battle. In the horizon, the great battle continued and became more and more intense. The two peerless experts of the present age exchanged blows. The spear was like a soaring dragon, the sword was like a thunderbolt, and the might of the battle was becoming more and more powerful. The clash of extreme chaos caused the heavens and earth to tremble. Above the 9 heavens, the two of them clashed unceasingly. Their divine energy surged violently, permeating tens of thousands of miles. Being on guard, Ning Chen was multitasking. While dealing with the powerful enemy in front of him, he was also on guard against any killing moves that could appear at any time. What? Is this all that the world-renowned Marquis Ning can do? In the battle, Shen Kuei's figure flashed past. His silver spear pierced through the air, and a domineering power shook the air. Ning Chen's figure immediately retreated hundreds of feet. Hundreds of feet away, Ning Chen stopped. He pointed his left hand and pointed his sword at the sky. Instantly, streaks of formless sword qi broke through the air. Sword will filled the air and descended from the sky. Such a move cannot do anything to me. Shen Kuei shouted. He waved his silver spear and broke through the thousands of sword qi. In front of him, Ning Chen stepped forward. His figure flashed, and he slashed with his sword. Boom! The divine weapons clashed, and a terrifying shockwave shook the area. Shen Kuei took half a step back, and a cold smile appeared on his face. Caught you! Shen Kuei raised his hand and grabbed Ning Chen's arm. His divine energy surged and trapped Ning Chen's body. After a moment of stalemate, 12 phantoms appeared in the air. Their curved swords were like moons, and they flashed over quickly. This was a killing trap that had been planned for a long time. Above the 9 heavens, Shen Kuei temporarily trapped Ning Chen's figure, and the 12 Night Chiefs' killing moves came at the same time. Ning Chen could not block or dodge. He shouted, and the dragon qi around him surged. Boom! The sky shook. In the battle, the moment the dragon qi exploded, the 12 Night Chief concubines and Shen Kuei were all sent flying. Thousands of feet away, Shen Kuei and the 12 Night Chief concubines stopped. They looked at the white-haired youth in front of them with serious expressions. He finally appeared. Shen Kuei and the 12 Night Chief concubines looked at each other and nodded. Their figures flashed again. Within the dragon qi, Ning Chen felt a powerful aura breaking through the air. He held his sword in front of him, and the sword qi moved automatically. The violent and sharp sword qi surged. The knowing destiny sword had an inviolable might. Now that all his opponents had appeared, Ning Chen had no more worries. He gathered all his energy and used all his combat power. In the air, Shen Kuei and the 12 Night Chief concubines were attacked by the sword qi. The blood qi in their bodies surged, and they all felt uncomfortable. Boom! The divine weapons clashed again. Shen Kuei's mouth turned red, and he forcefully blocked the celestial sword. At the same time, a wooden box with shocking yin qi appeared in Shen Kuei's left hand. The moment the wooden box opened, sand filled the air and sealed off the battlefield. After countless years, the chaos-filthy earth reappeared in the mortal world. It was a ghost that could break the providence of the god dynasty. Today, it displayed its shocking ability again. The dragon qi around Ning Chen was corroded by the chaos-filthy earth and started to shake violently. Not good. Ning Chen sensed it, and his expression changed slightly. Even though Ning Chen was prepared for this sudden change, he did not expect the dragon qi protecting him to be broken so easily. In an instant, the 12 Night Chief concubines flashed by, their scimitars threatening. Whoosh! The dazzling scimitar light was very sharp. As the scimitar light flashed by, it brought out a waterfall of blood. This was the first time he had been injured since the battle started. Coldness flashed through Ning Chen's eyes. His brows furrowed, and his killing intent erupted. Come! With a furious roar, Ning Chen's demonic qi soared into the sky. His hair crown collapsed, and his hair turned white. There was no need to hold back anymore. Black flames spread around Ning Chen. They were cold and strange, and they could enter any opening. The origin of the Black Phoenix reappeared in the mortal world. With the support of the demonic qi, its power multiplied. The swamp-like Black Phoenix flames filled every corner of the battlefield. Inside the battlefield, the expressions of Shin Kuei and the 12 Knight Chief concubines changed. They did not expect their opponent to have such a killing move. Inside the black flames, the 12 Knight Chief concubines felt a pressure like maggots clinging to their bones. Their hearts became heavier. These flames were very strange. They did not have any temperature and did not seem like flames at all. They were more like swamps. While Shen Kuei and Knight Chief were shocked, Ning Chen's figure flashed and arrived before Shen Kuei. Shen Kuei came back to his senses, and his silver spear pierced through the air to meet the enemy. With the suppression of the Black Phoenix flames, Shen Kuei's speed was affected. Ning Chen arrived and grabbed Shen Kuei's face, throwing him toward a mountain in the distance. Boom! Shen Kuei's figure flew out and smashed into a mountain in the distance. At the same time, the 12 Knight Chief concubines arrived from behind. Their scimitars were like lightning, merciless. Ning Chen turned around and blocked the scimitars. With his killing move blocked, Knight Chief was startled, and his figure blurred again. With one wave of attacks blocked, another wave of attacks arrived. 3 scimitars were sharp and deadly. Ning Chen clenched his fist, and demonic essence surged, forcing the 3 back. Impossible! Knight Chief was shocked, and disbelief appeared on their faces. How could their Knight Charm technique be broken? Your movement techniques are indeed powerful. However, you have to attack, and this moment is your weakness. Ning Chen stepped forward and said coldly, "As long as I slow down your attacks, Knight Chief is nothing." The 12 Knight Chief concubines' expressions darkened as they looked at the black flames around them. Was it because of these flames? Come, there is no need to hide anymore. Let me see your true abilities. Ning Chen raised the immortal sword in his hand and said coldly. In the distance, Shen Kuei rushed out from the collapsed mountain and returned to the battlefield. He looked at Ning Chen with unconcealable wariness in his eyes. This Ning Chen lived up to his name. He definitely had the strength to rival Tao Destroyer. However, no matter how strong a person was, there was a limit. No matter how strong Ning Chen was, he was only one person. Knight Chief, Shen Kuei said. After looking at each other, he rushed out again. Around them, the 12 Knight Chief concubines nodded and charged forward. 13 peak Tao reasoning experts joined forces to fight again. 3 by 3, they were going to exhaust Butian to death here. In the battle, Ning Chen fought the 13 peak Tao reasoning experts with a sword in his hand. He fought bravely and did not retreat at all. Below, on the battlefield where the 2 armies were fighting, Yulian and the others looked up with shame. There was no doubt that Ning Chen was strong, but they were too weak. They could not help in a battle of this level. Slash! In the battle above the horizon, a scimitar slashed across Ning Chen's left arm, bringing out a dazzling blood flower. The 13 peerless experts who were close to Tao Destroyer Realm joined forces and finally started to gain the upper hand. The legend of Ning Chen was finally destroyed. Below, the 200,000 Ning clan soldiers were still fighting a bloody battle for their loyalty and for their faith. In the past 6 years, they had followed Ning Chen to conquer half of the Southeast Territory. They believed that Ning Chen would lead them to defeat Butian Pavilion. As long as they persevered, victory would belong to Ning Chen. The faith of the thousands of soldiers could not be shaken. Facing the 300,000 Butian army, The Ning family soldiers, who were at an absolute disadvantage in terms of numbers, did not retreat. They fought until their last drop of blood. Above the 9 heavens, the blind Ning Chin felt the strong faith in the hearts of the soldiers below. He raised his hand and grabbed the 3 scimitars that were coming at him. He allowed the blood to dye his clothes red as he counterattacked. Slash! Red splattered. Blood sprayed out from the chests of the 3 Night Chief concubines. I will lead you to plant the Ning battle flag all over Wuyu Heaven. I, knowing destiny, will do what I say. In the void, Ning Chin shouted. He turned his palm and poured in his energy. Turbulent air currents surged, and 3 immortal swords appeared at the same time. When the 3 swords appeared at the same time, Ning Chen's killing intent soared into the sky. The immortal swords counterattacked, bringing out a dazzling blood mist. Just as Ning Chen summoned the 3 immortal swords, a demonic butterfly flew over from Wuyu Heaven. Its speed was shocking. Chapter 1481. Above the 9 heavens, the flames of battle raged. Knowing destiny was fighting against Divine Chief and Night Chief's 12 concubines, Jingxin had set up a trap just to kill his opponent. To break out of the encirclement, Ning Chen used 3 swords for the first time. His supreme sword might stirred up the wind and clouds. When the 3 swords were unleashed, a terrifying might exploded. Even someone as strong as Ning Chen couldn't withstand the baleful aura of the swords. His body was dyed red. Facing a strong opponent, Ning Chen didn't hold back anymore. He summoned the 3 swords and used all his strength to kill his opponent. In the battle, Divine Chief and Night Chief's 12 concubines felt the strong power around the young man in front of them. Their expressions froze. This Marquis Ning was still hiding such strong power. In the moment of shock, a figure in plain clothes flashed through the black flames in the sky. The 3 swords moved together and broke through the 9 heavens. Divine Chief came back to his senses and blocked the incoming attack with his silver spear. There was a loud tremor. Blood splattered from Divine Chief's hands. He was injured again with just one move. The strong power was unparalleled. Divine Chief's body flew back 100 feet. His arms were numb from the tremor. Ning Chin stepped forward and dashed out again. The 3 swords pierced through the air and cut through the void. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive tremors sounded. The 3 swords flew out one after another. Divine Chief blocked with his spear. Blood splattered all over his body. He was injured even more. The battle wasn't going well. Night Chief's 12 concubines dashed out from behind. Their scimitars were as fast as lightning. Ning Chen waved his sword and knocked away the Night Chief who got close to him. In the void, 12 figures flickered in and out of existence. They blocked the surroundings. At this moment, their expressions were also very serious. This Marquis Ning was stronger than before. The 12 concubines looked at the burning black flames around them. These flames were really troublesome. In the void, the black flames were like a swamp. They were everywhere. Although they were flames, they didn't have any temperature. The Black Phoenix was a variant of the Phoenix race. Only one had appeared in the countless years. It had brought about the extinction of the Phoenix race. After Ning Chen obtained the origin of the Black Phoenix, he rarely used it. Today he used it to great effect. Night Chief's 12 concubines dashed past. The moment their bodies materialized, the black flames attached to them. Their attack speed was immediately restricted. Ning Chen used this short opportunity to move. 3 swords dashed out and slashed towards the 3 Night Chief. With a boom, the scimitars in the hands of the 3 Night Chief broke. At the moment of crisis, their bodies turned illusory in time and saved their lives. After Ning Chen unleashed all of his battle prowess, he forcefully suppressed the sharpness of the Divine Chief and the Night Chief's 12 concubines. Down below, the 200,000 Ning family troops saw this, and their morale was greatly boosted. They went all out to kill the enemy and fought together with Marquis Ning in the sky. Above the 9 heavens, Shen Kuei, who had been knocked out of the battle by Ning Qin, soared into the sky and rejoined the battle, at his level of cultivation. Unless it was a fatal wound, it would be difficult to threaten his opponent's life. Although Ning Qin had regained the upper hand after being surrounded by Night Chief's 12 concubines, he was still unable to deal a fatal blow to his opponent for the time being. A long battle was unavoidable. Around Ning Qin, the black air continued to spread, turning into black flames that filled the battlefield. Up in the sky, Shen Kuei saw that the former's hands were bleeding profusely. His expression turned grave as he said, "There is something wrong with those 3 swords. He won't be able to hold on for long. You and I just need to hold on until his body can't withstand the backlash and collapses on its own." Understood. The 12 Night Chief concubines nodded and replied. In the battlefield, Ning Qin held 2 swords in his hands. Blood continued to drip from the hands that held the swords, dyeing the blades red. Gradually, the battle entered a stalemate. No one could do anything to the other. However, Ning Qin knew that he couldn't use all 3 swords at the same time. With his current cultivation, his body wouldn't be able to withstand the baleful aura of the 3 swords in 4 hours at most. Ning Qin turned around and looked at Shen Kuei with his empty eyes. Without saying anything, his figure flashed past. Compared to Night Chief, Shen Kuei's battle power was stronger. However, he was only one person after all. In the battlefield, Shen Kuei saw Ning Qin charging towards him. He didn't dodge and faced him head-on again. At the same time, illusory figures flashed past and blocked in front of Shen Kuei. They joined forces with Shen Kuei to block Ning Qin's attack. Around Ning Qin's body, tens of thousands of sword lights shone dazzlingly. His sword intent was pushed to the extreme. The sword lights pierced through the sky with boundless might. The strongest sword was like a raging wave or a torrent that swallowed everything. The 4 Night Chief concubines joined forces and used their scimitars to cut open the black flames and block Ning Qin's attack. Behind them, Shen Kuei also activated his ultimate origin. A silver light shot into the sky and displayed his divine might. As the 2 extreme powers clashed, the sky and earth changed. Horrifying shockwaves swept out. In the battlefield, everyone was forced back several steps, and their clothes were dyed red. Ning Qin held his sword with both hands and blood dripped down. Even though he was facing the carefully designed killing trap, he wasn't at a disadvantage. Hundreds of meters away, Shen Kuei's body was dyed red, and he was severely injured. In comparison, the 12 concubines of Night Chief, who had strange movement techniques, were the least injured. They still retained most of their battle power. Marquis Ning, trading injuries for injuries. How much longer can you resist? Shen Kuei laughed loudly and suppressed the injuries in his body. With a shout, the divine spear in his hand pierced through the sky. It was a shocking move. The silver light tore through the void and arrived before Ning Qin. Who dares to touch him? At this moment, an angry voice rang out from the end of the sky. It seemed to have come from beyond the sky and shook the earth. In the next moment, demonic aura filled the sky. Under everyone's shocked gazes, a beautiful figure descended from the sky. She was wearing blue clothes and had blood-red hair. Her demonic nature was shocking. The demonic butterfly appeared, and the flower burial slash slashed through. The black light from the saber slashed through the silver light, shocking everyone. Senior's sister Dai. Feeling the aura of the newcomer, Ning Qin was shocked. He couldn't believe it. In the battle, Shen Kuei was hit by the saber light. His chest was dyed red, and he retreated a few steps. In front of Ning Qin, Hua Zhongjie stood in the air. Her blood-red hair danced in the wind, and her petite body was like an insurmountable mountain. Put away one of your swords. With your current cultivation, you can't withstand such a powerful backlash, Hua Zhongjie said, not allowing him to refuse. Okay. Ning Qin came back to his senses. He nodded and put away one of his swords. After 3 strikes, half of the evil qi around Ning Qin dissipated. The phoenix immortal body and the undying demon body were awakened, and they quickly healed his injured body. In front of him, Hua Zhongjie glanced at Shen Kuei and the 12 concubines of Night Chief. Coldness flashed in her eyes. You stall these people first. After I kill that man, I'll come to help you. As soon as she finished speaking, Hua Zhongjie's body flashed. She arrived in front of Shen Kuei. The flower burial tear slashed through, and the saber light rose again. Shen Kuei's face darkened. He tried to block it. His vision blurred, and a white saber light pierced through his body. Without any warning, the flower burial tear in Hua Zhongjie's hand split into 2. The black and the white edges each brought out a dazzling blood flower. Shen Kuei was shocked. He retreated, and the saber left his body. Blood gushed out. You can't escape, Hua Zhongjie said coldly. The butterfly wings on her back shook, and she dashed out. She arrived in front of Shen Kuei again. She was extremely fast, almost as fast as the world. Hua Zhongjie's sleeves extended, and they turned into an inescapable net, blocking all of Shen Kuei's escape routes. Chapter 1482. On the twin peaks, flames spread and butterfly in the flower appeared. Flower burial's tears shone with shocking sharpness as the 2 blades tore through the air and heavily injured Divine Chief Skyminder. The battle was split into 2. Butterfly in the flower fought Divine Chief, while knowing destiny blocked the 12 concubines of Night Chief. The flames of war raged on in the 2 battlefields. In the most intense battle, Divine Chief left the battlefield, and the pressure on Ning Qin was greatly reduced. Although Night Chief's movement techniques were strange, their attack power was clearly not as strong as Divine Chief's. In the air, the 12 concubines of Night Chief moved. Their movement techniques flickered as they tried to find a chance to kill the enemy. In the middle of the battle, Ning Qin held his 2 swords and stood as still as a mountain. Black air spread out from his body and turned the battle into a swamp. After a moment of confrontation, the 12 concubines flashed past at an even faster speed, wanting to break through the shackles of the swamp. The moment they got close, the 3 Night Chief figures materialized and slashed down with their scimitars with boundless killing intent. Heavenly Dragon Quake. Ning Qin swung his sword and seized the opportunity to force the 3 back. At the same time, the 3 Night Chief arrived one after another from behind. Their palm energy surged and was incomparably powerful. Ning Qin leaned to the side and avoided the palm energy. The 3 Night Chief's palm energy turned around and attacked again. In the other 2 directions, 6 Night Chief arrived in groups of 3. Their scimitars were like lightning as they slashed across the sky like an evil moon. The 12 Night Chief attacked continuously. Every one of them was at the peak of the path reasoning realm. Coupled with their strange movement techniques, they were almost invincible. Boom! Ning Qin slashed with his 2 swords, and the 6 scimitars cried out. Then the 6 Night Chief were forced back several meters, their hands trembling. Using strength to prove one's Tao was extremely powerful and as heavy as a mountain. Every time the blades clashed, the pressure on Night Chief's right arm increased. The 6 Night Chief were forced back, and their 3 blades were broken. Night Chief, who had no choice but to attack with palm energy, seized the opportunity and slapped knowing Destiny's chest. Suddenly, black flames attached to the palms of the 3 Night Chief, like maggots attached to bones, and could no longer be extinguished. The 3 Night Chief were shocked and immediately retreated. They circulated their divine power and tried to expel the black flames. However, a shocking scene occurred. The black flames on the palms of the 3 Night Chief disappeared and entered their bodies. The 3 Night Chief were shocked. They circulated their true essence and tried to force the black flames out of their bodies. However, The Black Phoenix's flames did seem to have taken root as they continuously devoured the divine power in Night Chief's body, madly strengthening themselves. Seeing this, the other 9 Night Chief immediately stood in front of them to buy time for the 3 to heal. At the front, Ning Chen, who had been defending all this time, finally moved at this moment. Like a bolt of lightning, he instantly arrived in front of the 9 Night Chief. The immortal slaying sword slashed down violently at the 3 Night Chief at the back. With a rumble, the 9 Night Chief, blocking the front, had no choice but to stop him. Instantly, the sound of divine weapons breaking rang out. Under the sharp edge of celestial slaying, no divine weapon in the world could withstand its sharpness. The divine weapon broke, and the remaining force shook the area. The corners of the 9 Night Chiefs' mouths were dyed red as they took several steps back. An opportunity appeared. Ning Chen's figure flashed past and arrived in front of the 3 Night Chief who were restrained by the flames of the Black Phoenix. His immortal slaying sliced through their throats. The gushing blood dyed the battlefield red. The gazes of the 3 Night Chief froze. For the last time they looked at the world, their eyes were filled with vermilion. The figures of the 3 Night Chief fell from the sky. It was at this moment that their bodies rapidly turned to dust. Their remaining power turned into specks of starlight and merged into the bodies of the remaining 9 people. Sensing this, Ning Chen frowned slightly. In the air, after merging with the remaining power of the 3 Night Chief, the auras of the 9 Night Chief became even more powerful. They had actually vaguely touched the barrier of Tao obliteration. Ning Chen's expression sank. He no longer dared to drag the battle out. His figure flashed out and slashed towards the remaining 9 Night Chief. In the air, the 9 Night Chiefs' figures flickered. Their swords slashed past, but they were completely unharmed. Ning Chen crossed his swords. The pressure of the sword swept out, and his might increased. The 9 Night Chief formed a formation of 3 to 3 and surrounded him. Although they were 3 less, they still possessed an absolute advantage in numbers. Several breaths later, the 3 Night Chief flashed out. Their palms struck out with earth-shattering force. Ning Chen's expression hardened as he dodged the palms. On the other side, another 3 palms attacked him. Their boundless power constantly increased in might. Ning Chen held his sword horizontally and blocked the 3 palms. Behind him, another 3 palms tore through the air. The powerful force stacked on top of each other, shocking the world. Ning Chen stepped forward. His figure flashed past, avoiding wave after wave of attacks. He slashed out with celestial execution, and sword chi tore through the air. As the sword chi arrived, the figures of the 3 Night Chief immediately faded away. The lesson from before was still fresh in their minds. The 9 Night Chief no longer approached him rashly. They left as soon as they touched him, not giving him a chance to use the same trick again. The intense battle fell into a stalemate once more. For a moment, no one could do anything to the other. In the center of the battle, Ning Chen raised the sword in his hand and said indifferently, "The world-renowned Night Chief is only SOO." In the surroundings, the 9 Night Chiefs' expressions were abnormally gloomy. This was the first time they had encountered such a difficult opponent. They did not have a good way to break out of the situation. Just as the battle fell into a stalemate, in the second battle, 1,000 kilometers away, the butterfly and the flower faced the divine chief. The sleeves danced in the air like an inescapable net, sealing off all of the divine chief's paths of retreat. The former blade god of the Central Plains once again displayed his world-shocking blade art. He stepped on the sleeves barefoot and passed through the inescapable net. With his vision blocked, the divine chief's expression turned gloomy. The silver spear in his hand tore through the sleeves one after another. Among the fragments flying in the air, a black blade light appeared, sharp and dazzling. With a clang, the divine weapons clashed. A sleeve swept past, sweeping up the black blade and disappearing. Then, A white blade appeared silently behind the divine chief and slashed at his back. The divine chief felt a chill. He sensed the killing intent behind him and immediately dodged to the side. Swish! However, the sound of the blade slicing through clothes could be heard. The white blade brushed past the Night Chief's chest, bringing out a dazzling spray of blood. After more than 10 moves, the Night Chief did not even see his opponent's figure. In the interweaving sleeves, the demonic butterflies hid themselves and looked for a chance to deal a fatal blow to his opponent. After the white blade attacked, it disappeared into the inescapable net. The atmosphere fell silent again. At this moment, the black blade hovered in the sky and slashed down silently. The divine chief raised his head. Without dodging, he extended his hand to grab the blade of the flower burial blade. Knowing that a prolonged battle was unfavorable, the divine chief staked everything on this one attack. He chose to fight in a way that would injure both sides. However, he did not expect to see the sleeve sweep across the sky again. It wrapped around the divine chief's arm and opened up a gap. The divine chief's pupils constricted. He wanted to block it again, but it was too late. The black blade slashed down, and a terrifying blade mark appeared on the divine chief's chest. It was less than half an inch away from his heart. At this moment of life and death, the divine chief instinctively took half a step back. He narrowly avoided the fatal attack. The divine origin on the divine origin on the divine chief's right arm broke the sleeve. Cold sweat kept dripping down his face. He was terrified. He had never seen such an expert with a blade. His moves were extremely strange and hard to defend against. The divine chief could sense that his opponent's cultivation was not as high as his. However, his body was like an abyss that kept swallowing the power of the outside world. It was cold, deep, and unpredictable. The divine chief urged his divine origin to heal the injuries in his body. He knew that he had met a terrifying opponent. Dance of butterflies, ching ping. At this moment, a cold voice came from the fluttering sleeve. Instantly, the black and white blades appeared. The two blade lights crossed each other and drew a line between life and death. The divine chief's face turned grave. He shouted and his divine origin surged. He wanted to use his cultivation to block his opponent's attack. The blade light broke through the air and hit the divine origin barrier around the divine chief. A violent shockwave spread out, and the water sleeves in the sky were shattered. After a round of attack and defense, there was a stalemate. The blood-red hair shone, and the demonic butterfly appeared. When the demonic butterfly appeared, she held the flower burial tear with her hands. The black and white blades merged into one. The demonic butterfly held the blade and mercilessly pierced through the divine chief's body. Arg! The sudden blade broke through the divine origin barrier around the divine chief and pierced through his body. Blood gushed out like a fountain. The divine chief groaned, and his face was filled with shock. Back off! The divine chief was furious. The divine origin around him exploded, and he forcefully pushed his opponent away. 10 feet away, the butterfly in the flower stopped. She looked at the man in front of her. Her body flashed, and she charged forward again. The flower burial tear slashed through. The injured divine chief could not gather all his energy. He raised his hand to block the blade. The flower burial tear was restrained, and the blade split in half. The white blade broke through the air and pierced through the divine chief's chest again. Arg! The divine chief groaned again. He took 3 steps back, and his injuries worsened. Dance of the butterflies, flower burial tear. The divine chief appeared. The butterfly in the flower burial tear flashed past. The blade light was like lightning. The water sleeves rose again, and the blade moved forward. The divine chief waved his spear to counterattack, but the 2 water sleeves wrapped around him and restrained his attack. At the same time, the black and white blade light flashed past and pierced through his body. The blood-stained black and white blade was dazzling. However, the divine chief did not fall down. He shouted angrily and waved his spear to shatter the sky. The divine chief dashed out from the water sleeves. The silver spear pierced through the air and slashed toward the demonic butterfly. The spear light approached the divine chief. The butterfly in the flower burial tear grabbed the black blade and blocked the divine chief's attack. The divine chief raised his hand, and his divine origin surged. He did not care about the injuries in his body, and he threw out another palm strike. "Have you lost your mind?" The butterfly in the flower burial tear said calmly. She grabbed the white blade with her left hand, and it pierced through the divine chief's back. "Arg!" The divine chief staggered, and the divine origin that had gathered in his palm dispersed. After 3 steps, the black blade in the butterfly in the flower burial tear cut the divine chief's throat. Blood spurted out. The divine chief opened his mouth, but this time he could not say anything. The butterfly in the flower burial tear stepped forward and pressed her hand on the divine chief's forehead. The 9 serenities, sky, devouring demon scripture reappeared. It was the most powerful forbidden technique in the world, and it could devour the world's origin. It had a fatal flaw, but after the butterfly in the flower burial tear learned the soul-searching technique, she overcame the last flaw of the 9 serenities, sky-devouring demon scripture. She used the demonic form to kill her way into the divine world, devouring countless kings and emperors. Her hands were stained with the blood of the world's strong warriors. In the void, demonic chi surged like waves. The vitality around the divine chief quickly dispersed and gathered in the demonic chi. The demonic chi around the butterfly in the flower burial tear became stronger, and it shocked the people below. In just a few breaths, the divine chief's vitality disappeared. His body fell from the sky and hit the ground. The divine chief Mending Tian would not rest until he died. After devouring the divine chief's vitality and divine origin, the butterfly in the flower burial tear turned around and looked at the battlefield in the distance. Her figure flashed, and she dashed forward. Chapter 1483. On the Twin Peaks, the flames of war burned fiercely. The demonic butterfly killed the chief gods and devoured their cultivation. After the battle ended, butterfly and flower rushed toward the battle in the distance. In the sky, Ning Chun was fighting the 12 concubines of Night Chief. He seized the opportunity and killed 3 of them. Unexpectedly, after the 3 died, their cultivation was devoured by the other 9, making them even stronger than before. In the stalemate, no one could do anything to the other. At this moment, demonic chi surged in the battle. Butterfly and flower rushed out and appeared in the battle. When Ningchen sensed the arrival of the person, he smiled and said, "So fast!" He was already heavily injured and close to death. I only added a few more attacks. Butterfly and flower glanced at the 9 figures and narrowed her eyes. "Are these people so difficult to deal with?" "Yes." Ningchen nodded. "Their figures will only materialize at the moment of attack. It's very difficult to grasp the timing. I haven't thought of a good solution yet. Then we can only fight and see." Butterfly in flower's hand clenched the flower burial tears and looked at the 9 Night Chief. "That's the only way," Ning Chin replied. He raised the hand holding the sword and pointed at the 9 Night Chief. Again, the 9 Night Chief looked at each other. They gathered their vital energy and gathered their vital energy. In a formation of 3, the flames of war rose again. The surging palm energy swept out. After losing their divine weapons, the 9 Night Chief didn't choose to fight at close range anymore. Instead, they roamed around to distract the enemy. The moment the Night Chief attacked, Ningchen and Butterfly and Flower moved and arrived in front of the 2 Night Chief at an extremely fast speed. The sword and blade slashed down, sharp and dazzling. However, the Night Chief's figure became transparent after the attack. The sword and blade went through his body, and he was unharmed. Butterfly and Flower frowned slightly. As expected, he wasn't easy to deal with. She had tried her best to increase her speed, but she still couldn't grasp the best timing. No wonder Ning Chen couldn't win after fighting for so long. Her attack failed. Close at hand, the three knight chiefs' figures arrived and counterattacked with powerful palms. Butterfly in Flower swung her blade to block. The two blades blocked the attacks of the three knight chief. After a round of attack and defense, the nine knight chief understood tacitly and gradually shifted the focus of the battle to the butterfly in the flower. What they feared the most was the black flames on Marquis Ning's body, but this woman didn't have any. It would be easier to kill her. The nine knight chief changed their target and attacked continuously. The pressure on Butterfly in Flower increased several times over. In the battle, Ning Chen sensed something and his expression darkened. Boom! The palm power attacked her body and the flower burial tears cut through. The sound of the impact was heard. Butterfly in the flower's hand that was holding the blade turned red, and she was injured for the first time. Ning Chen's figure flashed past. Just as he was about to step forward to help, he was stopped. I'm fine. Find a suitable opportunity to strike. In the battle, Hua Zhongjie replied telepathically. Ning Chen's figure paused, and he nodded solemnly. Jiawu Shuang Hua. In the air, Hua Zhongjie did not dare to be careless when facing the combined attack of 9 people. She turned her blades, and black frost fell from the sky. Extremely cold black frost condensed bit by bit. Wherever it passed, even space began to freeze. With rapt attention, the 9 knight chiefs' figures moved illusory, avoiding the places where the frost would fall. Jiawu Sky Net. After one move, Butterfly in Flower used another move. Her water sleeves spread out and intersected with each other, obstructing the 9 knight chiefs' movements. In the battle, the spreading blue sleeves blocked everyone's vision. 2 blades flickered in and out of the sleeves, appearing and disappearing mysteriously. It was hard to tell where they were. In the face of an unprecedentedly powerful opponent, the 9 knight chief did not dare to be careless. They used all their movement techniques and passed through the sky net, not attacking rashly. The 2 sides were wary of each other. They mainly probed each other, moving as quickly as they could. They were all looking for a suitable opportunity. Outside the battle, Ning Chen released his divine sense and observed the battle seriously. He knew very well that there might only be a short moment to eliminate Knight Chief. He could not miss the opportunity. In front of him, the water sleeves intersected with each other, limiting the combined attack of the 9 Knight Chief to the maximum. Butterfly in Flower stepped on the water sleeves with her bare feet, her figure constantly changing positions. Suddenly, 3 Knight Chief and Butterfly in Flower met face to face. The 3 of them attacked, their vast palms surging out like waves. Butterfly in Flower's expression turned serious. She crossed her blades and 2 blades slashed out. The blades and palms collided. Butterfly in Flower used the advantage of her divine artifact to forcefully break through the 3 vigorous palms. Butterfly danced Qing Ping. After breaking through the attacks, Butterfly in Flower's hands slashed out again. 2 blades of blade Qi tore through the air, slashing towards the 3 Knight Chief. However, it was only a momentary delay. The 3 Knight Chiefs' figures had already faded away. The blade Qi passed through them, unable to harm them at all. Seeing this, Butterfly in Flower was not in a hurry. She took a step and hid in the sky net again. In a battle of roaming and probing, no one dared to be careless. In a battle of experts, a moment of carelessness could determine the outcome. In the battle, Ning Chen's sword hummed faintly, constantly asking for battle. However, the time was not right. Ning Chen could only suppress the will of the sword and continue waiting for an opportunity. Below the battle between the Ning army and the Heaven-Mending army continued. With the immortal master of the 9 firmaments and Yu Lian at the lead, the army was bathed in blood. Although they were at a disadvantage in terms of numbers, they were not at a disadvantage. Behind the immortal master of the 9 firmaments, the 4 azure-clothed protectors were exceptionally valiant. They fought back and forth countless times, as if they were unstoppable. The strongest experts of the heaven-mending pavilion were all pinned down by Ning Qin and Butterfly in Flower, unable to help. Seeing that the battle had stabilized, the immortal master of the 9 firmaments looked at the sky with a serious expression. "Marquis Ning, immortal master, do we need to go and help?" asked one of the azure-clothed protectors. "No need." The immortal master of the 9 firmaments shook his head and said, "Night Chief's movement technique is strange and unpredictable. Even if we go, we won't be able to change anything. We just need to continue killing the enemy and try to defeat the heaven-mending army before Marquis Ning returns." The 4 azure-clothed protectors nodded and did not say anything more. They rushed out and killed the heavenly venerables in the heaven-mending army with all their might. The 2 battlefields were filled with flames of war. In the most crucial battle, Butterfly in Flower faced 9 Night Chief alone. With the advantage of her divine weapon, she was not at a disadvantage at all. In the sky net, the 2 blades moved unpredictably. The central state, Blade God, was unique. Her attainments in the blade were rarely seen since ancient times. The 9 Night Chief did not dare to be careless. They tried to attack several times, but all failed. Although the woman in front of them was not as difficult to deal with as Marquis Ning, her blade technique was extremely strange and impossible to guard against. After 100 moves, it was difficult to determine the winner. The 9 Night Chief glanced at Marquis Ning in the battle and became more and more wary. Why did Marquis Ning not attack? The moment the 9 Night Chief were distracted, 2 blades of light broke through the sky and the sky net. The sharp blade, Qi, even cut 2 cracks in space and time. The 9 Night Chief immediately came back to their senses. Their figures blurred and dodged the blade Qi. Outside the battle, Ning Qin covered the battle with his divine sense and watched carefully. His frown deepened. Strange, although the 9 Night Chief's figure blurred for different lengths of time. The longest time was not more than 10 breaths. When it was close to 10 breaths, the 9 Night Chief would even take the initiative to attack. Was it to cover up this weakness? Senior Sister Butterfly, it seems that they can't be blurred for more than 10 breaths. "Pay attention and test them," said Ning Qin. In the battle, Hua Zhongjie nodded slightly. After blocking the attacks of 3 Night Chief at once, she did not choose to conceal herself. Instead, she attacked with all her strength. Within the sky net, Hua Zhongjie stood on her water sleeves and summoned 2 divine weapons. Her attacks were like a storm, suppressing the 3 Night Chief. 1 breath, 2 breaths, 3 breaths. Under the continuous attacks, the 3 Night Chiefs' figures blurred and were not injured at all. However, as Hua Zhongjie's attacks continued to strengthen, the 3 Night Chiefs' expressions gradually changed. No, the 3 Night Chiefs' figures retreated quickly. At the same time, the other 6 Night Chiefs' figures passed through the Skynet's restrictions and rushed over. 6 palms surged and surged, threatening to take his life. At this critical moment, Ning Chen's figure moved outside the battle. He entered the battle at an extremely fast speed. His immortal sword glowed and 2 sword Qi shot out, blocking the deadly palm energies with a loud bang. With the palm energies blocked, 10 breaths' time gradually passed. Behind him, the 3 Night Chief exchanged glances. Their figures solidified and they joined forces to block the demonic butterfly's attacks. With a loud bang, the saber and palm collided. The 3 Night Chief blocked the attacks and retreated several steps. Suddenly, a plain-clothed figure appeared behind the 3 without any warning. Her speed was shocking. Ning Qin swung his sword. Black flames covered the sword and it was bone-chilling. With a hiss, sword wounds appeared on the backs of the 3 Night Chief. The black flames burned wildly, like maggots attached to the bones. It was a shocking scene. The Night Chief's movement technique showed a flaw and the battle turned around quickly. The black flames entered their bodies. The three knight chief grunted in unison. Their divine essence was disturbed, and their bodies could not blurred. Demonic prairie fire! Ning Qin swung his immortal sword again. In the battle, demonic flames swept out and swallowed the three figures. It was a tragic scene. The three knight chiefs' figures were swallowed by the demonic flames and died. However, at this moment, another shocking scene occurred. After the three knight chiefs' deaths, the auras of the remaining 6 knight chiefs' bodies strengthened again and were even closer to the legendary Path Destruction Realm. Seeing this, Ning Qin and Hua Zhongdia's expressions darkened. These knight chiefs were really strange. In the void, 6 of the 12 knight chiefs were dead. The remaining 6 surged with divine essence and were more than twice as powerful as before. The dazzling divine light kept spreading and strengthening the bodies of the 6. Vaguely, there seemed to be a destructive aura around the 6 of them. Be careful! Ning Qin sensed it. His expression turned serious, and he reminded, "The method just now may not work." Understood. Hua Zhongdia nodded. Coldness flashed in her eyes. The more people died, the stronger the remaining ones would be. Didn't that mean that in the following battle, the remaining 6 would have to be killed at the same time? Otherwise, if there was only one left, the consequences would be unimaginable. Half each, Butterfly in the Flower suggested. Okay. Ning Qin responded. He stepped forward and rushed out. At the end of the battle, he bared his sharp fangs. He did not need to fight 1 against 12. How delightful! Behind him, Hua Zhongdia looked at the 3 knight chief on the other side. Her sleeves spread and her saber appeared again. The battle started again. For a moment, the saber and sword in the sky were dazzling. Chapter 1484. On the Twin Peaks, the sword and saber worked together to fight Knight Chief. It was a shocking battle. Even the 12 concubines of Knight Chief suffered heavy losses. 6 Knight Chief died in battle. Their strength returned to the other 6, and their cultivation increased exponentially. In the most powerful battle, the 2 swords and sabers were fully unleashed. The 2 swords and sabers shone brightly. The battle was separated. Knowing Destiny and Demonic Butterfly faced 3 Knight Chief each. The battle was abnormally intense from the beginning. The number of opponents decreased, but their cultivation increased. Ning Qin raised his combat power to the limit. He attacked and defended continuously, trying to test the limits of the 3. Amidst the storm-like attacks, the figures of the 3 Knight Chief kept flickering. After 10 breaths, they still did not reveal their true forms. Ning Qin was already mentally prepared, so he was not too surprised. He kept attacking and suppressed the 3. At the 15th breath, the 2 Knight Chief retreated from the battle. 1 on the left and 1 on the right, they moved hundreds of feet away. The 3 figures separated. 300 feet away, the 2 Knight Chief turned their palms and poured in their energy. Their divine energy surged, and their might was several times stronger than before. An earth-shattering palm strike was launched. Ning Qin sensed it and took a step forward, dodging the 2 palm strikes. The attack stopped. In the battle, the figure of the 3rd Knight Chief solidified, giving him a chance to catch his breath. With a brand new battle technique, the strengthened Knight Chief now had the ability to shake his opponent head-on. The 3 besieged him. Ning Qin held his 2 swords, and his expression turned serious. They were truly monsters. The fewer people there were, the stronger they were. If this continued, he would definitely die of exhaustion. Not far away, Hua Zhongdia faced 3 Knight Chief, whose cultivation had increased by leaps and bounds. It was not easy for her either. Relying on the inescapable net and her attainments in the saber, she barely managed to stabilize the battle. 14 breaths. Hua Zhongdia swung her saber to parry the 2 palms and transmitted her voice. 15 breaths. Ning Qin replied, but it might not be accurate. Let's test it again, and we'll know. Hua, Zhongdia said. With a soft shout, the demonic energy around her surged. Her sleeves extended, sweeping up the two sabers and attacking again. In the intense battle, the saber and sword shone dazzlingly. The apex experts in the world used their saber and sword to resound the world. Even the sky changed color. 10 breaths, 11 breaths, 12 breaths, the two attacked with all their might. The violent aura of saber and sword suppressed Night Chief. On the 17th breath, 6 Night Chief appeared at the same time in the battle between the two sides. With a single palm strike, they broke the battle apart with a bang. 17 breaths. Ningchen and Hua Zhongdia's expressions changed at the same time. Their swords and blades flashed across the air, and they fought back aggressively. The glint of the blade and the shadow of the sword tore through the air. The figures of the 6 Night Chief flashed past, choosing to evade instead of taking the attack head-on. Remnant wind shadow. It was a battle of speed. Behind Ningchen, phoenix flames spread out and transformed into a pair of wings. With a flap of the wings, Ningchen's silhouette instantly disappeared. With extreme speed, Ningchen arrived in front of a Night Chief in the blink of an eye. Immortal Slaying slashed across and slit the man's throat. Jiawu Nether King. On the other side of the battle, Butterfly in the Flower also summoned her wings. The Black Chief flow in the sky turned into a pair of beautiful butterfly wings, increasing her speed by several times. In the next moment, the demonic butterfly flapped its wings and the flower burial's tears pierced through the air. The pupils of the Night Chief closest to it shrank violently as blood gushed out of his throat. After the 2 Night Chief died in battle, Ningchen and Hua Zhongdia immediately took action. Demonic qi surged from their bodies, attempting to devour the 2's cultivation before they returned to the other 4's bodies. However, the figures of the 2 Night Chief dispersed in the demonic qi, vanishing into thin air. At the same time, not far away, Divine Yuan returned to the 4 Night Chiefs' bodies, and their cultivation rose again. Ningchen and Butterfly in the Flower's expressions changed slightly. They hadn't expected that they wouldn't be able to stop it in the end. In the 2 battles, the remaining 4 Night Chiefs, Divine Yuan madly gathered in their bodies. Their might became more and more shocking. The situation was about to change. Ningchen didn't hesitate. His silhouette shot out and swung his sword to attack the enemy. Boom! A Night Chief raised his hand to block the attack directly. The 2nd Night Chief flipped his palm and gathered his Divine Yuan, counterattacking forcefully. Their cultivation rose again and again. The 2 Night Chief didn't choose to engage in a skirmish battle anymore. On the other side, Butterfly in the Flower was also facing a similar situation. The 2 Night Chief worked together, taking turns to attack and defend. In the worst-case scenario, the 4 Night Chief didn't need to rely on their movement techniques anymore. They faced them head-on and didn't fall behind at all. Immediately, Ningchen and Butterfly in the 2 battles fell into a bitter battle. In the battle, the crisscrossing net was almost unable to affect the 2 Night Chief. Blood dripped from Butterfly in the Flower's hands, dyeing her sleeves red. On the other side, Ningchen's situation wasn't much better. The successive battles had consumed a lot of his cultivation, and he was no longer at his peak. Butterfly danced Qing-Ping. In the inescapable net, Butterfly in the Flower's sleeves extended and pulled back her twin blades. The blades crossed, shining with dazzling light. The 2 Night Chief flipped their palms to block the blade light. Their silhouettes shot out and pressed forward. With a loud rumble, the 2 Night Chief's palms hit her. Butterfly in the Flower blocked with her blades. Immediately, her mouth turned red and she retreated several steps. Senior Sister Butterfly. Not far away, Ningchen sensed the battle. Shocked, he swung his swords to shake off the battle and wanted to go to her aid. "I'm fine," Butterfly in the Flower shouted. She wiped the blood from the corner of her mouth and said, "Focus on the enemy." Ning Chen's body shook and he stopped. He reminded her, "Senior sister, be careful." Butterfly in the flower nodded. She looked at the two-night chief coldly and said again, with that black demonic energy surged around Butterfly in the flower. Black butterflies filled the sky and flew toward the battle. Seeing this, the two-night chief's expressions turned serious. They looked at the black butterflies flying in the sky with strange expressions. When the black butterflies approached, the two-night chief did not dare to be careless. They attacked to destroy the black butterflies in the sky. At this moment, Butterfly in the flower rushed out and suppressed the two. The blades and palms collided. The aftermath shook and the battle was decided in an instant. After a moment of delay, the black butterflies arrived. A series of explosions rang out. The black butterflies self-destructed and demonic energy spread out. Inside the black butterfly killing formation, thousands of explosions devoured the two-night chiefs completely. Not far away, Ning Chen sensed the terrifying fluctuations of the battle on the other side. He was also shocked. Senior Sister Butterfly was still hiding such a killing move. In the void, thousands of demonic butterflies self-destructed. This lasted for more than 20 breaths. In the surging demonic energy, the two-night chiefs' silhouettes solidified. Although they managed to keep their lives, they were heavily injured and in a sorry state. While the two were panting, Butterfly in the flower had arrived in front of them. Her blades slashed across with deadly force. Blood splattered. The two blades cut their throats. Caught off guard by this killing move, the two-night chiefs' eyes dimmed. Their life force quickly dissipated. Their bodies scattered, their vitality and divine essence flying towards the last two-night chief. Seeing this, a black butterfly flew out from Hua Zhongdia's left hand. The black butterfly scattered and turned into pure demonic essence, entering the two-night chiefs' bodies along with the power of the two bodies. With the return of the divine essence, the cultivation of the last two-night chief instantly rose to a shocking level. In the void, the divine essence flood filled the air, almost condensing into substance. Not far away, the figure of Butterfly in the flower arrived. She looked at the two-night chief in front of her with an unusually grave expression. "It's not going to be easy," Hua Zhongdia said. 2 against 2. "At least we won't be at a disadvantage in terms of numbers," said Ning Chen with a bitter smile. "What time is it now? You're still not serious." Hua Zhongdia angrily scolded and continued, "I sent a black butterfly into their bodies. However, the power of a single black butterfly is not enough to kill the two of them. At most, it can only slightly injure them. How can we use such a good trump card so easily? Let's fight and see. We'll definitely find an opportunity," Ning Chen said seriously. "Yes." Hua Zhongdia nodded. Her demonic essence spread out as she prepared to fight again. On the side, Ning Chen also gripped his two swords tightly, full of battle intent. The two of them rushed forward. Their swords and sabers worked together, shining brightly. In front of them, the two-night chief also joined hands and threw out a palm. The shocking palm made the corners of the two's mouths turn red. They were forced back several steps. 10 steps away, Ning Chen and Hua Zhongdia stabilized themselves. Shock flashed across their faces. "They've become so much stronger. I'll hold them back." "Senior sister, you find an opportunity to attack," Ning Chen said in a low voice. His figure flashed past at full speed. In the battle, 2 immortal swords rushed out like 2 divine rainbows, breaking through the barriers of space and time and slashing towards the two-night chief. 1 against 2. In order to find the two-night chief's weakness, Ning Chen displayed shocking ability. His figure turned into lightning and he attacked with his sword. The two-night chief were forced back half a step by the opponent's sudden burst of power. They showed anger and attacked back forcefully. The palm force broke through the air and swept across. Half of their bodies had entered the realm of Tao annihilation. Their aura was unusually shocking. In the void, divine rainbows crisscrossed and slashed open the palm force. Ning Qin rushed to the front of one of the Night Chief. He held his sword, and his cultivation exploded. Ugh! The celestial slaying sword broke through layers of obstacles and pierced into the chest of the Night Chief in front of him. The desperate strike left Ning Qin wide open. Not far away, the second Night Chief Qingyuan's palm landed on Jiming's body. As the palm force hit him, blood flowed out from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His body flew a few feet away. A move for a move. When the second Night Chief made his move outside of the battle, Hua Zhongdia's butterfly wings opened. Her figure flew out instantly. The flower burial teardrop pierced into Night Chief's body, bringing out a dazzling stream of blood. How dare you! Heavily injured, Night Chief was furious. He threw out a palm, and the demonic butterfly in front of him was blown away. 1,000 feet away, Hua Zhongdia staggered and stabilized her body. She spat out a mouthful of blood and was heavily injured. After a round of attack and defense, all 4 of them were heavily injured. Can you still hold on? Ning Qin asked in a serious tone. It's okay. I can hold on until I send them to the afterlife. Demonic aura surged around Hua Zhongdia. She suppressed the injuries in her body and waved her hands to summon her dual blades. Her fighting spirit rose rapidly. In the battle, 2 Night Chiefs were injured. Their divine vitality was shaken, and they were about to lose. 6 Tao fall together. Demonic trial myriad, Taishang forbidden sword. Ning Chen held his sword, and his demonic vitality surged into the sky. Then, thousands of black sword gleams shot into the sky. In the next moment, thousands of sword gleams fell from the sky like a flood and engulfed the battle. The endless sword gleams fell into the mortal world and completely engulfed the 2 Night Chiefs. Outside the battle, Hua Zhongdia looked at the shocking scene. Suddenly, her expression changed. Boom! At this moment, a horrifying divine power exploded in the sword stream. It was earth-shattering, and the horrifying airflow dispersed the sword aura in the sky. Retreat! Hua Zhongdia rushed forward, took Ximing and retreated 100 miles away. In front of them, in the collapsing sword aura, one of the Night Chief pressed his hand on the head of another Night Chief. His divine vitality surged and completely engulfed the other. Chapter 1485. On the Twin Peaks, knowing destiny and demonic butterfly worked together to kill 10 Night Chief. The end was near, but unexpectedly, 1 Night Chief attacked and swallowed another Night Chief. The 12 Night Chief concubines all returned to their bodies. The wind and clouds on the Twin Peaks changed, and time and space were in chaos. In an instant, path obliteration appeared. Violent and abnormal power soared into the sky, shaking the world. In the heaven-mending divine palace, the heaven-mending giants sensed it and were shocked. Night Chief, in the heavenly palace, not far from the heaven-mending divine palace, an equally powerful and abnormal aura appeared. Venerable Xian opened his eyes and looked to the west. A strange look flashed in his eyes. Was Marquis Ning so powerful that he could force Night Chief to this extent? Not bad. On the Twin Peaks, thousands of sword lights collapsed. In the aftermath, a terrifying figure appeared. The surrounding time and space were distorted, unable to bear this terrible power. Path obliteration, the real path obliteration. It was shockingly powerful. Before it even got close, the divine aura was so heavy that it was suffocating. In front, Ning Qin and Hua Zhongdia felt the terrifying aura from the woman in front of them. Their expressions froze. This was really the worst result. Another monster, Hua Zhongdia said calmly. Hua Zhongdia said calmly, your ability to cause trouble is even greater than before. Senior sister, you flatter me. Ning Qin smiled bitterly. Fortunately, senior sister is here. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome today. To be honest, if he were to face a real path obliteration elite, he was not completely confident. It was not because of the difference in realm, but because of his combat experience. He did not have the experience of facing a path obliteration elite. If he was caught off guard, he would be at a disadvantage. In short, this battle would be very difficult. However, no matter how difficult it was, he had to fight. If he retreated today, he would not know how to fight a path obliteration elite in the future. Same old rules, suppress with speed. Let's fight first, Hua Zhongjie said seriously. Okay. Ning Qin nodded and said, Senior sister, be careful. Path obliteration elites may have power that we do not know about. Understood, Hua Zhongjie replied. In front of him, Night Chief stood in the air. An incomparably powerful pressure filled the air, causing the void to distort violently. Even in the merciless heaven, where powerful cultivators were as common as clouds, such a legendary realm was extremely rare. The final battle was about to begin. The atmosphere was stagnant for a while. Gradually, the radiance of swords and sabers appeared out of thin air. Knowing destiny and butterfly in flowers moved at the same time. The phoenix and the demonic butterfly, one red and one black, spread open their enormous wings. Both of them raised their speed to the limit. They wanted to use their speed to suppress their opponents and test out their opponents' abilities. In the sky, Yi Kuei's figure was as immovable as a mountain. He opened and closed his palms, blocking the sword and saber with a loud clang. Under the absolute suppression of cultivation, it was difficult for weapons to break through the divine essence barrier. Night Chief pushed the divine essence in his palms again and forced the two of them back. About 100 steps away, Ning Chen and Hua Zhongjie stopped. Both of them looked surprised. Not easy to fight. The strength of his divine essence was too shocking, more than 10 times stronger than before. One sword, formless. Ning Chen took a step forward and changed the direction of his sword. His figure flashed in front of Night Chief, and his sword pierced toward Night Chief's chest like thunder. Marquis Ning, is this your limit? Night Chief said indifferently. His divine essence surged around him and blocked the fairy-slaying sword. Did I say that this is my full strength? Ning Chen replied coldly. He clenched his left hand, and the celestial slashing sword shone again. His two swords pierced through the sky, and his attack increased again. Too weak. Night Chief snorted coldly. He gathered divine essence in his palms and counterattacked strongly. Ning Chen took a step forward, and his figure flashed 100 feet away. 100 feet away, he dodged the palm essence that pierced through the sky. On the other side, Hua Zhongjie caught a glimpse of an opportunity. She flapped her butterfly wings, and her sleeves pierced through the sky. Her two sabers chased after the stars and the moon, and she pressed forward. The saber reflected the moon, and its momentum was like a rainbow. With a loud boom, the flower burial broke through the sky, and the earth fell. The saber and the sword worked together, and the attacks were continuous. Night Chief had just made his move, but he didn't have enough time to recover and took half a step back. After half a step, Night Chief steadied himself. Above his palms, raging waves swept out. His divine essence surged like waves, and a terrifying divine might surged out. Seeing this, Hua Zhongjie took a light step forward. Her figure flashed past and arrived behind Night Chief. Her flower burial was like lightning, ruthless. Night Chief frowned slightly. He turned his palm and faced the incoming attack. The saber and palm collided, and a majestic force clashed. Blood flowed from the corner of Hua Zhongjie's mouth. Her figure flashed, and she was thousands of feet away. On the opposite side, Bai Yi flashed past, and Zhu Xian slashed with a shocking sword momentum. Boom! Night Chief turned his palm to block the immortal sword again. Sword chi and palm force clashed. Ning Chen's figure was forced back several steps, and the corner of his mouth was also red. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped and his empty eyes narrowed. He was indeed very strong, but he wasn't as untouchable as he had imagined. Was this Night Chief still holding back? If it was only his divine essence that was shocking, then this battle could still be fought. Senior Sister Dai. Ning Chen raised his hand to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He transmitted his voice. I'll go first. Senior Sister, watch the battle. If there are any abnormalities, Senior Sister can help at any time. Be careful. Hua Zhongde nodded and reminded him. Ning Chen calmed himself down. His demonic essence rose, and in an instant his figure flashed out to meet the enemy with all his strength. Fast, so fast that it was hard to follow. Ning Chen flashed in front of Night Chief, and his sword light slashed down with a mountain-like momentum. Night Chief raised his hand to block the sword, condensing his primordial essence with one hand to counterattack. As the palm essence approached, Ning Chen's figure flashed and avoided the attack. In an instant he flashed behind Night Chief and slashed down with his immortal sword, attacking continuously. Night Chief frowned again. He turned his palm to block the sword, but before he could counterattack, the white-haired figure disappeared again. In the battle of speed, the Phoenix was unparalleled. Ning Chen displayed his shocking ability and used all his combat power to fight against the path obliteration expert. After 10 moves, the battle was in a stalemate. Night Chief, who had the absolute advantage in cultivation, couldn't gain the upper hand. Although it was difficult to fight someone of a higher realm, it wasn't Ning Chen's first time. The suppression of divine essence wasn't insurmountable. Speed, power, combat experience, and so on. There were too many factors that affected the outcome of a battle. Cultivation was only one of them, but it wasn't absolute. In the battle, Night Chief finally showed impatience in the face of the knowing Destiny State experts' continuous attacks. Endless dark night. Night Chief raised his hand and flipped his palm essence. Instantly, a dark force spread out, destroying everything in its path. The sudden explosion of the path obliteration law couldn't be stopped by anything. Outside the battle, Butterfly in the flower sensed it and entered the battle. She grabbed Ning Chen and retreated quickly. 100 miles away, the two stopped and looked at the huge black hole in front of them in shock. Was this the true power of the path obliteration realm? The path obliteration was comparable to a god. Senior Sister Butterfly, thank you. Ning Chen felt the terror of the black hole in front of him and said with lingering fear. Fortunately, Senior Sister Butterfly was watching the battle outside. Otherwise, he might have really been killed this time. Have you experienced the despair of eternal night? In the huge black hole, Night Chief said indifferently. The destructive power around him kept spreading, destroying everything. The expanding black hole even swallowed light, making it difficult to fly out. 100 miles away, the two retreated again, avoiding the swallowing range of the black hole. How do we fight? Butterfly in the flower looked at the black hole in front of them and asked. Ning Chen raised his hand, and Sword Chi flew out, flying toward the black hole in front of them. A shocking scene happened. The Sword Chi entered the black hole and was swallowed up before it could even move 100 steps forward. Ning Chen focused and clenched his left hand, and a powerful suction force spread. Suddenly, a huge mountain flew over from 1,000 miles away and smashed toward Night Chief. The ability to move mountains was astounding. However, just as the mountain fell, it was swallowed up by the black hole around Night Chief without the slightest ripple. Invisible and tangible objects can't work. This is troublesome. Ning Chen's expression turned serious. I'll go in and take a look. I'll come out if I can't win. With that, Phoenix fire surged around Ning Chen, and the Phoenix immortal body was pushed to the limit. The next moment, the Phoenix spread its wings and turned into a stream of light, rushing into the black hole. Inside the black hole, the terrifying path obliteration law exploded. Ning Chen's physical body quickly disintegrated, unable to resist the path obliteration law. At the same time, the phoenix immortal body manifested into a physical body that was rapidly collapsing. Destruction and regeneration continued to compete, and Ning Chen's figure got closer and closer to Night Chief. The distance of a few hundred miles was usually close, but now it seemed to be far away. In Ning Chen's hand, the immortal slaying sword vibrated. The divine weapon refined from chaos chi and innate power barely blocked the path obliteration law. Marquis Ning, I commend your courage. Inside the black hole, Night Chief snorted. The path obliteration law exploded on her slender hand, and she attacked again. Ning Chen took a step and teleported. Above his extreme speed, time and space changed. In the surging path obliteration, Ning Chen's figure blurred. The Phoenix secret technique reappeared in the mortal world. Pushing the limit to the limit, Ning Chen's trump cards emerged one after another, and he finally arrived in front of Night Chief. Ning Chen raised his hand, and his illusory left hand grabbed Night Chief's throat. In an instant, his body solidified. Crack! The shocking sound of bones cracking was heard. Ning Chen's left hand exploded with terrifying divine power, crushing Night Chief's throat. Night Chief was shocked. She didn't expect her opponent to have such a move. Her throat was crushed, and demonic chi entered her body at the same time, destroying her vitality. Night Chief's eyes also dimmed, just when Ning Chen thought he had succeeded. Night Chief's eyes suddenly burst with dazzling light. Her vitality quickly recovered, and she came back to life. Startled, Night Chief raised her hand and pressed it on Knowing Ming's chest. With a muffled groan, Ning Chen flew hundreds of miles away. His mouth was dyed red. Outside the battle, Hua Zhongjie saw this and rushed into the black hole. She retreated with the heavily injured Knowing Ming. In an instant, cracks had already appeared on Hua Zhongjie's body. Demonic chi surged and healed her injuries. Are you okay? Hua Zhongjie ignored her injuries and looked at the man beside her with concern. I'm fine. Demonic chi appeared around Ning Chen. He activated the indestructible demon body and combined it with the Phoenix immortal body cultivation to heavily injure his body. Just now, he had indeed destroyed the vitality of Night Chief's body. It was beyond his expectations that Night Chief could come back to life. In the sky above the Skymender Divine Palace, a floating three-colored stone suddenly collapsed, shocking all the Skymender powerhouses. Night Chief's three-life stone was destroyed. Didn't that mean that Night Chief had used up their only chance to die? That Marquis Ning couldn't even stop a path obliteration realm cultivator? In the depths of the Skymender Divine Palace, Lord Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Night Chief had used up his three-life stone. The three-life stone was destroyed. Night Chief, you've already lost once. You can't be careless again. Chapter 1486. On the Twin Peaks, Tao extermination shook the world. Enormous black holes extended, devouring the heavens and destroying the earth. Facing a strong enemy, Ning Chen used all of his trump cards. He used the undying demon body to force his way into the black hole and suddenly attacked, breaking Night Chief's throat. Unexpectedly, Night Chief, whose vitality had been destroyed, suddenly came back from the dead and severely injured, knowing destiny with one palm strike. It was a shocking scene. After Night Chief revived, his face burned with fury. He had never thought that he would suffer such a huge setback at the hands of the person before him. Night Chief's back was still drenched in cold sweat. If not for the three-live stone, she would have really died at the hands of Marquis Ning. Outside the black hole, Hua Zhongjie looked ahead with a grave expression. At the side, devil chi surged around Ning Chen's body, and he quickly healed his injuries. It didn't take long for Ning Chen's internal injuries to heal. His empty eyes stared ahead as a serious look flashed across his face. Although he didn't know why Night Chief had come back from the dead, he knew very well that this battle wouldn't be easy. He had been able to succeed earlier because Night Chief had not been mentally prepared for his sudden attack. Night Chief would not fall for the same trick twice. The Dao extermination realm is indeed extraordinary. Hua Zhongjian narrowed her eyes and said, "This time let me do it." You find a chance to attack. Ning Qin nodded and flipped his left hand. Instantly, spiritual energy surged between heaven and earth. 8 giant dragons appeared and coiled around the butterfly. Senior sister, be careful. You must come out before all 8 dragons are destroyed. Ning Qin said seriously. Yes. Butterfly in the flower nodded. Without further delay, she flapped her butterfly wings and flew into the black hole. Inside the black hole, the law of path of destruction surged and destroyed everything. The 8 dragons around Butterfly in the flower were hit by the law of path of destruction and immediately showed signs of collapse. Butterfly in the flower waved her hand. Her water sleeve extended and wrapped around Night Chief in front of her. At the center of the black hole, a murderous intent flashed across Yi Kuei's eyes. He reached out his hand to grab her sleeve and pulled it back abruptly. In an instant, Butterfly in the flower was pulled to the center of the black hole. Night Chief raised his hand and struck out with his palm, causing black air to surge out. At the critical moment, the wings behind Butterfly in the flower shook again. She turned around and dodged the deadly palm power. Soon after, 2 blades appeared. White blade light appeared from her sleeves and slashed towards Yi Kuei's chest. Clang! Night Chief raised his hand to block the sharp edge of the white blade. The absolute suppression of cultivation made it difficult for swords and sabers to injure him. After the white blade was blocked, the black blade followed up. The sharp edge of the blade was extremely oppressive. The divine skill of the saber, the attack was like a tide. The butterfly in the flower took advantage of the divine weapon to overcome the disadvantage of the cultivation level. In the center of the black hole, the saber radiance was crisscrossing. The demonic butterfly's silhouette was constantly changing its position. The saber was moving in the sleeves, its sharpness unpredictable. The most powerful saber god had reappeared after 1,000 years. Back then, he was the saber god of the sabers that everyone in the central state feared. Today, his dual sabers shocked the world as he fought against the Dao extermination's supreme being. Outside the black hole, Ning Chen could feel the intense battle going on in the battlefield, and the waves in his heart were hard to conceal. He knew how powerful Senior Sister Dai was better than anyone else. It could be said that among the monstrous geniuses from the inner realm, Senior Sister Dai was definitely one of the best. Sometimes, one could not be envious of one's talent. Boom! In the center of the battle, the saber and the palm collided, and the aftermath shook. The 3 giant dragons around Butterfly in the flower could not withstand the erosion of the law of destruction and collapsed one after another. Butterfly in the flower's expression didn't change at all. She moved in a strange way, relying on the advantage of her speed and her heavenly weapon to fight with all her strength. Amidst the thousands of saber lights, Night Chief was also shocked by demonic Butterfly's continuous attacks. First, there was Marquis Ning, who was invincible in the sword. Now, there was an expert with amazing attainments in the saber. What were the origins of these 2 people? The dual sabers pierced through the air. With the support of the demonic aura, their power became more and more shocking. In the black hole, the dual sabers displayed their sharpest edge. They did not waste a single opportunity to attack. In the face of the saber god's all-out attack, Night Chief did not dare to be careless, even though he had the advantage in cultivation level. Boom! The saber and the palm collided again, and the aftermath roared through the sky. Night Chief flipped his hands, and the undercurrent continued to spread. The law of path extermination increased its power. He wanted to use the suppression of his cultivation level to completely cut off the former's chance of victory. In the battle, More than half of the 8 giant dragons around Butterfly in the flower had collapsed. The remaining 3 were gradually reaching their limits. There was not much time left. Butterfly in the flower's expression turned serious. She held the saber with both hands, and the 2 blades merged. Soon after, the saber light flashed. The move of the deification reappeared in the world. Throughout the ages, the only one in 100 generations. A blade in spring and autumn, a beauty that can topple cities. When the saber god made his move, heaven and earth shook. Suddenly, endless saber light soared into the sky, absorbing the saber aura that pervaded the twin peaks. It spiraled and surged. In the blink of an eye, it fell rapidly. Within 100 miles, it was as if a divine tribulation had occurred. The saber aura struck, and the black hole rumbled. In the battle, Night Chief's expression turned sluggish, and he used all his demonic aura to block the move. With the all-or-nothing attack, the 3 giant dragons around Butterfly in the flower collapsed. All the demonic aura was poured into this move. Thousands of saber lights fell continuously. After a while, they condensed into one and turned into a 10,000 feet long saber light that slashed toward Night Chief in the black hole. It was a shocking scene. Above the sky, the 10,000 feet long saber light broke through the void and disappeared into the black hole. In the center of the black hole, the law of path extermination surged. As the saber light slashed down, it began to collapse inch by inch. However, the saber god's saber still touched the path of path extermination. Close at hand, the collapsing saber light slashed down. The same destructive power was enough to battle the path of path extermination supremes. Do you think it will be so easy? Night Chief shouted. Black airflow surged around him. He put his hands together and blocked the 10,000 feet long saber light. The saber light and the path of path extermination clashed. Suddenly, the sky changed color on the Twin Peaks, and time and space became chaotic. The demonic butterfly's all-or-nothing saber attack had shocking demonic power. Vaguely, it had touched the barrier of the god domain. The saber god of Zhongzhou had never lost to anyone. Under the shocking saber light, Night Chief groaned. Blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and he was injured again. Outside the battle, Ning Qin saw this and shouted. His figure swept out quickly. In the surging phoenix fire, 2 immortal swords appeared around Ning Qin. Terrifying demonic aura surged and could kill gods. Ning Qin's figure swept to the front of Night Chief. Immortal slaying and immortal slaying broke through the air and slashed at Night Chief with both swords. How dare you! Night Chief was shocked and furious. He condensed chi in his hands and grabbed the 2 immortal swords. The splattering blood dyed the blade red. Immortal slaying and immortal slaying were blocked. A 3rd immortal sword appeared in Ning Qin's hand. It was peerless and sharp, and it pierced straight into Night Chief's chest. Immortal slaying was powerful. Immortal slaying was powerful. Immortal slaying was full of red light. Immortal slaying was full of changes. Immortal slaying's clothes were stained with the blood of Daluo gods. Immortal slaying penetrated his body. Blood spurted out of Night Chief's mouth. He was in disbelief. The immortal swords filled with demonic chi quickly destroyed the god's vitality. Ning Qin clenched his left hand. Immortal slaying flew over and slashed at Night Chief's throat. A blood mark appeared. Retreat! After killing Night Chief, Ning Qin didn't hesitate. He pulled out his immortal swords and swept to Hua, Zhongde's side. He took the ladder and flew out of the battle. In just a few breaths outside the battle, Ning Qin and Hua, Zhongde's bodies were dyed red. The law of path obliteration was shocking. Under the 2's gazes, Night Chief stood quietly in the center of the black hole. After a while, his head flew up and blood spurted into the sky. Then a shocking scene happened. Night Chief died in battle. The law of path obliteration in the surrounding area went out of control and immediately became abnormally violent. The law of path obliteration devoured its master. Night Chief's body quickly fell apart. His blood and bones scattered. In an instant he was completely devoured by the law of path obliteration. The indescribable scene shocked everyone. Even Ning Chen and Hua Zhongdia, who were used to killing, felt emotional at this moment. Such a death was indeed a little too miserable. Night Chief died in battle. Below, the remaining Butian army immediately lost their will to fight and quickly retreated. The 9 Firmament Immortal Master and Yu Lian immediately gave the order to pursue. They were determined to destroy all the remaining forces of the Butian army. The reversal of the battle turned into a slaughter. The army was defeated like a landslide. The Butian army suffered heavy casualties. In the void, the 2 people who had just experienced a great battle fell from the sky. They were almost exhausted. On the Twin Peaks, Hua Zhongdia looked at the Butian army that was retreating. She said, "How many experts like this are there in Butian Pavilion?" "I'm not sure, but there are definitely more than 3, Ning Chen replied softly. "If that's the case, we have no chance of winning this battle," Hua Zhongdia said with a serious expression. 1 path obliteration expert was already enough for them to use all their strength. If Butian Pavilion had more than 3 path obliteration experts, it was almost impossible for them to win this battle. Ning Chen was silent. After a while he said, "I know." "What's wrong with your eyes?" Hua Zhongdia asked again. "It's a long story." Ning Chen told her what had happened in the past few years. He would not hide anything from her. "I see." Hua Zhongdia's beautiful and cold eyes flashed with surprise. She said, "If that's the case, then this battle must be fought." "Does Z and the others know that Senior Sister is here?" Ning Chen asked confusedly. "They know." Hua Zhongdia nodded. "They are not as fast as me. So I came first. It's been so many years. I really miss them," Ning Chen sighed. "After this battle, let's stop fighting and wait for them," Hua Zhongdia suggested. "After they come, the pressure on you will lessen a lot. In the past few years, their strength has increased a lot, especially Xiazi. He is not weaker than me." Ning Chen smiled. "I knew it. As long as they have the chance, they will definitely amaze the world." Those who survived the Battle of Gods were the last fighting force of the Inner Realm. Whether it was Luo Xingqian or Mu Qianshang, their talents could only be described as monstrous. Sometimes talent was not something that could be made up for with hard work. He was envious and jealous. While the 2 were talking, the Ning family's army completely overwhelmed Butian's army in front of the Twin Peaks. Yu Lian, 9 Firmament Immortal Master, and the others returned and respectfully reported. Behind them, a man stood quietly. The sword in her hand was also dyed red. On the peak, Hua Zhongdia looked at a man and said, "Follow me." A man's expression froze, but he quickly recovered and followed after him. In front, Ning Chen was confused. Why did Senior Sister Dai call a man? 1,000 feet away, Hua Zhongdia stopped. She looked at the girl and said calmly, "Ah man, you are too weak." Chapter 1487. On the Twin Peaks, Hua Zhongdia and Ah Man looked at each other. The atmosphere was heavy. "Ah Man, with your talent, you shouldn't be so weak." Hua Zhongdia said mercilessly with a cold expression. Ah Man was silent. She did not know how to answer. "Since you chose to follow him, you can't be naive anymore. Only by becoming stronger can you help him." Hua Zhongdia said seriously. Not far away, Ning Chen was worried. He did not know what Hua Zhongdia wanted to say to Ah Man, but with her personality, she would not hesitate to speak. "Ah Man, look at his eyes." Hua Zhongdia said coldly, "Even though he is blind, he is still looking at you. Is it really that hard to change?" Then Hua Zhongdia stretched out her hands and said calmly, "My hands have been stained with blood since I met him. Therefore, I cannot understand your difficulties. However, it has been 1,000 years. He has protected you for 1,000 years. It is time for you to grow up." Hearing this, a man's body trembled. Her eyes flashed with confusion. Hua Zhongjie walked up and took the girl's hand. She walked to the top of the mountain and looked ahead. "Wild, look at this desolate and cruel world. Resources are scarce. If people want to live, they have to constantly fight. Kindness and naivety are just burdens. Only true experts can live a better life." A man looked at the world ahead and said softly, "I want to help him." Then become stronger. Give up on kindness and naivety. Give up on all unnecessary emotions. Hua Zhongjie said coldly. For him, she was willing to fall into the abyss and become a Buddha or a demon. It was just a matter of a thought. However, he no longer needed a benevolent Buddha by his side. "Senior sister, please help me." A man turned around and said seriously. Hua Zhongjie nodded. She looked at Ningqian and said, "I will take a man with me. When you fight with Butian Pavilion, we will come back." Ningqian was surprised and said, "Where are we going?" "I don't know. You don't need to think too much. Just think of a way to deal with Butian Pavilion." Hua Zhongjie said indifferently, "Xiazi and the others should be on their way. Before they arrive, try not to fight with Butian Pavilion." Ningqian nodded and said, "I understand. Let's go." Hua Zhongjie waved her hand and didn't say anything else. She took man and left. On the high peak, Ningqian's empty eyes looked in the direction where the two of them had left. He frowned slightly, leaving just like that. At the foot of the twin peaks after battle, banners were everywhere. The Ning family army had once again achieved a great victory. After the news spread, the world was once again shocked. Marquis Ning won again. What was hard to believe was that Marquis Ning actually won 2 rounds in a row against a colossus like Heaven Mending Pavilion. Inside the Heaven Mending Divine Palace, the atmosphere was abnormally heavy. No one dared to speak. In front of the main hall, the Heaven Mending Pavilion master looked down. After a long time, he walked towards the main hall. A young man who did not enter the enlightened way actually forced my Butian Pavilion into such a difficult situation. I truly feel ashamed. The Heaven Mending Pavilion master walked in the dense mist and coldly said, "Where is your pride now?" Within the dense mist, the Heaven Mending sect's leaders were silent. No one answered. "What are you afraid of?" The Heaven Mending Pavilion master said with a cold expression, "All the sects in the southeastern territory know that Marquis Ning's army is not scary. As long as we stop that Marquis Ning, the army can be easily defeated. Just one Marquis Ning is enough to make you all so afraid." The scene in the Heaven Mending Divine Palace became the reflection of the entire southeastern territory. On the twin peaks, the Ning family army was resting. Ningqian quietly stood on the high peak, guarding the area. No one dared to offend him. Behind him, Yu Lian and 9 Firmament Immortal Master stood quietly, waiting for orders. "Wait." Ningqian only gave one order and did not say anything else. Yu Lian and 9 Firmament Immortal Master did not understand, but they did not dare to disobey the man in front of them. They quietly waited. Unexpectedly, this wait lasted for 10 years. In these 10 years, Heaven Mending Pavilion continuously sent troops to attack. However, they were defeated by Ningqian's troops every time. Ever since Heaven Mending Pavilion lost a Dao extermination realm expert, Heaven Mending Pavilion did not launch a large-scale counterattack. They seemed to have acknowledged Marquis Ning's existence. In these 10 years, someone under Ningqian's command broke through to the Empyrean realm again. The powerful heavenly tribulation lit up the entire sky. The Ning family strength was finally acknowledged by the entire southeastern territory. There were constantly experts who wanted to join them, wanting to become their subordinates. 10 years later, Heaven Mending Pavilion, which had been silent for a long time, once again made a big move. An army of 500,000 gathered together. Heaven Mending Pavilion, whose might shook the southeastern territory, had been invincible for too long. How could they truly tolerate the existence of the Ning family? The two sides started to fight. This time they fought for 5 whole years. In these 5 years, the two armies had victories and losses. Ning Qin covered the Twin Peaks with divine restrictions and formations. Heaven-mending army suffered a great loss and could not take them down for a long time. The leaders of Heaven-mending army were 10 peerless experts at the peak of the Tao reasoning realm. Heaven-mending pavilion did not send out Tao extermination realm experts again. Even Heaven-mending pavilion could not send out Tao extermination realm experts as they wished. The 10 peerless experts at the peak of the Tao reasoning realm could not be underestimated. Ning Qin was not afraid with the help of the divine restrictions. These 5 years were the most difficult 5 years for the Ning family. Their 300,000 army was almost wiped out. In the end, they still beat back Heaven-mending pavilion's army of 500,000. After this battle, Heaven-mending pavilion also suffered great losses. They did not start another war for a long time. The Ning family also took this opportunity to recuperate and recover their strength. In these 15 years, the Ning family army did not even take half a step to the east. No one knew why. 9 Firmament Immortal Master and Yu Lian asked a few times, but they did not get an answer. Every time, Ning Chen's answer was only one word, wait. What he was waiting for, only Ning Chen knew. We cannot wait any longer. At night, on the Twin Peaks, Yu Lian stepped forward and said, respectfully, according to the reports of our spies, Heaven-mending pavilion has been recruiting soldiers these past few years. Now they have gathered 1 million people. Next time, Heaven-mending pavilion might send out Tao extermination realm experts. If we continue to wait, we can only sit and wait for death. Ning Chen was silent. After a long time, he said, wait. Yu Lian's face revealed an anxious expression. Just as she was about to say something, she was interrupted by Ning Chen. You can leave. This subordinate will leave now. Yu Lian's mood sank. She turned and left. Under the Twin Peaks, 9 Firmament Immortal Master looked at the person who came and said, what did Ho say? Wait. Yu Lian sighed. Hearing this, 9 Firmament Immortal Master frowned and said, what exactly is Ho waiting for? Reinforcements. I don't know either. Yu Lian replied. On the Twin Peaks, the moon set and the sun rose. Time passed day by day. Ning Qin did not leave the Twin Peaks again. They were so slow. Within 1,000 miles of Heaven-mending pavilion, 1 million soldiers gathered. They were mighty and majestic, covering the sky and the sun. In a mysterious hall that was shaped like a horn with Heaven-mending divine palace and muddy Heaven divine palace, a middle-aged man in a green and white robe walked out. His terrifying aura was even above Tao extermination realm's night chief. Greetings, revered reign. In front of the hall, 3 powerhouses at the peak of Tao reasoning half knelt and saluted. Let's go. Yu Zun opened his mouth and spoke in a calm manner. Immediately he walked forward. The army set out. 1 million people, an unprecedented scale, shocked the world. Under the Twin Peaks, the wind and rain arrived. The atmosphere became abnormally heavy. Ning Chen stood on the peak and looked into the distance with his empty eyes. A hint of emotion flashed across his face. Was it still too late? These guys were really unreliable. Ning Chen pointed. Sword and tent rose around him and spread out endlessly. Suddenly, with the Twin Peaks as the center, within 100,000 miles, streaks of sword light broke through the air and flew into the sky. It was a shocking scene. Billions of swords rose and fell in the sky, forming a sword cloud that covered the 9 heavens. On the peak, Ning Chen waved his hand. Billions of swords broke through the air and swept into the distance. Millions of miles away, revered Rain looked at the billions of swords in front of him. Surprise flashed in his eyes. This kid was not bad. Revered Rain raised his hand. The wind and clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Above the sky, Dark clouds gathered and heavy rain poured down. In the next moment, a shocking scene occurred. Under the falling rain, billions of swords dissipated and gradually disappeared. Tao extermination reappeared. His cultivation was even deeper and unfathomable. With one move, the winner was decided. On the Twin Peaks, Ning Chan sensed something, and his expression turned serious. Another strong character had come. Prepare for battle, Ning Chin said calmly. His figure rose into the air and swept towards the sky. Below, Yu Lian and the 9 Heavens' immortal master received the order and led the 500,000 troops to meet the enemy. The difference in numbers could not be made up. However, this was all the military strength of the Ning family. The difference in foundation was clearly shown at this moment. In the void, Ning Chin stood quietly. His empty eyes looked at the middle-aged man walking towards him in the rain. His expression did not change much. You have guts. In the falling rain, Revered Rain looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said calmly, You can defeat Revered Knight, which is enough for you to be on the same level as me. Therefore, I will not hold back in this battle. Please. Ning Chin opened his mouth and replied. Please. Revered Rain replied and no longer spoke nonsense. The destructive aura around him spread rapidly. The rain engulfed the entire battle. Under the falling rain, all laws were destroyed. The falling rain was the only law. Sword intent rose around Ning Chen's body. He used all his strength to resist the erosion of the falling rain. In the battle of laws, the falling rain gradually suppressed the sword intent around Ning Chen. The difference in cultivation level could not be made up. Knowing that it was useless to fight for a long time, Ning Chen waved his hand and held his sword. His figure swept out and attacked first. Revered Rain raised his hand and closed 2 fingers on his right hand, blocking the immortal slaying blade. Under the falling rain, Revered Rain was invincible. The immortal slaying blade could not hurt him at all. Close at hand, Ning Chin flipped his palm. Raging waves swept out and counterattacked again. Revered Rain raised his hand and faced it head-on. With a bang, the 2 palms met. A terrifying destructive force spread and directly swallowed the immortal core power around Ning Chin. Under the impact of the Tao of destruction, Ning Chan retreated 100 steps. The corner of his mouth was red. You should be able to do more than this. Bring out your full strength. Under the falling rain, Revered Rain looked at the young man in front of him and said calmly, As you wish. Ning Chen raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to summon the 3 immortal swords, his body suddenly shook and he looked into the distance. At this moment, in the distant sky, a huge crack appeared. Several figures descended from the sky. Chapter 1488. On the Twin Peaks, heavy rain poured down. Reverend Butianyu led an army of 1,000,000. The unprecedented battle shocked the world. Under the falling rain, Ning Chun blocked the Tao destroyer alone. The battle was about to begin. Suddenly, the sky above the 9th heaven split open, and 4 figures descended from the sky. Ning Chen looked back, his empty eyes looking at the sky, and a touch of relief appeared on his face. They finally came. Yo, isn't this the famous Jiming Marquis? Why are you in such a sorry state? Above the split sky, an annoying voice sounded, mocking him unceremoniously. It's really him. Jiming, what happened? Did you get beaten to the point of vomiting blood again? Next to him, another person spoke and echoed, Don't gloat over my misfortune. Among the 4, the only woman spoke with a smile. Jiming, do you need help? Yes. Ning Chin smiled and said, I've been waiting for you for a long time. In the void, Luo Xingchen, Mu Qianshang, Xiazi, and Luofei descended from the sky. Their powerful auras were not below Jiming. After 1,000 years of cultivation, each of them had their own opportunities. The geniuses from the inner realm never lost to others. Under the falling rain, Reverend Yu looked at the 4 people in front of him, and his eyes narrowed slightly. These 4 people were all experts, not referring to their cultivation, but the murderous aura on their bodies. Only those who walked out of blood and bones would have such a strong murderous aura. Beside Luo Fei, Xiaozi stepped out and came to Jiming's side. He looked at the Tao destroyer in front of him and said calmly, "Very strong." "Very strong." Ning Qin nodded and said, "Tao destroyer realm is not easy to fight." "Tao destroyer realm? Jiming, your ability to cause trouble is really getting better and better." Mu Qianshang also stepped forward with a look of admiration and said, "I can't help it." Ning Qin smiled bitterly. "Our Jiming Marquis' attitude today seems a little different from before. It's really not something I'm used to." Luo Xingqian stepped forward and said with a fake smile, "I have a request." Mu Qianshang replied, "I see." Luo Xingqian suddenly realized, "Jiming, is that so?" Ning Chen clenched the Tao destroyer sword in his hand and resisted the urge to step forward and look at the sword. He smiled and said, "I ask my friends to help me." "Sure." Luo Xingqian nodded with satisfaction and said, "You still owe me a magic treasure, remember?" "I remember." Ning Qin nodded. "Do you know what to do now?" Luo Xingqian smiled. 2. Ning Qin suppressed the surging true qi in his body and said with a smile, "Everyone, thanks for your help." Once the conditions were settled, Luo Xingqian's attitude immediately changed. Mu Qianshang looked disdainfully at the 2 people beside him and said, "The 2 of you are really the disgrace of the inner realm." As the rain fell, Revered Rain watched the people in front of him bicker. However, his expression did not show the slightest bit of carelessness. "I'll go first." "Among the 4, Sidi said calmly as he dashed out and started the battle. The frenzy of doomsday reappeared. Demonic energy surged, and killing intent was fully revealed. Revered Yu raised his hand to block the demonic sword. His eyes narrowed. What a shocking devil chi! It was more terrifying than any devil chi he had ever seen. It was not the realm, but the purity of the devil chi. Where did these people come from? Behind him, Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and the rest saw Xiaoyi making a move. They calmed down, and their expressions turned serious. In the rain, Xiaozi and Revered Rain fought fiercely. The Tao Annihilation realm displayed an unshakable might. The demonic sword was shocking. Each strike could destroy the heavens and the earth. However, the existence of the Tao Annihilation realm was above the laws. It was immeasurable. After 10 moves, Revered Rain remained unmoved as he blocked the demonic sword. Outside the battle, Luo Xingqian, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Fei looked at the battle with solemn expressions. Was this the Tao Annihilation realm? It was indeed powerful. "I'll go up and help," Mu Qianshang said. His figure dashed out like a stream of light. The snow sword was unsheathed, and the mountain river ink realm spread out. A unique sword Tao. The sword opened the ink realm. The black mountain and white water transformed into a supreme sword intent. Boom! The palm and sword clashed. In the mountain river ink realm, the mountains and rivers shifted. The rumbling continued as a mountain fell and smashed towards Revered Rain. A violent impact sounded. Revered Rain raised his hand to block the Black Mountain River ink. He frowned slightly. After a round of attack and defense, Revered Rain condensed in his hands. The Tao Annihilation realm aura spread out. The mountains collapsed and the water scattered. The ink realm collapsed instantly. In the battle, Xiaozi and Mu Qianshang retreated, avoiding Revered Rain's attack. At this moment, outside the battle, a green arrow pierced through the sky. It was an extremely exquisite timing. It showed the tacit understanding of 1,000 years. The green arrow brushed past the 2 and broke into Revered Rain's heart. Revered Rain frowned again. He raised his hand to block the arrow. Outside the battle, Luo Xingqian, put down the star-scar bow in his hand. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Did you fail?" "No, you succeeded." Revered Rain's expression sank. On his left hand, drops of blood dripped down. It was so dazzling. "What I mean is, if we didn't shoot you to death, it means we failed," Luo Xingqian said lightly. On the side, Ning Chen was full of admiration. This kid's mouth was still so poisonous, whether it was to friends or enemies. "Jiming, is this also your first time facing a Dao Annihilation Realm expert?" Luo Fei asked. "No." Ning Chen shook his head and said, "I met one before." "Do you have any way to deal with the enemy?" Luo Fei asked softly. "We can't fight head-on." Ning Chen replied, "What kind of method is that?" On the side, Luo Xingqian sneered, "We have fought for so many years. When have we ever fought head-on?" He really wanted to fight head-on, but every opponent he met was abnormally strong. "Don't quarrel. I will fight for an opportunity for you. Jiming, Luo Xingqian, you two are the fastest. Pay attention to the timing." As her voice fell, Luo Fei raised her hand. The moonlight around her was dazzling. She released all of her spiritual energy. The moon rolled up the sky, and a divine aura spread out. Ning Chen felt it and revealed a strange expression. Such a powerful divine aura. This aura seemed to be somewhat similar to the moon god. If he guessed correctly, Luo Fei's heaven awakening should be the moon god's personal help. Outside the battle, Luo Fei made her move. Her divine aura spread out. The world suddenly stagnated and everything dimmed. The wind did not move, the flowers did not smell, and the birds did not chirp. The world seemed dead. Moonlight filled the air. In the void, the falling rain stopped. Even Revered Rain's body came to a standstill. In the blink of an eye, Luo Xingqian drew his bow and shot an arrow. The blue arrow light surged out like thunder, shooting towards Revered Rain's chest once more. The arrow light cut through the curtain of rain, arriving in front of Revered Rain. Its terrifying power was earth-shattering. However, just as the arrow light approached, Revered Rain suddenly raised his hand, breaking the still world order and blocking the arrow light. The Dao extermination realm was unfathomably deep. How could it be so easy to kill? After the arrow, the immortal execution sword light arrived at the same time. Its peerless edge was dazzling. Ning Chen was well aware of the might of the Dao extermination realm. He didn't expect Luo Xingqian's arrow to be able to severely wound Revered Rain. His phoenix essence was pushed to the limit, and his speed was fully unleashed. Bang! After the blue arrow light, the sword light broke through the Dao extermination laws around Revered Rain and stabbed towards his chest. An incomparably powerful strength shook the heavens and the earth. Revered Rain's expression changed. Without hesitation, he reached out and grabbed the sword edge. Chila! The sword edge cut through the blood and bone, giving off an ear-piercing sound of friction. The immortal execution sword advanced inch by inch, bringing out a waterfall of dazzling blood. Revered Rain's right hand was bleeding continuously. In front of his chest, the immortal execution sword had penetrated an inch. As the sword edge entered his body, Revered Rain groaned and took half a step back. The moment Revered Rain retreated, outside the battle, two sword lights broke through the air. Mu Qianshan and Xia Zi joined forces. The two swords were like lightning, mercilessly pressing forward. After 1,000 years, the three swords joined forces again. Even gods and ghosts were frightened. Revered Rain's expression changed again. With a deep roar, the Dao extermination aura around him erupted and forced the three to retreat. 10 steps away, Ning Chen and the other two stopped. The blood did not stop, and the sword did not stop. In the blink of an eye, the three figures swept out again. Their swords were extremely fast, each sword knowing their fate. Revered Rain endured the injuries on his body. He raised his hand to block the sword and retreated step by step. He was actually at a disadvantage. Outside the battle, Luo Xingqian's star mark, Bao, was fully drawn. Seeing the opportunity, the blue arrow light broke through the air again. Inside the battle, the three understood tacitly and avoided the arrow light. Ugh! Under the pressure of the three swords, Revered Rain did not have enough time to recover. The blue arrow light suddenly pierced through his body. Blood splattered and dyed the falling rain red. Revered Rain staggered back and barely managed to stabilize his body. In front of him, the attack came again. The sharp sword attacks were endless. Revered Rain's expression became more and more serious. His heart sank. He decided to go all out and counterattack. In the void, heavy rain poured down. Just as the Tao extermination was about to erupt, outside the battle, the moonlight was dazzling. Luofei activated the Scroll of Moon and used all her strength to stop Revered Rain's counterattack. In a short moment, Revered Rain's aura stagnated and his body stopped. In front, Ning Chen's figure was the first to sweep past. The immortal extermination's sword's sharpness shone brightly as it pierced Revered Rain's chest. Ugh! Blood spurted out, fogging up the heavy rain. Revered Rain's expression became ferocious as he raised his hand to slap the person in front of him. Whoosh! At this moment, Mad Doomsday arrived and cut off Revered Rain's right arm. Ah! A shrill cry resounded through the sky. Revered Rain's right arm flew down, shocking the millions of troops below. Two swords joined forces, followed by a third sword. The mountain ink painting spread out. The snow sword condensed the power of the ink realm and pierced into Revered Rain's forehead. The deadly sword destroyed Revered Rain's life force. Before his three souls could escape, they were crushed by the sword intent. Revered Rain's eyes quickly dimmed. His figure fell from the sky and smashed into the ground. In the battle, Mu Qianshang waved his hand and sheathed his sword. Tao extermination, it's no big deal. Outside the battle, Luo Xingqian also put away his star scar Bao and said indifferently, "Next time, you can try fighting on your own." Ning Qin said unceremoniously, "Yo, Jiming, I just helped you and you're speaking so harshly again." Luo Xingqian said with a fake smile, "I don't dare. Thank you for your help." Ning Qin bowed respectfully to Luo Xingqian and thanked him. Seeing this, Luo Xingqian hurriedly dodged and said, "Don't bow to me. I don't want to die yet." "All right, stop fooling around." Luo Fei looked at the two people in front and said unhappily, "They're still fighting below. Aren't you going to help?" Ning Chen's empty eyes looked below and said, "No need. We've done what we should do. The rest is up to them. I believe they can get through this." Below, the two armies clashed. Blood and bones formed mountains. Blood flowed down the rain and dyed the mountain peak red. It was extremely desolate. A calamity caused all living beings to cry. Chapter 1489. In front of the Twin Peaks, the flames of war spread for thousands of miles. The Ning family army faced the million-strong army of Heaven Mending Pavilion. Although they had less than half of the enemy's forces, they still managed to block the attack of the million-strong army. On the Twin Peaks, 5 figures stood quietly. The leader was a plain-clothed man with a head of white hair. His eyes were empty without a trace of light. "Jiming, do you really not need help?" Luo Fei asked again. "No need." Ning Chen shook his head and said calmly, "There has always been a rumor in the southeastern territory that the Ning family army's greatest reliance is Marquis Ning. As long as we stop Marquis Ning, the Ning family army is nothing to worry about. Now, it's time for them to prove themselves. Aren't you afraid that these people will die in this battle?" Luo Xingqian asked solemnly. "Living is luck, dying is fate." Ning Chun replied coldly, showing the coldest side of his character. If these people could not even overcome this difficulty, how could they follow him to take down the entire merciless heaven? He had done what he should do, so they should do the same. Behind them, Luo Fei glanced at Xiazi beside her. A trace of helplessness flashed in her eyes. Ji Ming's character was so cold that no one could persuade him. Xiazi was silent and did not say a word. In a world where the strong ruled, the weak did not have the right to live. Although it was cruel, this was the truth. On the side, Luo Xingqian walked forward and sat down in front of the cliff. He looked at the bloody battlefield in front of him. His expression was surprisingly calm. Ji Ming, when do you think we can stop? Luo Xingqian asked with a smile. Why, are you tired? Ning Chen asked softly. That's not it. Luo Xingqian smiled and said, Life is about tossing and turning. How can I be tired? Otherwise, these long years would be boring to death. I just feel that we haven't had a good drink together for a long time. When I take down the entire merciless heaven, I will invite Brother Xingqian to a good drink. Ning Chen smiled. It's a promise. Luo Xingqian raised his hand and said, It's a promise. Ning Chen clapped his hands and said. Behind them, Mu Qianshang listened to the two's unreliable words and did not say anything. He said, You too, can you bring me along? Of course. Ning Chen smiled. There's also Zi and Luo Fei. For you to come all the way here, this knowing destiny deeply apologizes. I will definitely entertain all of you with the best wine in merciless heaven. I'll remember it. Xiazi stepped forward and stood in front of the cliff, saying calmly, We'll help you. Ji Ming, where is the butterfly in the flower? Why don't I see her? She should have arrived earlier than us. Luo Fei also stepped forward and asked the question in her heart. Senior's sister Dai left with Aman. I don't know where they went. Ning Chen said helplessly, Aman was taken away by that demoness. Hearing this, Luo Xingqian couldn't help but be speechless. With a strange expression, he said, You're really not worried. Aren't you afraid that the demoness, butterfly in the flowers, will sell your little wife? Don't talk nonsense. Ning Chen said helplessly, Senior's sister, Dai definitely has her good intentions for taking a man away. Only you would think so. Luo Xingqian curled his lips. He had long heard of the notoriety of the butterfly in the flower when he was in the inner realm. She was a master who feared nothing. Back then, she had offended all the great sects in the central state, and everyone wished to kill her. Behind Ning Chen, Mu Qianshang stepped forward and patted the shoulder of the person in front of him. He said meaningfully, It's not easy. Ning Chen had a baffled look on his face. Was there something wrong with these guys' heads? Besides Xiazi, Luo Fei covered her mouth and chuckled. There was no doubt that Ji Ming was intelligent. But in terms of feelings, even after 1,000 years, there was not much change. Expecting a blockhead to be enlightened was really asking for too much. Thinking of this, Luo Fei looked at the man beside her and couldn't help but sigh. There was still one more. After sighing for a moment, Luo Fei came back to her senses and turned to ask, Ji Ming, have you found a cure for your eyes? I found it. Ning Chen nodded and said, In the Heaven Mending Pavilion's heavenly temple, there is a stalk of 3 soul grass. If I obtain it, my eyes will recover. In front of the cliff, Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian, who were sitting, immediately became alert when they heard this. Why did they have a bad premonition? 2 good friends. Ning Chen looked at the 2 in front of him and said with a smile, Are you interested in going to Heaven Mending Pavilion to steal the 3 soul grass? Not interested. Luo Xingqian and Mu Qianshang looked at each other and shook their heads in unison, rejecting. What kind of joke was this? A Dao extermination realm expert was already so difficult to deal with. Heaven Mending Pavilion had countless experts stronger than revered Rain. If they went over, they would be courting death. I have a perfect plan. Ning Chen smiled and said, Everything is ready except for the east wind. Now that 2 good friends are here, I dare to give it a try. Why us? Xiazi and Luo Fei can do it too. Luo Xingqian hurriedly rejected. He still understood the principle of sacrificing a fellow Taoist, but not himself. Zi and Luo Fei are not suitable. Ningqian smiled and said, "For this matter, without Brother Xingqian, it would be difficult to succeed. And Brother Mu, the two of you are the best candidates." Hearing this, Luo Xingqian's expression changed again and again. On the side, Luo Fei chuckled and said, "Jiming, Luo Xingqian is afraid. If it really doesn't work, Zi and I will go." Bah! Hearing this, Luo Xingqian jumped up as if someone stepped on his tail and said, "Who's afraid? Let's go. Mu Qianshang, what about you? Do you dare?" "Why wouldn't I dare?" Mu Qianshang stood up and said indifferently, "If we can't win, we can just run." Ningqian gave him a thumbs up and expressed his approval, as expected of an expert from the inner realm. He did not have the arrogance of an expert. As long as they could survive, that bit of arrogance was nothing. While the five were talking, in front of the Twin Peaks, the battle between the two armies had reached its climax. After Jiming and the others killed Revered Rain, the Ning family army's morale was greatly boosted. Their battle strength had multiplied and gradually suppressed the Heaven-Mending Pavilion's million-strong army. After decades of bloody battles, the Ning family army had also grown rapidly. Under everyone's gaze, they were gradually not inferior to the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The two words, Marquis Ning, were too dazzling. That was why people ignored the growth of the Ning family army. However, how could a person never be defeated? For Ningqian to be able to walk until today, the Ning family army had contributed a lot. Wherever the Ning family flag passed, they were truly invincible. When the sun set in the west, the battle between the two armies was nearing its end. The remaining Heaven-Mending army retreated in defeat. Night fell. On the peak, Ningqian looked at the two people beside him and said, "My two friends, let's go." "Are you sure?" Luo Xingqian asked again, worriedly. "I'm 100% sure," Ningqian said confidently. "All right, I believe you." Luo Xingqian made up his mind and said, "Let's go." The corner of Ningqian's mouth curved slightly. The phoenix fire around him rose again as he left with Luo Xingqian and Mu Qianshang. On the peak, Xiaozi looked at the three's departing figures and said, "Luofei, be careful." "Okay." Luofei nodded. Her figure flashed as she followed. At the front, Luo Xingqian and Mu Qianshang did not know that Luofei had also come. Because Ningqian did not say anything, Luofei did not say anything, and Xiaozi did not say anything either. Heaven-Mending Divine Palace. After Revered Rain died in battle, the entire Divine Palace fell into silence. The growth of the Ning family army was beyond imagination. For the first time, the Heaven-Mending sovereigns felt a real threat. If Night Chief's fall could be explained by underestimating the enemy, then Revered Rain's death was no longer an excuse for them. That Marquis Ning's existence had truly become a sharp sword hanging over their heads. Night Chief and Revered Rain died in battle one after another. Heaven-Mending Pavilion's vitality was greatly damaged. What the Heaven-Mending sovereigns did not expect was that the Marquis Ning that they feared had personally come. Under the night sky, three figures flashed across the void and headed towards the muddy heaven Divine Palace. "Jiming, is the news reliable?" Luo Xingqian asked worriedly. They had taken such a huge risk to come here. If the news was false, it would be a huge loss for them. "Of course it's reliable." Ningqian replied, "I got this information from a Heaven-Mending elder. You should know what kind of background I have. I may not be good at other things, but when it comes to extorting information, if I am second, who in the world dares to be first?" When Luo Xingqian heard this, he did not know why he was speechless. What an arrogant tone! However, he was actually a little envious. In front of Heaven-Mending Pavilion, guards were walking back and forth. Ningqian and the other two passed by without alerting a single guard. If a fifth realm expert wanted to hide his presence, there were very few people in the world who could detect him. Moreover, Ning Chen was proficient in the law of space and was even more proficient in hiding himself. The three passed through the layers of guards and arrived at the center of Heaven Mending Pavilion. Looking at the three most majestic halls in front of them, they temporarily stopped. "Which one is the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace?" Mu Qianshang asked. "The one on the right." Ning Chen replied, "Yes." When Luo Xingchen heard this, his expression turned serious. It was really a bad choice. The Divine Palace on the right vaguely gave off an indescribably terrifying pressure. It was many times stronger than revered rain from before. One could imagine how powerful a Tao annihilation expert was in the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace. Ning Chen raised his hand, and a strange light rose around the three of them, completely concealing their presence. The divine restriction was activated and the space-time distorted. The three of them disappeared into thin air. "Let's go." In the distorted space-time, Ning Chen led the two behind him and rushed towards the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace on the right. There were not many guards in front of the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace. However, the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace that was guarded by Heaven Mending Xian Venerate had always been a forbidden area of Heaven Mending Pavilion. No one dared to take half a step in. Tonight, Zhi Ming and the other two explored the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace at night. Their audacious actions shocked the world. The three of them avoided the layers of guards and rushed into the Divine Palace. They directly rushed towards the deepest part of the Divine Palace. The divine restriction blocked their presence. Ning Chen led the two of them to search for the whereabouts of the three soul grass. He did not dare to be careless for a moment. They knew that in this Muddy Heaven Divine Palace, they could be discovered at any time. They could not stay for too long. Found it. In front of an inconspicuous medicine pavilion, Ning Chen opened one of the medicine boxes. He was shocked when he saw a stalk of great medicine. He transmitted his voice to the two of them. Not far away, Luo Xingchen and Mu Qianshang were shocked. "So easy? 3 distinguished guests. This old man has been waiting for you for a long time." At this moment, an ancient voice sounded in the void. The medicine box in front of Ning Chen flew up and flew towards the depths of the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace. Chapter 1490. On a cold night, Ning Chen, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Xingchen broke into the temple to search for the three soul grass. Just as knowing destiny was about to succeed, a terrifying aura awakened inside the temple and spread out. In front of Ning Chen, the three soul grass flew out and flew towards the depths of the temple. Not good. Ning Chen felt it, and his expression changed. His figure flashed as he reached for the three soul grass. "The three soul grass is my Butian Pavilion's treasure. We cannot give it to you like this." At this time, from the depths of the temple, a surging palm energy roared out and slammed towards knowing destiny. Ning Chen's expression changed as he turned around to avoid the palm energy. Seeing that the three soul grass was about to be lost, a white figure flashed from behind and chased after him. "Oh!" From the depths of the temple, a soft sound rang out. Then, an even more powerful palm energy broke through the air, shocking the world. Mu Qianshang focused and felt the terrifying palm energy. He did not dare to take it head-on and turned around to avoid the incoming palm energy. After a moment of delay, the three soul grass once again disappeared and flew forward. "I still need to do it myself." Ning Chen and Mu Qianshang were shocked as Luo Xingchen's figure flew out and passed by the two, reaching out to grab the three soul grass. At this moment, from the depths of the temple, the third palm energy had already arrived and there was no time to dodge. At the critical moment, Ning Chen's figure flashed forward and held his two swords together to block the incoming attack. The shocking palm energy caused the sky to fall. Ning Chen and Luo Xingchen were hit head-on and their mouths were stained with blood. 100 zhang away, Ning Chen and Luo Xingchen stopped and vomited blood. Retreat! With the 3 soul grass in hand, Ning Qin shouted and immediately turned to retreat. Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian did not stay any longer and ran as fast as knowing destiny. What a loss! Luo Xingqian looked at the 3 soul grass in his hand and threw it to the former, saying unhappily, "Didn't you say you were 100% confident?" You actually believed what he said. Not far away, Mu Qianshang mocked. Ning Qin caught the 3 soul grass and increased his speed, saying, "Let's run for our lives first. You guys talk too much." Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian looked at each other and did not say anything else and focused on escaping. "Since you're here, why are you in such a hurry to leave?" Just at this moment, boundless divine might came from the depths of the muddy heaven divine temple. An aura that had been condensed for countless years descended. Mysterious sovereign Butian walked out, and with just one step, he arrived before the 3 of them, so close yet worlds apart. Butian Xian, venerable, stood in front of the 3 of them. His face was middle-aged, but the vicissitudes of life in his eyes could not be concealed. He was an existence that had truly lived for countless years. Butian Xian, venerable, looked at the 3 people before him without any hostility. Ning Chen, Mu Qianshang, and Luo Xingqian stopped in their tracks, their expressions guarded. This Xian, venerable Butian's aura was not just a little bit stronger than the Rain venerable. They couldn't beat him. Find a chance to escape. Ning Qin said to the 2 of them through voice transmission. Understood. Mu Qianshang and Luo Xingqian nodded in agreement. Zun Xian glanced at the 3 of them and asked calmly, "Which one is Marquis Ning?" "Senior Lord Xian, I am the Marquis Ning that you mentioned." Ning Qin stepped forward and said respectfully. Zun Xian looked at the person before him and said, "You are not bad." When Ning Chen heard this, a strange look flashed across his face. Even though he was extremely intelligent, he was still confused. The 3 soul grass is the most precious treasure of Butian Pavilion. I cannot give it to you. Please return it to me. Zun Xian looked at the 3 soul grass in the white-haired young man's hand and said. Ning Chen held the 3 soul grass tightly. Without any hesitation, he stuffed it into his mouth and swallowed it. At the side, Luo Xingqian and Mu Qianshang were stunned when they saw this. In front, Zun Xian frowned and said, "The dignified Marquis Ning actually behaves like a child." Ning Qin smiled and said, "Senior Lord Xian, please forgive me. Only the 3 soul grass can cure my eyes. I hope Senior Lord Xian will not be calculative with a junior like me." Zun Xian frowned again and said, "Forget it. I can give you the 3 soul grass." "Thank you, Senior Lord Xian." Ning Qin immediately bowed again. Not far away, the 2 of them listened to the conversation between Ning Qin and Butian Xian, venerable. Their expressions became strange. This seemed to be different from what they had imagined. Why were the 2 of them chatting? "All these years, Marquis Ning, you have been fighting everywhere just for this 3 soul grass?" Zun Xian asked in confusion. "That's not it." Ning Qin smiled and shook his head. "I said before that I want the Ning battle flag to fill the entire desireless heaven. I was not joking." Zun Xian was surprised when he heard this and said, "Marquis Ning's ambition is really extraordinary." As the 2 of them were talking, powerful auras rushed over from the Butian Divine Palace in the distance. Murderous intent was obvious. In front of the muddy Heaven Divine Palace, Ning Chun sensed something and lamented, "Looks like I have to leave." Zun Xian looked into the distance and said, "I have to do my duty as well." With that, Zun Xian raised his hand. Above the 9 heavens, dark clouds rolled wildly and covered the cold moon. Ning Qin, Luo Xingqian, and Mu Qianshang saw this and turned to flee without saying a word. Zun Xian pressed his right hand down. Instantly, the entire sky changed. The void darkened and a terrifying pressure descended from the sky. Boom! The sky shook violently. Where the three of them were, the void was shattered. The terrifying pressure was indescribable. 100 miles away, Phoenix fire gathered. The three of them walked out of the Phoenix fire and quickly left without stopping. Zun Xian looked at the three of them and did not chase after them. "Greetings, Zun Xian." Just as the three of them left, 6 figures with powerful auras appeared in front of the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace and bowed respectfully. "You may leave." Zun Xian said lightly, "Yes." The 6 of them bowed respectfully. At the Twin Peaks, when the sky was about to brighten, 3 figures appeared. Their bodies were dyed red and they looked extremely miserable. On the peak, Xia Zi and Luo Fei, who were waiting, immediately went forward. "How was it?" Luo Fei asked with concern. "We got it." Luo Xingqin gasped and said, "That scared me to death. I almost couldn't make it back." Xia Zi frowned and said, "Butian Pavilion, is that strong?" "They are stronger than we imagined." Mu Qianshang said in a deep voice, "Just the Zun Xian from the Muddy Heaven Divine Palace is not someone we can fight. If not for Zun Xian's Phoenix secret technique, we might not have been able to make it back." Xia Zi and Luo Fei's heart sank when they heard this. Boom! Just as Mu Qianshang finished speaking, a terrifying aura suddenly shot up from the Twin Peaks. It was earth-shattering. The 4 of them felt it, and their expressions changed. At this moment, Ning Chen, who had not spoken, suddenly released a dazzling divine light that lit up the entire southeast territory. Within the Butian Pavilion, all the experts, including the Butian Pavilion Master and Zun Xian, looked at the Twin Peaks with shock. Divine. On the Twin Peaks, Ning Chen's 3 spiritual souls were restored. He slowly opened his eyes, and a divine ring appeared behind him. It was dazzling. Chapter 1491. On the Twin Peaks, Ji Ming retrieved the 3-soul herb. His 3 injured souls were healed, and his immortal, god and demon bodies were all restored. Ning Chen opened his eyes, and an indescribable surge of divine power shot into the sky, illuminating desireless heaven. For a time, several of the world's most powerful cultivators from all over merciless heaven looked at the southeastern territory with strange looks on their faces. God! After tens of thousands of years, another god finally appeared in the world. On the Twin Peaks, Ning Chen's body was surrounded by dazzling divine light, illuminating an area of 1,000,000 miles as bright as day. In front of him, Luo Xingqin, Xia Zi, and the others looked at the divine halo behind Ji Ming, their eyes wide open. Ji Ming had become a god? They had seen such a divine halo on the moon goddess and the rising sun goddess. It was said that this was not something that could be achieved through cultivation, but a proof of the great path. They had all seen the power of the rising sun goddess, who is not inferior to the path destroyer. The root of this was the identity of this god. Under everyone's gaze, Ning Chen's body began to change. The immortal, god, and demon bodies were transformed, and their power rose and merged in the sky. In an instant, above the void, a huge stone door appeared. It was ancient and solemn, full of the aura of time. In a mysterious space, a mysterious stone door. In front of the stone door, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared. He looked at the stone door in front of him with a strange expression. After standing for a moment, Ning Chen pushed the stone door open. Suddenly, there was a rumbling sound. The stone door that had been sealed for thousands of years opened, and the aura of time rushed out. Inside the stone door, there was a dazzling brilliance. In the brilliance, a majestic figure stood quietly with his hands behind his back. Although it was only a back view, it had a majestic aura. Seeing this familiar figure again, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed slightly, and he could not suppress the waves in his heart. The Lord of the Eastern Deity Realm, you have finally come to this day. In the dazzling brilliance, the voice of the Lord of the Eastern Deity Realm echoed. Do you feel tired all the way here? No, Ning Chen shook his head and replied. Yes, no, the lord of the eastern deity realm murmured. The east immortal world murmured softly, why bother fighting for the sake of your beliefs? Why is the lord of the eastern deity here? Ningchen asked the question in his heart, and he was puzzled. According to legend, the master of the eastern immortal world had already fallen during the ancient times, and for the sake of protecting all living beings in the world, he alone endured the calamity of the heavens and the earth. He did not know if the legend was true or not, but the lord of the eastern celestial realm should have really fallen. Waiting for someone, the lord of the eastern celestial realm replied. When Ningchen heard this, he frowned and asked, Who? I don't know yet. The lord of the eastern deity, realm, said softly. Ningchen frowned again. He didn't understand what the east deity, master, meant. Keep going. You still have a long way to go. As long as you're alive, there's still hope. As he spoke, the figure of the master of the eastern celestial realm inside the stone gate gradually dissipated. In the blink of an eye, he had completely disappeared. Ning Chen's eyes narrowed, and he was even more puzzled. What did the words of the Eastern deity master mean exactly? On the twin peaks, an illusory figure appeared and disappeared in an instant. However, in a short moment, Xiazi and the other three felt an incomparably terrifying pressure, and their expressions changed. What on earth happened to Ji Ming? That aura just now was truly terrifying. Boom! At this moment, tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky and blasted toward Ji Ming below. Under the lightning, Ji Ming's three bodies merged into one, and the divine light was dazzling. Back off. Ningchen opened his mouth and said calmly. In an instant, the lightning in the sky paused for a moment before quickly dissipating. When Luo Xingqian, Xiazi, and the other three saw this scene, their eyes were even more shocked. Too awesome. Luo Xingqian came back to his senses and said with a face full of envy. On the twin peaks, the lightning dissipated, and Ning Chen's aura gradually returned to normal. Retracting his divine ring, Ning Chen looked at the four people in front of him and said with a smile, I've made my friends worry. Bah, who's worried about you? Luo Xingqian said unhappily, Hurry up and return my treasure. I don't have it now. Ning Chen smiled and said, however, Butian Pavilion has many. I can accompany you to snatch them. Do you think I'm stupid? Luo Xingqian pointed at himself with a look of disdain and said, I don't want to die with you. It's too late. Ning Chen smiled and said, I've decided to fight with Butian Pavilion. As soon as his words fell, the four people's expressions changed. So fast? Knowing Destiny State, isn't it too fast? Luo Fei advised, Butian Pavilion's foundation is not something we can contend with, especially those hidden Dao obliteration forces. We don't have a good way to deal with them. You can fight against Dao obliteration? At the side, Xiazi did not say much and asked directly. Yes. Ning Chen nodded and replied. When Xiazi heard this, he did not ask any more and said, All right, if that's the case, then let's fight. You two are crazy. Luo Xingqian heard their conversation and found it hard to understand. Are these two not afraid of death? Yu Lian. Ning Chen opened his mouth and called out. Ho! On the mountain peak, Yu Lian's figure appeared out of thin air and knelt down. Prepare for the fight. Ning Chen said calmly. When Yu Lian heard this, her body trembled, and she immediately replied respectfully, Yes. Friends, do we have any reinforcements? Ning Chen looked at the four people in front of him and smiled. Don't think about it for now. Mu Qianshang shook his head and said, Princess Qi and the others are still in seclusion. They won't be able to rush here in a short time. What a pity. Ning Chen sighed softly. 10 days later, in front of the Twin Peaks, the various armies gathered again. The strength that they had accumulated over the years was fully displayed. The army of 600,000 set off in a grandiose manner, preparing for the final battle against Butian Pavilion. Under Ning Chen, there were a total of 23 heavenly venerables. Among them, there was no lack of experts like the 9 firmament immortal Lord. Their solid foundation had already surpassed all the major sects in the southeastern territory. However, even so, no one believed that the Ning family army could defeat Butian Pavilion. The reason was simple. Butian Pavilion was too strong. In the southeastern territory, the Ning family army of 600,000 headed east. They cleared all obstacles along the way, and no one could stop them. In Butian Pavilion's Butian Divine Palace, the Butian powerhouse's expressions were abnormally heavy. They all saw through Ning Chen's intentions. They had to admit that this Ning Chen was too arrogant. With just that little bit of strength, he wanted to challenge Butian Pavilion's prestige. He was overestimating himself. Prepare for the battle. In the main hall, the heaven-mending pavilion master indifferently said, "Yes." Below the hall, more than 10 people saluted together and said respectfully. On the right side of the Butian Divine Palace, in the majestic muddy Heaven Divine Palace, Sovereign Xian stood quietly in front of the palace, looking at the army that was approaching from afar. A hint of surprise flashed through his aged eyes. A newborn calf is not afraid of a tiger. That young man is not bad. He wanted to see if a miracle would happen. 100 days later, millions of banners appeared in front of Butian Pavilion. The mighty battle formation shocked the entire Wuyu heaven. In front of the 100,000 ancient chariots, Ning Chen's figure descended from the sky. Divine light lingered around his body, and a divine ring appeared behind him. The dazzling divine ring shone brilliantly. Powerful divine might filled the air and shook the heavens and the earth. At the same time, 2 beautiful figures descended from the Ning family army. Mo Dai and Aman rushed back. Their astonishing auras were several times stronger than before. The final battle began. The winds and clouds of the 9 heavens changed. Lightning. Ning Chen raised his hand. Above the 9 heavens, tens of thousands of lightning surged and turned into tens of thousands of Qilins, crashing into Butian Pavilion below. Chapter 1492. In front of the heaven-mending pavilion, 100,000 ancient war chariots floated up and down. The vast military might shook the heaven and earth. Ning Chen appeared in front of the 600,000-strong Ning family army. He raised his hand and summoned the 9 heavens' profound thunder. 10,000 bolts of lightning surged and turned into Qilins, one after another. They crazily smashed into the heaven-mending pavilion below. It was a world-shocking scene. 10,000 Qilins surged forward and crashed into the great formation above heaven-mending pavilion. Immediately, a shocking sound rang out. The earth around heaven-mending pavilion began to crumble, and the ground caved in 100 zhang. In the void, Ning Chen looked down calmly without any ripples in his expression. "It's only been a few days since we last met, and you've already become so powerful." Mysterious Venerate Butian said calmly in front of the muddy heaven divine palace. "Thank you, Senior Xian, for giving me this medicine. Without you, I wouldn't have been able to see again." Ning Chen bowed and said respectfully. Butian Xian Zun nodded. He glanced at the 600,000 soldiers behind the former and said calmly, "Is this all you have?" A smile appeared on Ning Chen's face as he said, "That's right. Please advise me, Lord Xian." "Young man, you're not bad." Butian Xian, venerable, revealed a look of admiration. Putting aside their differences, this young man was worthy of his admiration. It had already been many years since anyone dared to challenge heaven-mending pavilion's dignity. For this young man to be able to do it to such an extent, it was truly not easy. "I'm waiting for you to come to me," Sovereign Xian said calmly. "Definitely," Ning Chen said seriously. The conversation between the 2 of them didn't seem like that of enemies, but more like that of good friends who hadn't seen each other for many years. Although they were on opposite sides, there was still a mutual appreciation between experts. In the void, Ning Chun waved his hand, and the 100,000 soldiers on the war chariots behind him immediately moved. Their long spears were raised to the sky, and the divine light was dazzling. The combined might of the 600,000-strong army was astounding. Above the void, an incomparably surging divine might filled the air, converging into a gigantic divine power vortex. In the next moment, a vortex of divine power descended from the sky and pressed down on Heaven Mending Pavilion. Form the formation. At this moment, within the Heaven Mending Divine Palace, a dignified figure appeared. Immediately, around the Heaven Mending Pavilion, tens of thousands of divine generals appeared. They worked together, and their divine might soared into the sky. At the same time, above Heaven Mending Pavilion, more than 10 heavenly sovereigns appeared out of thin air. They assisted the 100,000 divine generals in resisting the divine tribulation. Boom! The two forces clashed against each other, and the aftermath shook the entire area. All around Heaven Mending Pavilion, the 100,000 divine generals' mouths all turned red. The formation was attacked again. The symbols were destroyed and collapsed one after another. Kill! Above the horizon, 600,000 Ning family soldiers descended from the sky and launched an all-out attack on the imperishable sect that had existed for countless years. In front of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the formation patterns flickered. The Heaven Mending Army, numbering in the tens of thousands, appeared once again to block the Ning family army. The two armies clashed, and the flames of war spread for 100,000 li. The great battle had just begun, and blood dyed the yellow sand. The 100 great sinners, with Yu Lian at the head, all took the lead and fought a bloody battle. Facing the Ning family army's assault, the endless Heaven Mending Army was forced to retreat, showing signs of decline. Just when the Heaven Mending Army found it difficult to resist the attack, 12 figures appeared in front of Heaven Mending Pavilion. Every single one of them had the aura of the Tao reasoning realm. Their divine might was astonishing. With 12 Empyreans participating in the battle situation immediately showed signs of reversing. It's your turn! In the sky, Ning Qin, who was watching the battle, waved his right hand and gave another order. Behind him, the 20 Empyreans respectfully accepted the order and rushed out to join the battle. 20 heavenly sovereigns joined the battle and took action to stop the 12 heavenly sovereigns from the Heaven Mending Pavilion. After many years of operation, the Ning family army showed that they were not inferior to the Heaven Mending Pavilion. Whether it was the battle strength of the army or the number of peak powerhouses, they were not inferior. The truly shocking scene was watched by many. The immortal Heaven Mending Pavilion had fallen into a bitter battle and was forced to retreat again and again. Within the Heaven Mending Divine Palace, the various Heaven Mending giants looked at the battle in the distance with gloomy expressions. The Heaven Mending Pavilion's conventional battle strength had actually lost to the Ning family. "Pavilion Master, we can't wait any longer," one of the Heaven Mending giants said in a deep voice. In the Divine Palace, the Heaven Mending Pavilion Master's eyes flashed with a strange light, and he said, "Let's do it!" As soon as he said that, everyone's expression became serious as they respectfully accepted the order. In front of the Heaven Mending Pavilion, the Ning family army attacked the palaces. Their powerful battle strength quickly destroyed the Heaven Mending Palace's ability to resist. In the flames of war, hundreds of palaces were destroyed, and smoke rose for thousands of li. The defeated Heaven Mending Army gradually could not resist the Ning family army's sharpness. The scene of devastation was shocking. In the sky, Ning Chen looked at the scene below. There was no joy on his face. He knew very well that the Heaven Mending Pavilion's true strength had yet to be revealed. This immortal inheritance had yet to reveal its fangs. Boom! Before he finished his thoughts, the ground below the Heaven Mending Pavilion suddenly shook violently. Under everyone's shocked gaze, the ground cracked open, and bronze chariots rose up. There were hundreds of them, and each chariot was as big as a small mountain. It was extremely shocking. 800 bronze chariots appeared, shining with divine light. It was as if a ferocious beast had opened its mouth and spewed out divine light. In an instant, the tens of thousands of Ning family army closest to them were turned into ashes, and not even their bones were left behind. In the sky, Ning Chen's expression darkened when he saw that. "It's finally here." Ning Chen waved his hand, and the immortal slaying sword appeared. Just as he was about to attack, he was stopped by Mu Qianshang and the others behind him. "You don't need to do anything. Leave it to us," Mu Qianshang said as he stepped in the air, and his figure swept forward. Behind him, Xiazi calmly glanced at the man in front of him. Without saying anything, he followed. Below, the 9 firmament immortal master and the 4 green-robe protectors also swept out at the same time, arriving in front of the bronze chariot. Swoosh! At this moment, green arrow lights flew out from the void, sweeping past the heavenly venerables and colliding with the bronze chariots. A rumbling sound rang out as one of the bronze chariots exploded. Debris flew everywhere and scattered all over the sky. Not far away, Mu Qianshang and Xiazi's figures swept past and flew onto 2 bronze chariots. Dazzling sword lights pierced into the bronze chariots. The origin energy within the bronze chariots was destroyed. The 2 figures flashed and left. A moment later, another explosion rang out as the 2 bronze chariots exploded. Heat waves swept out and instantly engulfed the surrounding divine generals Butian. Everyone worked together, and sword lights swept out, destroying one bronze chariot after another. Explosions rang out one after another, and the flames were dazzling. The 800 bronze chariots were like death gods. While they were nibbling away at the Ning family army, they were also devouring the lives of the divine generals Butian. Boom! Just as the 800 bronze chariots were destroyed one after another, the ground beneath Butian shook again. Death qi overflowed as wooden coffins rose one after another. There were 10 wooden coffins, and each of them exuded an extremely terrifying aura. Half-step Tao Destroyer! Xiazi and the others felt it and were shocked. 10 half-step Tao Destroyers. Everyone watched as the 10 wooden coffins opened. 10 old men in ancient clothes walked out. Their bodies were withered, but their bodies contained an unparalleled, terrifying pressure. "Ah, man, it's our turn." Behind Ning Qin, Butterfly in the Flower said calmly and flew forward. A man nodded and leaped into the air to follow. A man is already in the Tao reasoning realm. Luo Xingqian asked in surprise, "Didn't you say that a man just stepped into the Tao sense realm not long ago?" "I don't know. When a man and senior sister Dai left, they were still in the early stage of the Tao sense realm." Ning Qin replied. Luo Xingqian did not ask any more questions. He drew his star mark bow, and an azure arrow appeared. In front of Butian Pavilion, Hua Zhongjie and Aman's figures flashed past. Their swords and sabers were drawn, drawing the line between life and death. Not far away, Xiazi and Mu Qianshang also flew over, joining forces to stop the 10 half-step Tao Destroyers. Outside the battle, Luo Fei's moonlight rose and shrouded the battlefield. The battle began. In the void, Ning Chen's body suddenly shook as he looked behind the 10 old men in ancient clothes. Death qi filled the sky as the 11th wooden coffin appeared. A woman walked out of the coffin. She wore a red wedding dress and had a charming appearance. Chapter 1493. In front of Heaven Mending Pavilion, the flames of war raged. After the 10 half-step Tao extinguishers, a woman in a red wedding dress walked out of the wooden coffin. Her powerful aura shocked the million-strong army. Tao extinguishers, and they were even more powerful than Rain Revered and Night Chief. Their aura of death filled the air, shocking everyone. Seeing the woman walk out of the wooden coffin, The people from the inner realm were all shocked. They couldn't believe what they were seeing. In the void, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He stepped forward and rushed forward. After the 10 half-step Tao extinguishers, the woman in red sensed something. She looked up at the man rushing over. Her delicate hand gathered energy, and she met him with a palm. Ghost energy filled the air, destroying everything in its path. Everywhere it passed, there was no life. The power of destruction, the annihilation of all laws, the annihilation of Tao realm ghosts, made people shudder. In the void, a white-clothed figure rushed over. Divine light shone around her, blocking the ghost energy. Behind Ning Chen, the divine halo that symbolized his identity as a deity burned even brighter. It was impervious to everything. In an instant, the two figures approached each other. Their palms collided and ghosts and gods clashed. With a honglong sound, divine light and ghost energy clashed. Separated by the red veil, the two looked at each other with cold eyes. The woman in red's moves changed. She took a step forward. Her slightly pale and slender hand gathered the power of ghosts. It was endless and merciless. Ning Chen returned the attack. In close proximity, their palms collided. Boom! Divine power shook the heavens. Every move of the two had the power to shake the world. The strength of their bodies was shocking. After exchanging several moves, Ning Chen's mood became heavier and heavier. It was the ghost woman. Although their realms were different, their moves and battle techniques were all ghost woman's. Why was it like this? The aura of time on this person's body was at least hundreds of thousands of years old. Although it wasn't as old as the woman in the Immortal Corpse Patrol, it wasn't far off. Why were there so many similar flowers in the world? What was the secret behind all of this? While thinking, Ning Chen's attacks became heavier and heavier. He knew that in order to find out the truth, he had to capture this person alive. Boom! The two's moves collided, and a terrifying shockwave spread out. All the soldiers within 100 li of the two were sent flying. It was difficult for them to approach. 9 heavens, star-picking hand, rising rain. The Qilin's ultimate technique appeared again. Ning Chen gathered all of his power to capture the woman in front of him. The woman in red did not dodge. She blocked the attack with her palm. At the same time, her figure flew into the air. Ghost chi filled the air as if it was a prison. The ghostly energy was as heavy as a mountain. Ning Chen raised his head and looked at the lady in red who was descending from the sky. He gathered his primordial energy in his palms, and the divine light shone again. 12 styles of spiritual rhino, sky-propping waterfall. The moon worship ultimate technique was world-shaking. Raging waves soared into the sky, welcoming the incoming attack. Ghost chi and divine essence clashed again. Terrifying shock waves swept out, startling the clouds in the 9 heavens and causing the sky to change color. This was the strongest battle, a battle at the level of Tao annihilation. Neither of them held back. Every move they made was as if their lives depended on it, shocking the world. Outside the battle, Luo Xing glanced at the battle in the distance and couldn't help but be speechless. Knowing destiny was really ruthless. His opponent looked so much like a ghost girl, yet he still had the heart to attack her. Boom! In front of Heaven Mending Pavilion, a world-shocking battle was taking place. The sounds of battle rumbled as it resounded within 100,000 li. The woman in red had a high cultivation level. Ghost chi lingered around her body, and her destructive power was indestructible. However, knowing destiny, who had experienced the faith of hundreds of millions of creatures in Taijing sky, gathered his 3 bodies and cultivated the divine Tao fruit. His body was divine and impenetrable, the most powerful spear and the most powerful shield. The 2 forces clashed and fought for a moment. In front of the Heaven Mending Divine Palace and the Heaven Mending Divine Palace, 2 figures stood quietly. Heaven Mending Pavilion Master and Heaven Mending Xianzun, the two most powerful giants of Heaven Mending Pavilion, quietly watched this battle. In just a few dozen years, this child has already grown to such an extent. It is truly shocking. Heaven Mending Pavilion Master said with a serious expression, "We are old." Zun Xian said calmly, "Zun Xian, with your ability, can you capture this child alive?" Heaven Mending Pavilion Master asked seriously, "I can't." Zun Xian shook his head and said, "This Marquis Ning is no longer someone who can be trampled on." Pavilion Master, the word capture is a bit of an insult. Heaven Mending Pavilion Master was silent. If possible, he really wanted to take this child for his own use. If not, he could only bear the pain and destroy him. While the two Heaven Mending giants were talking, the battle in front of Heaven Mending Pavilion became more and more intense. Ning Chen used all of his strength and gradually suppressed the red-clothed woman's sharpness. In a short distance, the two's palms intertwined. Every move was a life and death struggle. The red-clothed woman was emotionless and emotionless. Every move she made was a killing move. Her pair of slender hands were more powerful than any divine weapon. In a direct confrontation, divine light lingered around Ning Chen's body. After exchanging hundreds of moves, he saw an opportunity and grabbed the red-clothed woman's shoulder. "Green Dragon Fall!" Ning Chen pressed down with his right hand. His divine power was astonishing as he wanted to restrain the woman in front of him. Ghost Desolation Art Sky Bearing! Under the pressure of the huge force, the red-clothed woman did not dodge. She lightly shouted and similarly erupted with divine power, forcibly blocking the huge force. The two waves of divine power clashed. Below the two, the ground collapsed, and waves of dust covered the eyes. Ghost Desolation Art 8 Extremes Collapsing Heaven! In a short distance, the red-clothed woman once again erupted with astonishing power. She slapped out with her palm and imprinted it on Ji Ming's chest. With a loud bang, Ning Chen's figure retreated dozens of zhang. The divine energy around his body violently shook. In the air, Luo Xingchen's eyelids twitched. Ji Ming was beaten up by the ghostly woman? Dozens of zhang away, blood dripped from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. After a while, his divine energy flourished and healed his internal injuries. He was too careless. When he saw the ghostly woman's Ghost Desolation Art, he was somewhat distracted. "Ji Ming, what are you standing there for? Go. You can't even defeat your own wife. This is too embarrassing." In the void, Luo Xingchen shouted loudly, causing thousands of people to turn around in shock. "Scram!" Ning Chen stretched out his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. Then he rushed out and rejoined the battle. Under the red veil, ghostly qi lingered in the red-clothed woman's eyes. They were abnormally cold. She clenched her fists, and her Ghost Desolation Art quickly surged. Just at this moment, Ning Chen's figure suddenly disappeared from the battle. He moved extremely quickly and instantly appeared behind the red-clothed woman. Huh. The red-clothed woman's expression turned grave. She turned around and threw out a palm. The shocking palm energy could split the sky. However, the palm energy passed through Ning Chen's body, and his figure turned illusory. After her palm missed, the red-clothed woman was shocked. She wanted to withdraw her attack, but it was too late. Ning Chen's figure reappeared in front of her. He raised his hand and grabbed the woman's shoulder again. "Green Dragon Fall!" Ning Chen's divine energy exploded. It was the same move, but its power was even stronger than before. The red-clothed woman, who could not retaliate in time, could not resist such a huge force. Her body involuntarily smashed into the ground. The huge force caused the ground to crack. Blood flowed from the corner of the red-clothed woman's mouth. She propped herself up and wanted to counterattack. However, Ning Chen, who had the upper hand, did not give her another chance. He threw out another palm and directly smashed the red-clothed woman into the ground. The violent battle caused Luo Xingqian's eyelids to twitch. This brat Ji Ming was really ruthless. Was he not afraid of killing the ghostly woman? In front of Butian Pavilion, the red-clothed woman coughed out blood. A huge crater was formed under her. In the crater, ghostly qi filled the air. The red-clothed woman stood up again. Just as she was about to attack, she saw a green coffin in the sky. It directly sealed her inside. In the next moment, Ning Chen's figure arrived. He formed a seal with both of his hands. Divine light flourished and completely sealed the green coffin. Stay inside for a while. Wait until I take down Butian Pavilion, then I will let you out. While speaking, Ning Chen waved his hand and put away the green coffin. He looked at the two figures in Butian Pavilion in the distance. His expression turned cold. You too, after watching for so long, have you seen enough? Chapter 1494. In front of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, Ning Chen defeated the red-clothed woman and provoked the two most powerful figures of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion. In front of the Heaven-Mending Divine Palace, the two Heaven-Mending Giants' expressions turned cold. Chilliness flickered in their eyes. In the end, they still came to this point. Let me do it! In front of the Heaven-Mending Divine Palace, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master said indifferently and walked forward. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master personally made a move. On the battlefield, everyone was shocked and revealed an expression of disbelief. The Pavilion Master had not made a move for tens of thousands of years. Today he made an exception for this Marquis Ning. In front of the Heaven-Mending Divine Palace, Elder Xian's face did not show any surprise. He looked at the back of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master and slightly narrowed his eyes. Was his battle intent aroused by this Marquis Ning? It was hard to find a worthy opponent in a battle between powerhouses. This Marquis Ning was undoubtedly a powerhouse. In front of the Heaven-Mending Pavilion, Ning Chen saw the person who came, and his expression also became serious. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master, a legendary powerhouse and almost a mythical figure, finally could not sit still? Ning Chen raised his hand, and sword pressure filled the air. The execution immortal sword appeared out of thin air. Facing a powerhouse of this level, he would not be careless. On the battlefield, the powerhouses confronted each other. Their divine might shook the heaven and earth. The powerhouses who stood at the peak of the world finally met. Please! Without any exchange of words, the two figures instantly rushed out on the battlefield. The confrontation between the powerhouses caused the flames of war to spread for tens of thousands of miles. The auras around the two clashed, frightening even gods and ghosts. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master used his peerless cultivation. With a raise of his hand, heaven and earth darkened. Facing an opponent he had never met before, Ning Chen's execution immortal sword danced like lightning. His battle strength was pushed to the limit as he faced the strongest opponent in his life. In a close battle, life and death were on the line. The two fought with their fists and palms. Sword light followed. Heavy moves intertwined, and each move was deadly. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's body was extremely powerful. With his peerless cultivation, he could be said to be unrivaled in a region. Every move he made directly broke through the void. 10 moves collided. Execution immortal sword's fierce palm. Behind Ning Chen, divine light was dazzling. He was like a divine king, slaying demons and evil. It was an all-out white-hot battle. Their battle prowess gradually reached its peak, like two divine suns rising into the sky, illuminating the mortal world. Palm after palm accumulated. Sword after sword was breathtaking. In the battle, the two figures continuously intersected, piercing through space and shattering the universe. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the two of them fought from the sky to the ground. All of the formation patterns around Heaven-Mending Pavilion were shattered by the shock waves from the battle between the two of them. One after another, the ground sank, and it was a scene of devastation. While the two were fighting, in front of Heaven-Mending Pavilion, Xiazi and the others led the army to defeat the Heaven-Mending Army's resistance and gradually approach the Heaven-Mending Divine Palace. 10 half-step Tao destroyers had died in battle one after another. These old monsters, who should have been buried deep in the earth, were no longer at their peak even though they had survived to this era with their secret techniques. Inside the Heaven-Mending Divine Palace, silhouettes after silhouettes flew out from the shrouding mist. Heaven-Mending Pavilion's hidden trump cards were all revealed today. The battle started again. Demonic Qi soared to the sky. The demonic Qi around Xiazi and Hua Zhongjie clashed violently, drowning the whole battle. This was a battle between gods and demons. After thousands of years of cultivation, the geniuses of the inner realm finally had the power to contend against gods and demons. After a great battle, blood dyed thousands of miles. In the sky above the battlefield, two silhouettes collided with a loud bang. Dazzling brilliance blossomed. Thunder from the 9 heavens shook the world and shocked the gods and demons. What a powerful sword technique! In front of the Heaven Palace, Sovereign Xian looked at the battle in the sky. A strange expression flashed across his eyes. In the battle, Bai Yi's silhouette constantly flashed. Her figure became faster and faster, and her sword aura became heavier and heavier. With such ability, you should not fall here. Marquis Ning, are you willing to be used by me? There is a place for you in Heaven-Mending Pavilion. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master raised his hand to block the execution immortal sword and said with a serious expression, "Many thanks for Pavilion Master's good intentions. Since I have fought my way here, I have no intention of turning back." After saying this, Ning Chen's right arm activated another 30% of his divine power. With a loud bang, he broke through the battle. His left hand pointed forward, and his sword opened the Yellow Springs Road. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master waved his hand to disperse the sword qi and said, "Marquis Ning, you are an ambitious and ruthless person. However, do you really think you can defeat Heaven-Mending Pavilion by yourself?" "I have never been alone." Ning Chen glanced at his friends who were fighting a bloody battle below and said, "Traditions are always broken. Heaven-Mending Pavilion has ruled the southeastern region for too long. It is time for a change of dynasty." Hearing this, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's expression completely sank. He said, "If you want a change of dynasty, you have to get past me first." After saying this, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master flipped his hands. Immediately, wind and thunder appeared above the 9 heavens. A huge crack appeared, shocking the world. In the next moment, in the void, illusory figures appeared one after another. Every person's appearance could not be seen. Divine light shone around their bodies, making them look divine and extraordinary. The scene of deities mending the heavens shocked the world. Heaven-Mending Technique. In the void, Ning Chen looked at the scene above and squinted his eyes. The legendary forbidden technique. Heaven-Mending Pavilion's technique. With the forbidden technique in front of him, Ning Chen did not dare to be careless. With a long shout, he waved the execution immortal sword in his hand. 10,000 swords broke through the sky. In an instant, 10,000 swords were arranged in the void. They crisscrossed and were incomparably magnificent. Dusk of the Gods. On the battlefield, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master put his palms together. In the sky, in the huge crack, raging waves swept across the world. The terrifying power reappeared as if the ancient sky had collapsed. The catastrophe descended. Below, Ning Chen stepped forward and waved his sword into the sky. Immediately, tens of thousands of swords flew into the 9 heavens and blocked the catastrophe. Under the crack in the sky, the raging waves crushed the tens of thousands of swords. The unstoppable catastrophe continued to descend. Below, Ning Chen squinted his eyes. He held his sword in front of his body. With both hands holding the sword, divine light illuminated the 9 continents, setting the universe, turning the wheel of reincarnation, the way of the Taishan. The sword reverses the heaven and earth. The catastrophe descended. Ning Qin opened the Tao Demon combination technique. The demonic 9 transformations merged with the Taishan forbidden sword. Immediately, a surge of heaven's might swept out. With the power of faith from billions of creatures, the divine halo behind Ning Qin became more and more brilliant. Around his body, 9 celestial lights appeared out of nowhere. Within the celestial lights, 9 divine swords shone brightly. The power of the 9 swords was shocking. After a moment, the 9 divine swords rushed into the sky and rotated. In the vast chaos, they reversed the reincarnation cycle and destroyed the heaven and earth. Above the 9 heavens, the 2 most extreme forces collided. The terrifying impact shook the world and changed the color of the sky. A draw? In front of the heavenly palace, Butian Xianzun looked at the battle in the sky. Light flickered in his eyes. No, it was not over yet. In the sky, under the crazy wind and clouds, the heaven-mending pavilion master's figure flashed past. With one palm, he dispersed the aftermath and arrived in front of the heaven-mending pavilion master in a flash. Ning Qin stopped. His left palm condensed yuan. A vast palm rushed out with a roar. The 2 palms met. Divine yuan clashed. At this moment, above the 9 heavens, one of the figures moved. He waved his hand and refined the 100 peaks. He used the stones of the other mountains to repair the broken sky. Imperial universe, 100 refinement. Below, the heaven-mending pavilion master used the same technique. The terrifying power rose rapidly and pushed the heaven-mending pavilion master back. 100 zhang away, Ning Qin stopped. Blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. It was a shocking scene. After countless years, the heaven-mending technique appeared again. After one move, above the 9 heavens, the second figure moved. Controlling the wind with his palm, he stopped the crack in the sky from spreading. Wind of heaven and earth. Below, the heaven-mending pavilion master used the same technique. With the support of the shocking divine power, the roar was like a crazy wave. 100 zhang away, a crazy wind attacked. Ning Chen's figure was pushed back another 100 zhang. The hand holding the sword was dyed red. In front of the heavenly palace, Butian Xianzun looked at the battle in the sky. A strange light flashed in his eyes again. Was this the end of the legend of Marquis Ning? Unfortunately, this child was so outstanding that for a moment he really thought that history would be rewritten. Chapter 1495. In front of Heaven-Mending Pavilion, the 2 armies fought a decisive battle. The flames of war burned through every corner of the battlefield, and corpses piled up into mountains. In the void, knowing destiny was fighting against Butian Pavilion Master. The battle was extremely intense. Facing Marquis Ning's astonishing sword technique, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master used the Heaven-Mending technique for the first time. Numerous deities appeared in the human world, their divine might shocking the world. This was a forbidden technique, the Heaven-Mending technique. Its might was terrifying to the point of shocking others. It was a technique that was corroborated by heaven and earth, causing gods and ghosts to tremble. The situation of the battle was reversed. Ning Chan was heavily injured, and the corner of his mouth was red. 10 zhang away, Ning Chen gazed at the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master in front of him. The divine light around his body became even more dazzling. After cultivating the god body, Ning Chen's 3 bodies had a steady stream of vitality, and his injuries were quickly recovering. Is that all you've got? 10 zhang away, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master moved. In the blink of an eye, the 10 zhang distance was covered. That palm strike was earth-shattering. Ning Chen wielded his sword to block the palm power, and his body slid back a few feet. The battle was not going well. Ning Chen's left palm was filled with energy. Many huge dragons roared and rushed forward. The heaven-mending pavilion master flipped his palm. Divine essence surged, blocking one giant dragon after another. After the 9 dragons, Ning Chen's figure flashed past at an extremely fast speed. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the heaven-mending pavilion master. The execution of immortals was like lightning, and its baleful aura surged like a wave. It blasted open the divine essence barrier in front of the heaven-mending pavilion master. The number 1 divine sword under the heavens was incomparably sharp. Layers upon layers of sword chi overlapped to break through the heaven-mending pavilion master's body. The heaven-mending pavilion master frowned. He clasped his hands together to block the execution immortal blade. The East Immortal Realm's immortal slaying sword. The heaven-mending pavilion master looked at the immortal sword in front of him, and a strange light flashed through his eyes. Strange. Weren't the 4 immortal exterminating swords destroyed with the collapse of the 4 immortal realms? The immortal slaying sword in front of him was actually completely undamaged. Devil flame burning the heavens. The immortal slaying was restrained. Ning Chen's demonic flames burned brightly. The immortal sword turned around, and the demonic flames spread for 3,000 miles. Demonic flames engulfed his body, and his demonic might shook the heavens. Heaven-mending pavilion master crossed his arms and forcefully blocked the counterattack. As the 2 forces collided, the battle was separated. 10 steps away, Ning Chen held his sword in front of him, his sword intent rising again. Too slow! Seeing this, the heaven-mending pavilion master took a step forward. At the same time, above the 9th heaven, an illusory figure moved. The figure was like lightning as it wandered between one mountain after another, moving mountains to seal up the scars in the sky. Below, the heaven-mending pavilion master arrived at life, knowing at an unimaginable speed. The sword energy had just begun to accumulate and had not yet reached its limit. Butian pavilion master's fist energy had already arrived. With a shocking move, it shattered the sword light around Ning Chen's body. Caught off guard by this punch, Ning Chen's figure was directly blasted back by 300 meters, divine essence violently surging around his body. The unfathomable heaven-mending technique had astonishing moves and unpredictable transformations. 100 zhang away, Ning Chen stopped. He lifted his hand to suppress the injuries in his body. His indestructible body quickly recovered. The battle gradually tilted. Butian pavilion master, who had the absolute advantage in terms of cultivation, used the heaven-mending technique to completely suppress the life-knowing cultivators. However, even though he had the upper hand in this battle, Butian pavilion master's expression did not show any signs of carelessness. He knew very well that the young man before him had yet to reach his limit. Sovereign Xian frowned as he watched the battle in front of the heavenly palace. Something was wrong. Even though that young man was at a disadvantage, his injuries were not as serious as expected. If that was the case, there was only one answer. This Marquis Ning still had some strength left. In the void, Ning Chen glanced at the illusory figures in the sky. After a while, he withdrew his gaze. There was still one person who had not made a move yet. Ning Chen stepped forward, and his figure flew out. One of his palms was filled with energy, while the other hand was controlling the sword. Butian pavilion master flipped his palm to block the attack. In a short distance, the two's gazes met. The immortal sword in Ning Chen's hand changed direction and attacked the former like lightning. Butian pavilion master did not show any weakness. His moves were like thunder, blocking one attack after another. After exchanging a few moves, a 10,000 zhang tall demonic figure suddenly appeared behind Ning Chen. With a punch, the sky collapsed and the earth fell. Facing such a terrifying attack, Butian pavilion master's expression did not show any signs of panic. With a shout, he faced the attack head-on. At this moment, the last illusory figure in the sky moved. Its body continuously grew taller, and in an instant it was tens of thousands of zhang tall. Under the apocalypse, the huge deity used its body to support the sky. Its shocking divine power assisted the others in mending the sky. Below, the demonic figure's fist smashed down. Butian, Pavilion Master, did not dodge and met it head-on. Behind him, a huge deity also appeared. With a rumbling sound, the demonic figure collapsed. As the deity and the demon fought, knowing destiny was once again heavily injured. Blood splashed out, dyeing half of his plain clothes red. 100 zhang away, Ning Chen's figure stopped. He raised his hand to wipe off the blood at the corner of his mouth. So this was the heaven mending technique. I've learned a lot, using the heaven and earth to verify the ancient technique of mending the sky was equivalent to several deities attacking at the same time. It was indeed extraordinary. However, if it was not his own power, it was not invulnerable. Knowing himself and knowing his enemy, Ning Chen no longer hid. With a shout, the energy of the deities and demons around his body surged out. Life has a wheel, death has a wheel, and life and death have a cycle of reincarnation. After facing life and death so many times and going against the heavens, Ning Chen understood the reversal of yin and yang for the first time. The energy of the deities and demons around his body circulated, forming a huge Tai Chi diagram that rose into the sky. The black and white Tai Chi diagram condensed the yin and yang of heaven and earth. It rotated the cycle of reincarnation and crazily absorbed all the spiritual energy in the world. This shocking technique shocked all the worlds in the 9 heavens. Above the horizon, thunder roared, and dark clouds covered the sun. In the battle, Ning Chen stood under the Tai Chi diagram. His whole body was dazzling, as if a deity from the 9 heavens had descended. His divine might was inviolable. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen took a step forward and arrived in front of Butian, Pavilion Master. Butian, Pavilion Master's expression darkened. Borrowing the power of the deities, he blocked the attack with his fist. The two forces clashed, creating a raging storm. In the battle, the two figures were as immovable as mountains. They were actually evenly matched. Not good. In front of the temple of Muddy Heaven, Lord Xian's expression changed when he saw this scene. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the sky, amidst the raging waves, Ning Chen's lips curled up. He changed the direction of his sword and slashed out again. It was an ordinary slash without any changes. It was just the most basic slash. However, at this moment, it was like the scythe of the god of death that could not be avoided. The origin of the sword was fast, accurate, and focused. This slash was too fast. It was so fast that time seemed to have stopped. In front of everyone's shocked gazes, everything in the world became silent as if it had died. The execution of the celestial sword slashed past, bringing with it a waterfall of blood. A terrifying sword wound appeared on Butian, Pavilion Master's chest. It was so deep that his bones could be seen. After that slash, Ning Chen did not stop. The sword opened a path to the underworld and slashed towards Butian, Pavilion Master's throat. At this moment, a figure flashed past in the battle. He was not affected by the frozen time and entered the battle. Lord Xian raised his hand and blocked the sword. Then he brought Butian, Pavilion Master, out of the battle. After a moment, time returned to normal. Everyone came back to their senses. No one knew what had happened. In the sky, 100 zhang away, Butian, Pavilion Master's chest was bleeding, dyeing his clothes red. On the side, Lord Xian looked at the young man in front of him with a serious expression. Just a moment ago, this Marquis, Ning, stepped into a whole new realm. A realm that even they were bitterly searching for. Pavilion Master, how about we work together? Lord Xian opened his mouth and said calmly. Butian, Pavilion Master, pressed down his wounds and did not refuse. He nodded and said okay. Although he was careless just now, he still felt the threat of death. In front of him, under the black and white Tai Chi diagram, Ning Chen looked at the two people in front of him. His left hand grasped the air, and the second immortal sword appeared. "Marquis Ning, please." Lord Xian opened his mouth and said seriously, "Please." Ning Chen replied. His two swords crossed, and a shocking sword intent soared into the sky. The two swords were raised, and the black and white Tai Chi diagram quickly rotated. In the battle, black and white sword lights appeared at the same time. Thousands of them appeared, and it was difficult to distinguish between real and fake. In the next moment, silver light rose around Ning Chen's body. It was dazzling. Deity realm. Lord Xian and Butian Pavilion Master saw this, and their expressions became serious. Was this the real Marquis Ning? Chapter 1496. Above Heaven Mending Pavilion in the final battle, Ning Chen showed his full power for the first time. He held the Execution Immortal Twin swords with a black and white Taiji diagram above his head. Behind him, a divine ring curled up. Facing Ning Ho, who had gathered all his power, Senior Xian did not choose to watch the battle. He showed himself and joined the battle. Heaven Mending Pavilion's two most powerful big shots both made their moves. The battle immediately changed again. Senior Xian made his move, controlling the thunder of heaven and earth. His astonishing ability shocked everyone. In the blink of an eye, Senior Xian's figure arrived in front of Jiming. He punched out, causing thunder to shake the heavens. With extreme speed, the way of thunder was unstoppable. Wherever it passed, it was filled with glaring thunder. Under the Taiji diagram, Ning Chen did not dodge. He waved the Execution Immortal and blocked the thunder. On the other side, the Heaven Mending Pavilion Master moved at the same time. His heavy palm condensed energy, causing the earth to shatter. The attack arrived again. Ning Chen's left hand moved the Execution Immortal and used the powerful Immortal Sword to block the attack. The three people exchanged blows. Senior Xian and the Heaven Mending Pavilion Master's figures moved at the same time. Thunder and heavy palms were endless. Powerful attacks continuously pressed down. In the center of the battle, Ning Chen's left hand sent the Execution Immortal to block the heavy palms. He also used the Execution Immortal to shake the thunder. With one heavy and one fast, the two swords danced at the same time. He did not fall behind at all. Fast, fast, fast. Life hung on the sword. Heavy, heavy. The immortal sword broke through the mortal world. The wind and clouds in front of Heaven Mending Pavilion changed. It shook the 9 heavens and 10,000 deities. The lightning was extremely fast. The phoenix was extremely fast. On the battlefield, the two people's figures turned into flowing lights. They were unbelievably fast. Every time they collided, a crack would appear in the void. The sword light and thunder attacked with unstoppable force. Around the battlefield, numerous mountain peaks collapsed and disappeared due to the aftermath of the battle between the two of them. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of moves had exchanged. It was hard to tell who was superior in terms of speed. At the same time, on the ground below, the Heaven Mending Pavilion Master condensed his divine energy. His aura was endless. He used the Heaven Mending technique again. His powerful divine might shook the heaven and earth. The power of his palms could topple mountains and overturn seas. At the same time, Bai's figure flashed past. The Execution Immortal's sword power overflowed the heavens. Power and foundation. Terrifying shockwaves spread out. The ground below the two people's bodies collapsed. The surging waves of sand covered the sky and the sun. Ning Chen exerted another 30% of his strength, and the immortal slaughtering sword shone brightly, suppressing his opponent with all his might. Both of Heaven Mending Pavilion Masters' legs sank into the ground. With a deep shout, he flipped his palm and shook off the battle. Ning Chen took a step forward and leaped 10 feet away. He swung his sword, and sword chi surged out. The heaven-mending pavilion master waved his hand to disperse the sword chi. He took a step forward and rushed forward. At the same time, lightning flashed in the sky. Zun Xian arrived and punched the sky. Ning Chen turned around and used his two swords to block the two attacks. Demonic chi surged around him, shaking the heaven and earth. In the fierce battle, knowing destiny blocked two path destroyers on his own. Now that he was in the divinity, his combat strength had doubled. The silver brilliance was dazzling. It circled around knowing destiny. After a short while, he disappeared again. Behind Butian Pavilion Master, Ning Chen's figure appeared. With a wave of his sword, the tip of the sword pierced through the air. Boom! The heaven-mending Pavilion Master turned around, and with a flip of his palm, he blocked the sword tip. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's immortal-slaying sword slashed out again, cutting through the limitations of space-time. The stagnant time and space seemed to have come to a standstill. The extreme speed that surpassed the laws of time once again broke the deadlock, and a glaring flower of blood appeared on heaven-mending Pavilion Master's chest. At this moment, Venerable Xian arrived from behind. He controlled the lightning and threw a punch. The two swords in Ning Chen's hands crisscrossed and blocked the attack. With the impact of the lightning, Ning Chen took half a step back. Venerable Xian's figure rushed forward again. 10,000 lightning flashed, and the attack was like a storm. Suddenly, within the 10,000 lightning, cold air burst out. Ning Chen's figure was destroyed, and when he reappeared, he was already 100 zhang away. The ice heart technique was used. Ning Chen's two swords slashed through the air, and two streaks of sword chi pierced through the air. Venerable Xian's expression became serious. He dodged the two streaks of sword chi and lost the initiative. Ning Chen stepped forward, and his figure rushed forward. Killing immortal-slaying sword was like 10,000 mountains falling down. Venerable Xian raised his hand to block the attack. With a rumble, his figure fell rapidly. In the sky, Ning Chen's figure flashed again. His two swords joined together, and the two streaks of sword chi pierced through the air. Heaven and earth resonance, life and death defying fate. The heaven and earth combined again. The sword chi cut through the air and slashed toward Venerable Xian. While falling, Venerable Xian's body was surrounded by lightning again. He stepped forward and flew into the sky. Unexpectedly, the immortal-slaying double rainbow followed him like a shadow. Venerable Xian blocked the sword and was hit. Blood splashed out from his left shoulder and dyed his clothes red. At the same time, the moment Ning Chen's two swords left his hands, Butian Pavilion Master disregarded his injuries and rushed forward. His palm technique was majestic and forceful. 9 heavens, star, plucking hand. When the palm technique approached, Ning Chen did not retreat even half a step. His world-shocking palm met the attack head-on. The two palms collided, and a raging wave swept out. The two's martial arts collided head-on, and the aftermath was vast and mighty. Raise your sword. Ning Chen stepped forward. Below him, 10,000 black and white sword chi pierced through the air. The sword chi was pressing toward his life. Butian Pavilion Master's expression shook, and he retreated a few steps. Ning Chan waved his hand, and the killing immortal-slaying sword appeared in his hand. His figure rushed forward again. Within the 10,000 sword chi, Butian Pavilion Master dodged layers of sword chi. His mind was still unsettled, and the killing immortal-slaying sword arrived in front of him. As the crisis approached, Butian Pavilion Master raised his hand and directly grabbed the killing immortal-slaying sword's tip. The tip of the sword pushed an inch by inch, and a dazzling fountain of blood blossomed. The tip of the sword entered his body, and a dazzling vermilion color appeared. In front of Butian Pavilion Master's chest, the tip of the sword was stained with blood, and the baleful aura became even stronger. In a 1-against-2 battle, knowing destiny gradually suppressed the 2 heaven-mending giants and gained the upper hand. Below, many heaven-mending pavilion experts saw the battle in the sky and were shocked. Knowing destiny, this brat is so fierce. Luo Xingqian's eyelids twitched. Knowing destiny's battle prowess was too shocking. Don't just stand there. Quickly deal with these people and go help him. Not far away, Mu Qianshang killed a heaven-mending pavilion lord with a swing of his sword. He looked at the sky and said in a deep voice. Luo Xingqian nodded. The star mark bow in his hand was fully drawn, and arrow lights pierced through the sky like rain. On the battlefield, nearly half of the 10 half-step Dao extinguishing old monsters in ancient clothing died, and the remaining few were also heavily injured. At the front of the battlefield, Hua Zhongdia was fighting while bathed in blood. Her blue dress was stained with blood, both hers and the enemy's. In order to finish the battle as soon as possible, she was already desperate. With the help of friends from the inner realm, the pressure on Ningqian was reduced to the greatest extent. He was able to focus on dealing with the 2 heaven-mending giants. I'll go help him. After killing another half-step Dao destroyer old monster, Butterfly in the Flower stepped into the sky, ignoring the injuries on her body. Below, Xiazi saw this and narrowed his eyes. He also stepped forward and flew toward the battle in the sky. It was time to end this battle. Demonic Butterfly and Xiazi flew into the sky at the same time. In the sky, demonic aura suddenly filled the sky and covered the sun. Seeing this, Ning Chen changed his cultivation technique and activated his 3 bodies to dissipate the demonic aura. In an instant, 3 demons filled the sky, and their demonic aura shook the world. The strongest demons, Ning Chen, Xiazi, and Hua Zhongdia, emitted endless demonic aura that shook the world. Behind the 3 of them, huge demonic wings appeared at the same time. Their demonic aura suddenly multiplied. In the battle, Lord Xian and Heaven Mending Pavilion Lord felt the powerful demonic aura from the 3 and were shocked. Jia Wu, Nether King. The flower burial tear in Hua Zhongdia's hand exploded with shocking demonic aura. Behind her, a pair of black and dazzling butterfly wings spread out. Madness of Doomsday. Not far away, behind Xiazi, the 12 wings of sin spread out. Black feathers fluttered in the wind. The demonic sword in his hand was raised to the extreme and turned into a 6-foot-long demonic blade that shook the 9 heavens. The 2 demons displayed their strongest demonic aura. In the middle, Ning Chen's 2 swords rotated. The divine ring behind him gradually turned black and turned into a demon. In an instant, the 3 figures disappeared at the same time and restarted the battle. Lord Xian and Heaven Mending Pavilion, Lord's expressions changed slightly. Just as they were about to block, their bodies turned red. The 3 demons' figures intertwined with each other. They were extremely fast. Their demonic wings shook, and their swords and sabers shocked the world. Below, Luofei saw the opportunity and shouted. Her delicate hands condensed the essence of heaven and earth. The moonlight around her flourished, and divine light spread out. In an instant, the void around Heaven Mending Pavilion became still. It was as if the world had died. Whoosh! At this moment, vermilion red splattered in the sky, dyeing the blue sky red. Chapter 1497. In the sky above Heaven Mending Pavilion, Mo Dai and Xiazi joined the battle for the last time. Ning Qin transformed from a deity into a devil at the same time. With 3 devils in the same sky, the demonic aura shook the 9 continents. The 3 demons moved. At the same time, Madame Luofei stimulated her heavenly book martial arts. Moonlight spread out, sealing away the world. In the blink of an eye, the 3 devils' figures flashed past. Heaven Mending Pavilion Master and Senior Xian's expressions shook at the same time, and their bodies were dyed red. The most shocking scene was that the Heaven Mending Pavilion's 2 great Dao exterminating giants were injured. Even though they barely avoided the fatal blow, they still suffered serious injuries. Huge demonic wings flapped behind Xiazi and Butterfly in the Flower. Their terrifying demonic nature was more powerful than any other demon in the world. In the center of the battle, Ning Chen activated his sword domain. Black and white sword lights crisscrossed, sealing off the battle. Amidst the blinding sword light, the figures of the three demons streaked across the sky. They gathered all of their power and unleashed all of their combat prowess. Facing the extreme devil, Zun Xian and the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master were completely on the defensive. However, if they continued to defend, they would definitely lose. Within the black and white sword light that filled the sky, one could only see a waterfall of blood splashing out. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master, who was already injured, could no longer defend against the three devils' astonishing attacks. His injuries worsened. In the battle, Zun Xian's expression darkened when he saw this. Lightning curled around his body, blocking half of the attacks for the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master. Butian Pavilion Master, Senior Xian, you are at the end of your road. The two extreme powers collided. Amidst the turbulent sword light, Ning Chen's silhouette swept to the front of the two. The immortal slaying and immortal slaying were like the dawn breaking through the darkness. They were so dazzling that they slashed through the sky. The astonishing immortal sword was accompanied by tens of thousands of black and white sword lights. The power of a single sword could fight against the sun and moon. The two of them blocked the attack. The corners of Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's mouth turned red as he flew back several zhang. Not far away, Zun Xian raised his hand to block the sword light. Seeing the heavily injured Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master, he took a step back and rushed forward like a bolt of lightning. At this moment, a demonic shadow flashed between the two of them. The mad doomsday tore through the void, mercilessly pressing for their lives. Zun Xian's expression changed slightly. He turned around and dodged the demonic might. When Xiazi moved to stop Venerable Xian, the demonic butterfly swept past from behind. The flower burial blade appeared and slashed towards the injured Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master. As the killing intent approached, the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master suppressed his injuries and used the Heaven-Mending technique again. Immediately, the divine energy around Butian Pavilion Master's body flourished, and his unparalleled divine power blocked the flower burial strike. Demonic energy and divine energy clashed against each other. After a moment of deadlock, a plain-clothed figure appeared behind the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master. It was so fast that no one could react to it. The execution of the immortal streaked across. Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's body trembled, and before he could take one last look at the world, his head flew up, and blood dyed the blue sky red. In the void sky, Knowing Destiny stood quietly in the divine region, covered in silver light. Even his eyes turned into a strange silver color. Outside the silver brilliance, black demonic chi surged like a tide. The demonic might was shocking, and it shook the heavens and the earth. The Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master died in battle. His soul flew out in an attempt to escape. However, it was already too late. Ning Chen raised his hand. Demonic energy surged out and directly swallowed the Heaven-Mending Pavilion Master's soul. Not far away, Venerable Xian's expression darkened. He punched away the demonic cultivator in front of him and rushed forward. Ning Chen brandished his sword. Sword Qi swept out and forced Venerable Xian to retreat. Behind them, Xiazi and Hua Zhongdia arrived. Their eyes were fixed on Lord Xian, who was the last one standing. They did not dare to underestimate him. This person's strength was very strong, even above Pavilion Master Butian. Zun Xian, who was standing 100 feet away, looked down at the battlefield and sighed. He had lost. They had completely lost. After a while, Venerable Xian collected himself. He looked at the white-haired young man in front of him and said, "Marquis Ning, you have won. Venerable Xian has not lost yet." Ning Chen said calmly, "You are the strongest person I have ever met." The lightning around Venerable Xian's body gradually disappeared. Exhaustion flashed across his face as he said, "I am old. In this era, there is no place for us. Marquis Ning, give me the Pavilion Master's soul. I will leave and never come back." Ning Chen heard him and went silent. After a while, he waved his hand and sent the heaven-mending Pavilion Master's soul over. He said calmly, "I hope you will keep your promise." Xian Jie took the heaven-mending Pavilion Master's soul and cupped his hands. He did not stay any longer. His figure gradually faded and disappeared. "Are we just going to let him leave like this?" Hua Zhongjie walked forward and asked. "This person's strength is unfathomable. It will be hard for us to keep him here." Ning Chen said calmly, "We should not force such a powerful person into a desperate situation. Perhaps the result today is the best." Hua Zhongjie nodded and did not say anything else. Her figure disappeared and flew towards the battlefield below. The heaven-mending Pavilion Master died in battle and Venerable Xian left. The heaven-mending Pavilion army immediately fell into chaos. Without a leader, they were forced to retreat. The heaven-mending pavilion's defeat was inevitable. The immortal sect that had dominated the southeastern region for countless years had finally reached its end. The fierce battle lasted for one day and one night. The flames of war burned every corner of the heaven-mending pavilion. Countless halls collapsed and turned into ruins. When the first rays of the sun shone on the world again, the battle finally stopped. Around the heaven-mending pavilion, there were broken walls everywhere. It no longer had its former glory. In front of the destroyed heaven-mending palace, Ning Chen walked forward. Looking at the ruins of the palace, his eyes flashed with emotions. Finally, the battle had reached this place. Although the road ahead was still long, they had finally taken the most important step. Ning Chen raised his hand and the earth rumbled. Stone pillars rose from the ground and supported the broken palace. The palace was rebuilt. Ning Chen walked forward and walked to the top of the palace. Behind him, dozens of Ning soldiers looked at this scene with admiration in their eyes. They really did it, especially the 100 great sinners who had followed Ning Chen from the God realm. They could not hide the excitement in their hearts. Dozens of years ago, when they first came to Wuyu Heaven, they did not even dare to imagine that they would have such a day. In the southeastern region, and even the entire Wuyu Heaven, the news of the heaven-mending pavilion's defeat spread like wildfire. The world was shocked. 10 days later, in front of the rebuilt heaven-mending palace, the famous figures from the 100 great sects of the southeastern region came to pay homage to the new ruler of the southeastern region. In a short time, the two words Marquis Ning spread throughout the world. At the top of the palace, Ning Chen stood quietly in front of the throne. Divine light lingered around his body, like a celestial emperor overlooking all living things. Thousands of years of war had never stopped. Under the throne, more than 1 million corpses were left. In front of the throne, Ning Chen quietly looked at the distant territory. His expression did not change at all. Soon, he would use this as a starting point and truly start the war. He wanted to save her. No one could stop him, not even the heavens. At the same time, in the other 7 directions of Wuyu Heaven, the 7 strongest sects all looked towards the southeast after hearing the news of the heaven-mending pavilion's defeat. The heaven-mending pavilion's defeat was beyond their expectations. In this world, there was actually a supreme expert who could overturn the situation. It seemed that they could no longer sit idly by. Tao destroyer experts from the 7 great sects walked out and rushed towards the southeast. In front of the heaven-mending palace, Ning Chen also felt the gazes from all sides, but he ignored them. He needed time. The war had just ended, and the chaos was still there. He needed time to completely quell the resistance of the southeastern region. Half a day later, in the heaven-mending palace, Ning Chen waved his hand to summon the green coffin and removed the seal on it. Immediately, the lid on the green coffin was blown away. A red-clothed woman rushed out and wanted to counterattack. Ning Chen reached out and directly grabbed the woman's throat. The demonic aura around him surged and restrained the woman's movements. "Speak, who are you?" Ning Chen said with a cold expression. Chapter 1498. Heaven Mending Divine Temple. Under the rising sun, pillars pierced the sky. The open-air divine temple looked even more majestic. In the divine temple, a white-haired figure in plain clothes stood quietly, his hand holding the throat of a red-robed woman. His murderous intent was not concealed at all. Outside the divine temple, Luo Xingqian, Mu Qiansheng, and the others were shocked when they saw the scene. What was Ji Ming doing? Besides Xiaozi, Luo Fei came forward and advised, "Ji Ming, don't be rash." Inside the divine temple, demonic aura surged. Ning Chen looked at the woman in front and said lightly, "Speak, who are you?" The red-robed woman did not answer, like a living dead, not saying a word. At this time, in front of the divine temple, a blood-haired demonic butterfly walked over, passing by everyone, step by step into the divine temple. Hua Zhongjie entered the hall and said calmly, "Let me." With that, Hua Zhongjie reached out and demonic aura surged, engulfing the red-robed woman. The soul-searching technique appeared again, shocking the world. The entire hall began to shake. Even the space was distorted. The red-robed woman's body trembled, her empty eyes showing pain. Hua Zhongjie did not show any mercy, using the soul-searching technique to search the red-robed woman's memories. On the side, Ning Chen waited quietly, light flashing in his eyes. This red-robed woman's appearance and aura were very similar to the ghost woman. It was really strange. Including the woman in the Immortal Corpse Patrol, he had already seen 2 women like the ghost woman. If he still could not see the abnormality, then he would be a fool. He did not believe in afterlife, but the ghost woman's situation, other than reincarnation, he could not find any other explanation. After a long time, Hua Zhongjie stopped, her eyes focused. "I only saw some memories, but this woman is indeed the ghost woman of the underworld." Hearing this, Ning Chen's eyes narrowed as expected. "This woman is already dead." Hua Zhongjie said calmly, "The remaining consciousness is just a reflection of her life. How are you going to deal with it?" "When I find the ghost woman, I will ask her personally." With that, Ning Chen waved his hand. A green coffin appeared, sealing the red-robed woman inside. Suddenly, the clouds in the 9 heavens changed. Thunder rumbled in all directions. Above the 9 heavens, figures appeared, their powerful aura startling the gods of the 9 heavens. Inside the temple, Ning Chen turned his head and looked at the horizon. His eyes narrowed slightly. It was finally here. Outside the temple, Luo Xingqian and the others also felt the terrifying aura in the sky, and their expressions turned cold. They came rather quickly. Above the 9 heavens, the 7 Tao destroyers arrived together. Their powerful auras shocked the million-strong army below. "Marquis Ning, come out and meet me." A white-robed man among the 7 Tao exterminators said with a cold expression. Inside the temple, Butterfly in the Flower looked at the 7 Path destroyers in the sky. She clenched her fists and demonic chi gushed out. "Senior sister, don't be rash." Ning Chen raised his hand to stop the woman beside him. He smiled and said, "There are guests here. As the host, I can't be rude." As soon as Ning Chen finished speaking, phoenix flames spread out behind him. Huge phoenix wings spread out and soared into the sky. In the blink of an eye, Ning Chen's figure appeared above the 9 heavens. He withdrew his phoenix flames and returned to normal. On the other side, the 7 Tao exterminators stared at Marquis Ning, whose name had shaken the world. This Marquis Ning was not simple. "Honored guests, please forgive me for not going out to welcome you. Ning Qin looked at the 7 emissaries in front of him and said with a smile, "Are you the one who destroyed Butian Pavilion?" Among the 7 emissaries, a purple-robed woman spoke with a cold expression. "Yes." Ning Qin did not deny it and replied. The purple-robed woman frowned slightly and took a step forward. The Tao Destroyer aura circulated and suppressed the former. Under the suppression of the Tao Destroyer law, Ning Qin was indifferent. His sword intent rose and directly broke through the Tao Destroyer law. The purple-robed woman's expression changed. She had to take half a step back to avoid the sharp edge. When the other 6 Tao Destroyers saw this, their expression sank. What a powerful sword intent! "Let me try." At this time, a burly man in a green robe walked out from the side. With a deep shout, his figure flashed past and punched out. The earth-shattering punch was like a raging wave. It was as if the sky was collapsing. It was merciless. In front of him, Ning Qin did not dodge. He punched out and blocked the attack head-on. Everyone watched as the 2 forces collided. Suddenly, the sky changed color, and a violent pressure spread out. A huge force came, and the green-robed man took half a step back. His right arm was numb. In a battle of strength, Heavenly Lord Gumeng, who was forged from divine power, was at a disadvantage. Heavenly Lord Gumeng was defeated. The Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords present were even more shocked. In a battle of strength, Gumeng was defeated. "Let me do it." At this moment, the young Heavenly Lord in white moved. Black water surged around his body. It was bone-chilling. Ning Qin smiled and moved. In the blink of an eye, he arrived in front of the white-robed man. He condensed qi with his finger, and the wind and snow shocked the sky. The young Heavenly Lord in white's expression changed slightly. The black water around him quickly froze, and a moment later it shattered. As the sword finger closed in, a powerful force erupted. The white-robed Heavenly Lord took a few steps back, and the aura around him shook violently. In 3 moves, all 3 Heavenly Lords were defeated. The shocking battle record shocked everyone. Below, the 1,000,000-strong Ning family army was excited. Ho's strength was truly invincible. In the void, the 7 Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords looked at each other. Without hesitation, they released their aura to suppress Ho. The corner of Ning Chen's mouth curved slightly. He took a step forward, and a black and white Tai Chi diagram appeared in the void. In the sword realm, black and white sword chi appeared, blocking the pressure of the 7 Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords. It was a shocking scene. The 7 Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords joined forces to suppress the knowing destiny state. In the battle, the black and white sword light floated up and down. The aura of the 7 Heavenly Lords was completely blocked, and they could not shake the knowing destiny state at all. Compared to Butian Pavilion Master and Lord Xian, you are still weaker. Ning Qin said calmly. The aura around him shook, and black and white sword chi spread out, pushing the 7 Heavenly Lords away. The sword chi rushed out, and the 7 Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords were all shocked. They came to establish their prestige, but now they were disgraced. The 7 Tao Destroyer Heavenly Lords' expressions changed again and again. They did not expect Marquis Ning's strength to be so terrifying. It's so lively. It seems that we are not too late. At this moment, a familiar voice sounded in the sky and spread throughout the world. Below, Luo Xingqian, Xiazi, and the others heard it. They looked at the sky with strange expressions. They are here. Everyone looked at the sky. A huge black cavity cracked open, and figures walked out of it. Each of them had the aura of the heaven realm, which shocked everyone. Behind them, demonic chi surged, and a powerful being stood in the demonic aura. The terrifying demonic aura suppressed everyone present. In the void, Ning Qin felt it. His expression froze for a moment, but he came to his senses after a while. He bowed respectfully and said, "Welcome, master." The heavenly lords of the mortal world separated. Behind them, Xianjuo walked out. The powerful, demonic aura surged, as if a part of the world was pressing down, shocking the entire merciless heaven. For a moment, the strongest forces in the 8 directions of voidless heaven all turned their gazes to the southeast, their faces full of shock. What a powerful demonic aura! Is this merciless heaven? Above the sky, Xianjuo looked down. He walked down step by step, and his demonic aura caused the world to shake. Below, the 7 Tao Destroyer heavenly lords felt fear in their hearts, and they looked shocked. Behind Xianjuo, the heavenly lords from the mortal world descended from the sky. Their powerful auras were far stronger than 1,000 years ago. "Jiming, how have you been?" Among the crowd, Prince Qi, Lin Yuzhen, said with a smile. She was dressed in men's clothing and looked valiant. Prince Qi's demeanor is even more magnificent than before. Ning Chen said with a smile, "Master." At this moment, a delicate figure flew out from behind the crowd and threw herself at Ning Chen. "Yin." Ning Chen caught the girl and said with a smile, "Calm down. You are a big girl now." Yin giggled and said, "I miss you, master." Chapter 1499. In the sky above the heaven-mending divine palace, good friends from the human world gathered together. This valiant lineup made even the emissaries of the 7 great sects feel fear. The overlords in the human world had all reached the heaven state. The most powerful one, Fiend Lord Juyo, had even reached the Tao destruction realm. His powerful demonic energy surged and shocked the world. Seeing that his friends from the human world had arrived, Ning Chen was no longer in the mood to deal with the messengers of the 7 sections. He looked at the 7 people and said indifferently, "Everyone, I still have something to do, so I won't see you off. I'll definitely pay a visit to your sects in a few days." Seeing that the situation was unfavorable, the messengers of the 7 religious sects did not dare to stay any longer and retreated one after another. After the 7 of them left, Ning Chen retracted his gaze and looked at the human powerhouses in front of him. He smiled and said, "Welcome to Wuyu Heaven." In the sky, Qingning, Yin, the Dawn Moon Tower Master, and the others looked down at the unfamiliar and vast world below with smiles on their faces. Everyone descended from the sky. Ning Chen personally received the cultivators of the human world. Although he was grateful, he did not say much. They had once fought side by side, and now they were reunited. This was fate, and even more so love. Little mistress, Yin saw a man not far away, and immediately pounced over, calling out happily. A man patted Yin's head and said softly, "Have you been good these days?" "I'm very obedient," Yin replied sweetly. A man smiled, and her mood improved a lot. Not far away, Hua Zhongdia, who was wearing a blue dress, looked at the crowd and did not step forward. When Yin saw the demonic butterfly not far away, she was a little afraid and did not dare to get too close. Qingning walked over. After greeting a man, she headed straight for the butterfly in the flower. "Miss Dai, it's been hard on you these days." Qingning looked at the lady before her and said softly, "It's something I should do." Butterfly in the flower said calmly. In front of the heaven-mending divine temple, everyone exchanged greetings. Mu Qianshang, Luofei, and the others were in a good mood when they saw their good friends from the human realm arrive. Ning Chen walked up to Xianjuo and said respectfully, "Master." "Well done," Xianjuo said calmly within the surging demonic qi. "Thank you for your praise, Master." Ning Chen replied, "Disciple is extremely grateful that Master could come. The primordial demon realm and the human realm are still peaceful for now. Let me help you on your last journey," Xianjuo said. Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a strange expression and said, "What do you mean, Master?" Xianjuo looked at the sky and said, I have a feeling that my destiny is coming. I can't stay in this world for long. Tianming. Ning Chen's body shook, and he said, Did Master send something? The reincarnation of the heavenly Tao has its own destiny. I have experienced too many years. This time am I really leaving? Xian Juyo said calmly. Master has attained the Tao extermination realm, and his lifespan has increased greatly. Why is this still happening? Ning Chen's expression darkened as he asked in confusion. It's not lifespan. Xianjiu looked into the distance and said, Humans have the 3 calamities and 5 tribulations. Gods have the 5 decays. Demons are the same. I have lived for far too long. My destiny is coming. Can't we avoid it? Ningchen asked in a low voice. There's no need. Xianjiu's tone was calm as he said, My era has long passed. You are the only thing that Master cares about in this world. Now that I've seen you grow to this extent, Master can be at ease. When Ningchen heard this, his heart ached slightly. However, he did not know how to persuade him to stay. His family had all left. He had no more attachments in this world. His martial arts had also reached the peak. Perhaps one day he would make the same choice. Before the destiny, he was not willing to avoid it anymore. Master, there might be a 6th realm above the Tao extermination realm. Martial arts have no end. Master, don't you want to see what the end of martial arts is like? Ningchen was still unwilling to give up. In the end, he tried to persuade Xianjiu. Fool, Xianjiu said softly, so what if he has cultivated to the 6th realm? The Nether King of the 7 ultimate heaven is truly invincible in the 9 heavens and 10 earths. You have fought with him before. Did you feel any reluctance to leave the world from his palm? Ning Chen was silent. He had no words to say. It's lonely at the top. Gods have nothing but loneliness. Xianjiu looked at the distant horizon and said, With the Nether King's power, destroying the world is a piece of cake. Why does he have to leave hope for humanity again and again? Perhaps, in his heart, he hopes that you can defeat him. Xianjiu retracted his gaze and looked at the disciple in front of him. He said softly, Master's destiny still has some time. Before that, Master will help you flatten the entire desireless heaven. Their conversation was restricted by the laws of space. There was no third person who could hear them. In front of the heaven repairing divine palace, the experts from the human world exchanged greetings and returned to their positions. Around the heaven repairing divine palace, large halls rose from the ground. They were majestic and majestic. Half a day later, behind the heaven repairing divine palace, Xianjiu walked into a heavily sealed divine palace and went into seclusion again. Ning Chen looked at Xianjiu in seclusion with sadness in his eyes. Master. At this moment, Yin shouted loudly from behind, trying to scare him. Ning Chen came back to his senses. He looked at the girl in front of him and collected his emotions. He smiled and said, What's wrong? Is something the matter? Didn't you say you were going to visit the 7 great sects? Did you forget? Yin pouted and said, I didn't forget. Ning Chen said softly, I'll go now. I want to go too. Yin volunteered. Ning Chen smiled and said, I heard from your sister Qingning that you have completely mastered the Phoenix origin and heavenly speech origin. Is that true? It's true. Yin raised her head and said proudly. Ning Chen nodded and smiled. Then let's go together. Yin's eyes curved when she heard that. Her little face was smiling like a blooming flower. Before leaving, Ning Chen looked at the sealed divine palace behind him again. His expression was slightly gloomy as he turned and left. He hoped that this day would come later. In the hall behind him, Xianjiu opened his eyes and looked at the disciple who was leaving. He sighed softly in his heart. Idiot! After 1,000 years of cultivation, he still couldn't get over it? 10 days later, in the southern part of desireless heaven, Nanming Divine Dynasty. Ning Chan walked over with a man and entered the territory of the dynasty. The Divine Dynasty's imperial palace was a magnificent building that stretched for thousands of miles. The divine palaces were connected to each other. They had endured countless years and were eternal. Great Emperor Nanming, the current ruler of the Nanming Divine Dynasty, stood quietly in front of the throne. He felt a powerful aura approaching from afar, and his expression turned serious. "They're here, in the majestic divine palace." Officials of the Divine Dynasty stood quietly. Each of them was above the heavenly venerable level and had an unusually powerful aura. Ning Chan walked over with in the imperial city of the Divine Dynasty. He looked no different from an ordinary person. In the imperial city, pedestrians came and went. But in the dark, countless eyes were watching the two of them and were unusually alert. They knew very well that this seemingly ordinary white-haired man was Marquis Ning, whose name shook desireless heaven. He was famous for being cold-blooded and ruthless. If he were to be ruthless, the entire Nanming Divine City would not be enough for him to kill. Among the people who were secretly watching, there was no lack of Heaven Realm and even Dao Annihilation Realm experts. However, before Ning Chan made a move, no one dared to make a move. Half a day later, Ning Chan walked through the Divine City with and walked into the Imperial Palace of the Divine Dynasty. In the Imperial Palace of the Divine Dynasty, which was comparable to the immortal world, even if there were 1,000,000 divine generals, no one dared to stop the two of them. In the Nanming Divine Palace, Great Emperor Nanming looked at the white-haired man in front of him and narrowed his eyes slightly. Was this the legendary Marquis Ning? His reputation was indeed well-deserved. Everyone watched as Ning Chan walked into the Divine Palace with He looked at Great Emperor Nanming and said calmly, "I'm here." Chapter 1500. In the Nanming Divine Palace, Ning Chan brought to the main hall. Everyone looked at them, and no one dared to be disrespectful. In front of the throne, Great Emperor Nanming looked at the white-haired man in front of him. His majestic eyes flashed with surprise as he said, "Marquis Ning, we are honored by your presence. Please forgive us for not going out to meet you." In the main hall, Ning Chan looked at the Lord of Nanming Divine Dynasty and said calmly, according to the agreement, "I am here to visit you." The two looked at each other, and a powerful divine aura spread out, colliding with each other silently. On both sides of the main hall, the officials of the Divine Dynasty were shocked and took a few steps back. It was a shocking scene. In the main hall, the airflow violently collided and countless formation runes were instantly destroyed. In just a few breaths, the officials in the hall felt like they were in hell, unable to withstand the terrifying pressure. After 10 breaths, Ning Chan waved his hand and dispersed the aftershock. He smiled and said, "Divine Master, your cultivation is really unfathomable." Marquis Ning's ability is also shocking. In front of the throne, Great Emperor Nanming said lightly, "Men, prepare a seat." Yes. In the main hall, 2 divine generals received the order and brought a Qilin chair, placing it in front of the officials. "Thank you." Ning Chan thanked them and did not stand on ceremony. He walked to the Qilin chair and sat down. Followed and stood behind him obediently. In the main hall, Great Emperor Nanming looked at the white-haired man below and said, "In less than 60 years, Marquis Ning has conquered the entire Southeast Territory. You are indeed a young hero. Divine Master, you are too kind." Ning Chan smiled and said, "Divine Master, you have ruled the southern region for thousands of years. No one has dared to offend you. That is why you are respected." "Marquis Ning dares to," Great Emperor Nanming said lightly. On the Qilin chair, Ning Chan narrowed his eyes and said, "Divine Master, you must be joking." Great Emperor Nanming smiled and did not say much on this topic. He looked at the girl behind Marquis Ning and asked casually, "This girl is?" My disciple." Ning Chan smiled and said, greet the Divine Master." "Greetings, Divine Master." bowed respectfully. Marquis Ning's disciple, Great Emperor Nanming, looked at the girl in front of him seriously. After he observed her, his eyes flashed with surprise. There was a faint, divine light. Father. Right at this moment, a young man in a python robe walked out from within the hall and said respectfully, "Son wishes to seek guidance from Marquis Ning." "Nanlin, don't be rude." Great Emperor Nanming's expression turned cold. "Who is Marquis Ning? Why would he fight with a junior like you?" On the Qilin throne, Ning Chun revealed a smile and said, "Royal Lord, you don't need to mind. Southern Scale Crown Prince, if you win against my disciple, I can give you a few pointers." The Crown Prince of Nanlin had heard about it. He looked at the young girl behind Marquis Ning, and his handsome face revealed a strange expression. Go and ask the Crown Prince for advice," said Ningchen with a smile. Yes, Ener nodded. She walked to the center of the hall and said, "Your Highness, please." The Crown Prince of Nanlin frowned, but he still walked in front of the ministers and said, "Please." The two confronted each other. Divine might filled the air, and a great battle was about to break out. A moment later, the two of them moved at the same time. Within 100 feet, they collided with each other. Their palms were powerful, and each of their moves was fierce. Every move they made was extraordinary. After a short confrontation, everyone knew who the opponent was. The Crown Prince of Nanlin shouted. Blue flames rose around him, and the entire sky began to distort. Nanming primordial fire. Seeing this, Ning Chen's eyes flashed. He finally saw it. Nanming Dynasty's art of guarding. The Nanming primordial fire appeared, and its divine might shook the heavens and the earth. On the opposite side, felt the terror of the flames in front of her. Her expression turned serious. With a shout, the phoenix fire rose around her. The phoenix divine fire and the Nanming primordial fire, the two most powerful divine flames in the world, appeared at the same time. Suddenly, the void in the Nanming palace shook. Even the laws of heaven and earth seemed to be burning. A moment later, the two flames collided. The airflow shook, burning the sky and boiling the sea. On the throne and Qilin throne, Ning Chen and Great Emperor Nanming attacked at the same time. Divine might filled the air, blocking the aftermath of the battle. The ministers of the dynasty were shocked. They knew the Crown Prince's cultivation very well. He was not far from the path-extinguishing realm. This disciple of Marquis Ning was able to fight evenly with the Crown Prince, whom they were most proud of. It was truly shocking. In the turbulent waves of fire, the two figures appeared. Their cultivation techniques were raised again, and their divine might was shocking. Ning Chen looked at the Nanming primordial fire around the Crown Prince of Nanlin. The Nanming primordial fire was not inferior to the Phoenix divine fire. It seemed that if they wanted to attack the southern region, they had to first find a way to deal with the threat of the Nanming primordial fire. Lightning conduit. In the battle, Ener raised her hand. First, she used the heavens speaker technique. Suddenly, the sky above Nanming Divine City was filled with wind and thunder, covering the divine sun. In the palace, thousands of lightning bolts gathered. With the support of the phoenix fire, the lightning bolts and fire blasted toward the Crown Prince of Nanlin. The Crown Prince of Nanlin's expression changed slightly. He used the Nanming primordial fire in his hands and turned it into a huge astrolabe. His divine might rose rapidly, and he blocked the attack. That's enough. At this time on the Qilin throne, Ning Chun raised his hand and dispersed the lightning and phoenix fire, stopping the battle. Hearing this, stopped fighting. She cupped her fists and bowed. Then she turned around and walked back. In the battle, the Crown Prince of Nanlin retracted his aura and bowed back. He then walked back to the officials thoughtfully. After the battle ended, Ning Chen saw what he wanted to see. He stood up and looked at great Emperor Nanming in the palace. He smiled and said, "Emperor Lord, I suddenly remembered that I have something to do. I won't stay any longer. Goodbye. Marquis Ning, take care." On the throne, great Emperor Nanming did not ask him to stay. He stood up and said calmly, "See you again." Ning Chen said before turning around and leaving. Caught up with him and quickly followed after him. In front of the officials, the Crown Prince of Nanlin looked at the woman behind Marquis Ning. "Nanlin." In front of the throne, great Emperor Nanming said calmly, "You lost just now." The Crown Prince of Nanlin came back to his senses and said respectfully, "I know my mistake. This Marquis Ning will be a great enemy of the Nanming divine dynasty in the future." Great Emperor Nanming looked at the two figures and said calmly, "If we fight head-on, even I don't have full confidence that I can stop him." Below, the officials' faces darkened when they heard this. "Father, must the Nanming divine dynasty be Marquis Ning's enemy?" The Crown Prince of Nanlin said unwillingly, "Marquis Ning has just risen. The Nanming divine dynasty can show goodwill. Perhaps we can be on good terms with him." Hearing this, great Emperor Nanming frowned and said, "Show goodwill? How?" "Marriage alliance." The Crown Prince of Nanlin said seriously, "In the Nanming divine city, Ning Chen brought Yin out of the palace and headed east." "Master, why did you stop me just now?" "I was about to win," Yin said unhappily. "It's not appropriate to hit their crown prince in their territory. It's better to be kind," Ning Chen said with a smile. Yin pursed her lips and said, "I'd be a fool to believe you. Are you planning something again? How do you think the Nanming divine dynasty will deal with our relationship?" Ning Chen asked. "The Nanming divine dynasty shares a border with our territory. Friction is inevitable. Of course, whoever has the bigger fist will have the final say," Yin said seriously. "That's right." Ning Chen smiled and said, "How can we allow others to sleep beside us? However, everyone knows that, but not everyone has the courage to do so." After saying that, Ning Chen looked back at the majestic palace behind him and said with a smile, "Do you think the Nanming divine dynasty will do something as stupid as asking a tiger for its skin?" Chapter 1501. Not long after Ning Chen brought Yin back to the heaven repairing temple, the messenger from the Nanming God dynasty arrived. The messenger brought gifts and stated the purpose of his visit, a marriage alliance. Ning Chen looked at the gifts that filled the temple and said, "Yin, someone wants to marry you." "That's all," Yin pouted and said. I told the Nanming God dynasty not to do anything stupid. I didn't expect the Nanming God Emperor to make such a stupid decision," Ning Chen said with a smile. "Master, you can't use my marriage," Yin said with a vigilant look. "Of course." Ning Chen smiled and said, "Let's wait and see what the Nanming God dynasty does." A few days later, the news of the marriage alliance between the Nanming God dynasty and the Ning family spread. The Nanming God dynasty wanted to make it happen. The Ning family didn't admit or deny the rumors, as if they acquiesced to the rumors. The Ning family's acquiescence caused more and more rumors to spread. Almost everyone in the southeast and south border believed that the Ning family and the Nanming God dynasty were going to have a marriage alliance. In the heaven repairing temple, two people were playing chess with black and white pieces. "Jiming Marquis, what are you planning?" The host of the Dawn Moon Brothel placed a white piece and said calmly, "With the Ning family's current strength, we can fight the Nanming God dynasty head-on. Why are we doing such useless things? The Ning family's goal has never been the Nanming God dynasty." Ning Chen placed a black piece and smiled. "You should know why I'm doing this. For one person, you didn't hesitate to destroy the world. Jiming Marquis, you are the most ruthless person." The host of the Dawn Moon Brothel placed another piece and sighed. "If people don't offend me, I won't offend them. Ning Chen placed a black piece and blocked all the exits of the white piece. He said calmly, "If people offend me, I'll pay them back 100 times." Yama locked the soul, and the dragon died. The winner of this game of chess was about to be decided. Hong Luan walked over with tea and served it to the two of them. The tea was light, the desireless heaven was poor, and the quality of the tea was much worse than in the mortal world. Everyone says that immortals are good, but they don't know that the mortal world is the most carefree. The Dawn Moon brothel master took a sip of tea and sighed. Jiming Marquis, don't do everything you can. It's not good for your cultivation. Thank you for your reminder. I understand. Ning Chen finished the tea in his cup in one gulp, stood up and said, "We have guests." The waning moon brothel mistress looked at the horizon outside the palace. Light flickered in her eyes. Why are there always so many stupid people? Asking a tiger for its skin. Aren't you afraid of losing your life? Above the great hall, the southern scale-crowned prince, dressed in a python robe, personally arrived. He once again brought many congratulatory gifts and delivered them to the heaven-mending divine palace. "Greetings, Marquis Ning." The crown prince of Nanlin looked at the white-haired man and bowed respectfully. "Your Highness is too courteous." Ning Chen stepped forward and reached out to help the Nanlin crown prince up. He smiled and said, "Your Highness, why have you come in person?" "I'm here to propose marriage to Marquis Ning. I want to marry Marquis Ning's disciple, Miss Nanlin crown prince said seriously. Hearing this, Ning Chen revealed a difficult expression and said, "I'm afraid this matter won't be so easy." The crown prince of Nanlin didn't understand and asked, "Marquis Ning, what do you mean?" Ning Chen held the southern scale crown prince's arm and sighed. That girline was unwilling to accept this marriage and ran away. The southern scale crown prince frowned and said, "There's such a thing." "Your Highness, please wait a few days. Once I capture that girl, I will definitely give your Highness an explanation," Ning Chen said seriously. The southern scale crown prince nodded and said, "Then I'll have to trouble Marquis Ning." "It's what I should do," Ning Chen said with a smile. The two exchanged a few more pleasantries. The southern scale crown prince did not stay any longer and left with the marriage proposal team. After returning to the southern scale god dynasty, the southern scale crown prince relayed Ning Chen's words. In front of the throne, Great Emperor Nanming heard it and frowned slightly. Marquis Ning's disciple really isn't in the heaven-mending divine palace? Great Emperor Nanming asked. "She isn't." The southern scale crown prince shook his head and said, "I deliberately brought the three spirits mirror. I didn't feel Miss Er's divine sense." Great Emperor Nanming nodded and said, "If that's the case, let's wait." No one would have thought that they would wait for 10 years. In 10 years, the Ning clan had completely pacified the southeastern territory and became a true overlord. In 10 years, Great Emperor Nanming had sent people to the southeastern territory many times to urge them. Even the southern scale crown prince had personally gone there a few times. However, because of Er's disappearance, the matter was left unsettled. Something's not right. In the southern scale divine palace, Great Emperor Nanming finally realized that something was wrong. He said in a deep voice, "With Marquis Ning's ability, if he wants to find his disciple, he shouldn't be unable to find her even after 10 years. Could it be that the Ning clan isn't willing to have a marriage alliance with our divine dynasty? If the Ning clan isn't willing, then why didn't Marquis Ning reject it?" The southern scale crown prince was puzzled. "This is also what I don't understand." Great Emperor Nanming said solemnly, "The Ning clan strength was not weaker than the southern scale god dynasty 10 years ago. 10 years later, even if the Ning clan was more unified, they were not much stronger than the southern scale god dynasty. There was not much meaning in delaying it for 10 years. Your Highness." At this moment, A divine general walked into the palace and said in a deep voice, "The scouts sent news. A few days ago, Marquis Ning went to Taitsong Impasse and returned with heavy injuries." "What did you say?" In front of the throne, great Emperor Nanming was shocked. He said, "Marquis Ning went to Taitsong Impasse. Do you know the reason?" It is said that Marquis Ning's disciple accidentally entered Taitsong Impasse. When Marquis Ning returned to the Ning clan, Lady Yin was also heavily injured. The divine general said respectfully. When great Emperor Nanming heard this, his expression changed again. Marquis Ning was heavily injured. "Father!" Below the palace, the Southern Scale Crown Prince said seriously, "I want to go to the Ning clan and propose marriage to Marquis Ning again." In front of the throne, great Emperor Nanming regained his senses and looked at his son. He said in a deep voice, "Lin, didn't you hear the crux of the matter?" The Southern Scale Crown Prince frowned and said, "What do you mean, father?" "Marquis Ning is heavily injured." Great Emperor Nanming said in a deep voice, "As long as the Ning clan loses Marquis Ning, they will become a pile of loose sand. At that time, the entire southeastern domain will be without a leader. As long as the Southern Scale God dynasty grabs this opportunity, we will become the #1 inheritance in desireless heaven that spans 2 domains. Father, you want to attack the Ning clan?" The Southern Scale Crown Prince said in shock. "No." Great Emperor Nanming said coldly, before confirming the severity of Marquis Ning's injuries, "We can't act rashly. Lin, bring the betrothal gifts and propose marriage. Be tough and see Marquis Ning's attitude. He has dragged it out for so many years. I want to see how he will deal with it this time." "Yes." The Southern Scale Crown Prince said respectfully. Great Emperor Nanming waved his hand. In the void, blue flames rose. A divine furnace descended from the sky and flew towards the Southern Scale Crown Prince. "Take the divinely fire furnace. With your cultivation, it is enough to suppress an ordinary Tao extinguisher. I have added 3 talismans to the furnace. If it explodes at full power, it is equivalent to me attacking 3 times. Remember, if Marquis Ning's injuries are really that serious, immediately find a chance to kill him," Great Emperor Nanming said in a deep voice. The Southern Scale Crown Prince took the divine furnace. His expression changed, but he nodded in the end. 10 days later, in front of the heaven-mending divine palace, the Southern Scale God Dynasty's marriage proposal team arrived. In front of the heaven-mending divine palace, the red-clothed Knowing Destiny stood quietly and personally welcomed the Southern Scale Crown Prince. Almost at the same time, in front of the Southern Scale Great Palace, a white-haired figure in plain clothes appeared out of thin air. Behind him, 2 devils followed. 10 years. Yin had left for 10 years. She even went to the Taitsong Impasse. It wasn't to avoid the marriage alliance, but to search for something. Water was needed to extinguish a fire. The Ning clan had searched for this water for 10 years. In the Southern Scale Great Palace, when Great Emperor Nanming saw the 3 people in front of him, his expression changed. Oh no. Chapter 1502. In the South Ming Divine Hall, Devil Qi filled the sky. Knowing Destiny, Demonic Butterfly, and Xiazi appeared at the same time. Great Emperor Nanming was shocked when he saw the 3 of them. As soon as Ningchen appeared, he used a divine restriction to seal the entire space. The sudden killing intent made Great Emperor Nanming's expression darken. He looked at the white-haired man in front of him and asked, "Marquis Ning, what is the meaning of this?" "Your Majesty, let's not beat around the bush. Please show me your moves." Ningchen spoke calmly. Demonic qi surged from his body like raging waves, like giant waves, shocking everyone's hearts. Demonic Butterfly and Xiazi surged out of their bodies at the same time. They didn't hold back at all. As soon as they finished speaking, the 3 of them moved. Their swords and sabers shone brightly. Great Emperor Nanming's expression darkened. His divine essence surged, and golden light shone brightly. With a loud boom, the saber, sword, and palm collided. Powerful air currents surged out violently. After a moment of stalemate, Hua Zhongjie and Xiari changed their moves at the same time. Their swords and sabers were like lightning. Great Emperor Nanming's eyes turned cold. He flipped his palm, and divine essence surged out. The saber, sword, and palm collided again. Ning Chen's palm landed on the immortal sword. The immortal sword was as heavy as a mountain, and it penetrated Great Emperor Nanming's divine essence barrier inch by inch. The three demons attacked fiercely, and Great Emperor Nanming was at a disadvantage. "How dare you?" Great Emperor Nanming's face was filled with anger. He roared, and purple air currents exploded around him. With the dynasty's providence, Great Emperor Nanming's aura immediately changed. His divine aura rose several times. The powerful shockwave caused the three devils to be knocked back several steps and flew out of the main hall. Die! Great Emperor Nanming rushed out and slammed his palm toward the woman in front of him. Hua Zhongjie's wings appeared behind her back. She gathered all her energy and blocked the attack. Divine essence clashed, and Hua Zhongjie's demonic qi shook. Her mouth turned red. Behind her, Xia Zi stepped forward. He held his sword with both hands and slashed down with doomsday madness. The violent sword pressure slashed apart the sky, full of divine essence, and crashed into Great Emperor Nanming's dynasty's providence. The shock wave from the collision caused blood to splatter from Xia Zi's hands, and the webbing between his thumb and forefinger split open. At the same time, Great Emperor Nanming's aura started to become unstable after being attacked by the two demons in a row. At this moment, Ning Chen, who was standing behind Hua Zhongjie and Xiaozi, moved. A wooden box appeared in his hand, emitting a sinister aura that made people shudder. Soon after, the wooden box opened and sand filled the air, obscuring the battlefield. The immemorial filthy soil reappeared. It was an item that could restrain fate. It had been seized by the knowing Destiny Realm cultivators, and it once again had amazing power. Suddenly, the divine dynasty's providence around Great Emperor Nanming was corroded by the chaos-filthy soil. It shook violently and showed signs of collapsing. At the same time, Ning Chen's immortal sword pierced through Emperor Nanming's chest with unparalleled sharpness. Ugh! Great Emperor Nanming let out a muffled groan as the devilish qi entered his body, forcing him to retreat several steps. Great Emperor Nanming didn't dare to delay the battle any longer. He grabbed the immortal sword with his hand and struck out with his palm, sending out divine flames. The blue divine flames roared and surged, and the terrifying temperature was enough to burn the sky and boil the sea. When the Nanming primordial fire appeared, its power was earth-shattering. It was many times more powerful than the one used by the Prince of Nanlin. The divine dynasty's art of guarding the region changed the universe. Seeing this, Ning Chen stepped out of the battlefield. Surrounded by the three demons, Great Emperor Nanming's divine flames surged and burned away all the filthy aura. Ning Chen, Hua Zhongjie, and Xiaodi looked at the divine flames around Great Emperor Nanming. They looked at each other and flipped their palms at the same time. In an instant, the black, profound Yin sunflower water appeared in their palms. It was the Yin water from the Tai Tsong Forbidden Land, together with the devilish qi. It pressed down on Great Emperor Nanming. Nanmingly fire and profound Yin sunflower water were yin and yang. When the two forces clashed, the Nanming leaf fire quickly dissipated. Great Emperor Nanming's expression changed drastically. Profound Yin sunflower water. How could this be? While he was distracted, the three demons moved at the same time. Their swords and sabers were like lightning, pressing down on him. The demonic swords and sabers slashed the heavens and killed gods. In an instant, Great Emperor Nanming's body was injured. With injuries on top of injuries, Great Emperor Nanming stumbled and spat out a mouthful of blood. Dance of the butterflies, Qing Ping. An opportunity appeared. Hua Zhongjie stabilized her body and turned her swords. The sword Qi broke through the air and slashed towards Great Emperor Nanming. On the other side, Xiazi held the demonic sword with both hands. The 12 wings behind his back opened up, and he poured all his devilish qi into the sword. Dao Jinhan's demonic aura swept away all obstructions and once again closed in on Shaoqin. Great Emperor Nanming's expression changed slightly. He used the last of his divine essence to block the attacks. The divine essence demonic technique caused a violent shockwave to spread out. The 3 of them bled at the same time. Shadow of the remnant wind. Great Emperor Nanming retreated again, and a white figure flashed past. The immortal sword condensed thousands of sharp qi and mercilessly pressed down on him. As the killing intent approached, Great Emperor Nanming grabbed the immortal slaying sword and retreated again and again. The splattering blood stained the immortal sword. Great Emperor Nanming forcefully stopped himself from retreating, and he slapped out with his palm. As the palm landed on her body, her silk-clothed figure collapsed and disappeared. At the same time, Ning Chen's figure appeared behind Great Emperor Nanming. His sword pierced through Great Emperor Nanming's back like lightning. Ugh! The immortal sword that pierced through his body was dyed red. Great Emperor Nanming's body froze. He looked at the sword in his chest in disbelief, and his eyes gradually lost their luster. Ning Qin pulled out the immortal sword. The devilish qi around him surged and forcefully entered Great Emperor Nanming's body. Gradually, Great Emperor Nanming's eyes regained their luster. However, this time, there was a trace of devilish qi in his eyes. Let's go. After doing what he needed to do, Ning Chun waved his sword and slashed open the void. He walked into it. Behind him, Hua Zhongjie and Xiazi followed and walked into the void. After the 3 of them left, the divine restriction disappeared and everything returned to normal. Great Emperor Nanming walked back to his throne. Behind him, several consecrators rushed into the palace. When they saw the damaged palace, they were shocked. "Your Majesty," one of the consecrators exclaimed, "you may leave." Great Emperor Nanming said calmly, "Yes, Your Majesty." One by one, the consecrators accepted the order and left respectfully. When the Nanming God dynasty was undergoing a drastic change, the Nanlin Crown Prince came to the Tian Mending Divine Palace to propose marriage. The 2 of them talked for a long time. Suddenly, the phoenix body coughed up blood, and his face flushed red. Seeing this, the Nanlin Crown Prince narrowed his eyes and hurried forward. "Marquis Ning, what happened to you?" "It's nothing." The phoenix body gently pushed the Nanlin Crown Prince away. His eyes flashed with vigilance. The Nanlin Crown Prince grabbed the person in front of him and used his divine essence to check his injuries. The phoenix body's expression changed, and anger appeared on his face. "So Marquis Ning is seriously injured." The Nanlin Crown Prince's eyes shone with a dazzling light. He grabbed the former's arm, and the leaf fire around him burned brightly. In the next moment, a sparkling divine furnace appeared above the Nanlin Crown Prince. Blue flames surged and suppressed him. "Your Highness, what is the meaning of this?" At this moment, the phoenix body spoke. He raised his hand and lifted the leaf fire divine furnace that descended from the sky. Chapter 1503. In the Heaven Mending Divine Palace, Prince Nanlin suddenly attacked. The leaf fire divine cauldron suppressed him. Unexpectedly, Jiming, who should have been severely injured, raised his hand to lift the leaf fire divine cauldron. His body was covered in phoenix flames, and he was not injured at all. The phoenix divine fire and Nanming leaf fire clashed. Heaven and earth changed, and after a moment of stalemate, a delicate figure walked out from the heaven-mending divine palace. Phoenix flames rose to help Jiming. Iner attacked. Suddenly, the divine flames in the heaven-mending divine palace burned the sky and boiled the sea. With the two of them working together, Prince Nanlin immediately fell into a disadvantage. His blue flames were suppressed, and he was about to lose. Unwilling to be schemed against, Prince Nanlin roared and activated the technique that Emperor Nanming had left in the leaf fire divine cauldron. In an instant, the Nanming leaf fire in the sky above the heaven-mending divine palace flourished. The blue flames spread rapidly and quickly suppressed the Phoenix divine fire. Lightning. In the Phoenix divine fire, Ning Chen and Yin-Er attacked together. Their divine energy soared into the sky, and the power of heaven and earth appeared again. In an instant, tens of thousands of lightning bolts fell from the sky above the heaven-mending divine palace. With a rumble, the lightning bolts descended. With the support of the Phoenix fire, the lightning and fire clashed on the leaf fire divine cauldron. A terrifying impact sounded, and the leaf fire divine cauldron shook violently. In Ning Chen's hand, sword Qi surged and Zhu Xian appeared. 4 divisions God-sealing sword, dragon phoenix burial. Zhu Xian slashed, and the dragon and phoenix clashed. Sword Qi formed and rushed forward. Prince Nanlin's expression changed slightly. He activated the Li Fire Divine Cauldron to block the sword. The dragon and phoenix collapsed, and Prince Nanlin was hit. His mouth turned red, and he took a few steps back. As Prince Nanlin retreated, Zhu Xian followed and clashed with the Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron. The rumbling shook the heavens and earth. A violent impact came, and Prince Nanlin retreated again. The Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron trembled, and flames swept out, automatically protecting Prince Nanlin. The Leaf Fire Divine Dynasty's divine weapon was powerful. However, it was not activated by Emperor Nanming himself, so it could not unleash all of its power. The Li Fire Divine Cauldron's cauldron. The injuries on the Nanlin Crown Prince's body became more and more serious, and he became more and more terrified. Heaven's punishment, cleansing heavenly light. At this moment, in the void around Yin-Er, the spiritual chi of heaven and earth gathered continuously. She raised her slender hand, and divine light illuminated the world. The southern scale crown prince let out a muffled groan as he was heavily injured again. At this moment, the red-robed figure flashed across the battlefield. His sword was like lightning as he attacked again. In that moment of crisis, the divinely fire furnace automatically protected its master and blocked in front of him. Crack! The divine artifact protected its owner, but an ear-piercing, cracking sound rang out. The Leaf Fire Divine Cauldron, which had been hit by a series of heavy blows, cracked and collapsed. When the divine artifact was destroyed, the divine flames within it surged out violently. Its terrifying power shook the heavens and earth. Ning Chen's expression hardened. He held his sword in front of him, blocking the Leaf Fire Divine Flame head-on. When the divine artifact was destroyed, the last of its power burst out. Even someone as powerful as Knowing Destiny State was forced to take a few steps back, and the divine vitality in his body shook violently. 10 steps away, Ning Chen stopped. With a stomp of his foot, his figure flashed out again. In the blink of an eye, the sword had already arrived in front of the Nanlin Crown Prince. The immortal sword was like a bolt of lightning, slicing through his throat. Blood gushed out, dyeing the divine hall red. The Nanlin Crown Prince's body froze. Blood spurted out of his throat like a fountain, and his eyes gradually dimmed. At this moment, demonic chi surged in front of the divine hall. 3 people walked out. The white-haired figure in the lead swept past and entered the battlefield. The 3 bodies of Knowing Destiny State merged. Ning Chen reached out and demonic chi surged into the Nan Lin Crown Prince's body, protecting his last chance of survival. Not long after, the Nan Lin Crown Prince's eyes gradually regained their luster. Half a day later, the marriage proposal team led by the Nan Lin Crown Prince left and returned to the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty. 10 days later, the Ning family rejected the marriage proposal of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty, shocking both regions. In the Nan Ming Divine Palace, Great Emperor Nan Ming stood in front of the throne. He looked at the officials below and said calmly, "Assemble the Li Fire Army." As soon as he finished speaking, the officials in the palace were shocked. What did the royal emperor mean? "Your Majesty, you can't." The ancestors of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty said that the Li Fire Army can only be assembled when the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty is in danger. An elder of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty walked out and said in a trembling voice, "Say no more." Great Emperor Nan Ming said coldly, "I've made up my mind." The officials of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty fell silent, not daring to say anything. 1 day later, the Li Fire Emperor issued orders in the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty to gather the Li Fire Divine Generals. 3 months later, 3,000 Li Fire Divine Generals gathered in the sky above the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty. They were the most elite forces of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty. At the same time, 3,000 Ning family generals gathered in front of the Nan Ming Divine Palace. They were the most elite forces of the Ning family army. Almost everyone thought that the Ning family and the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty would have a life-and-death battle. The 3,000 Li Fire Divine Generals rushed all the way into the Ning family's territory. The world was watching, and the battle was about to begin. Unexpectedly, just when everyone thought that the Ning family and the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty were about to fight to the death, the 3,000 Li Fire Divine Generals of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty and the 3,000 strongest generals of the Ning family suddenly went north. They appeared in the sky above the ruler of the Eastern Territory, the Ageless Divine City. The Ageless Divine City was the most mysterious and the most powerful force in the East. There were countless experts there, and the city lord was one of the 8 strongest experts of the desireless heaven. No one dared to offend him for thousands of years. Today, the Ning family and the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty joined forces. The sudden change shocked the world. The battle was about to begin. The 3,000 Li Fire Divine Generals of the Nan Ming Divine Dynasty joined forces. The Nan Ming Li Fire burned the sky and boiled the sea, turning the area around the Ageless Divine City into a sea of fire. In the Ageless Divine City, heavenly venerables appeared one after another. Every one of them looked abnormally young. Just like the name of the city, all the experts in the city maintained their youthful appearance. The battle broke out. The strongest forces of the Southeast and South regions joined forces to attack the ruler of the East. After 10 days and 10 nights, the Ageless Divine City was almost turned into scorched earth. Under the joint forces of the 2 regions, the Ageless Divine City was forced to retreat, suffering heavy casualties. In 10 days, more than 10 heavenly venerables of the Ageless Divine City died in battle. There were even a few peak Tao reasoning overlords among them. 10 days later, the Ageless Divine City was broken. The Nan Ming Divine Dynasty and the Ning family's army attacked the city, suppressing the last resistance of the city. However, what was unexpected was that the city lord of the Ageless Divine City did not appear. Even when the city was broken, he did not appear. The news of the Ageless Divine City's destruction spread throughout the desireless heaven as if it had grown wings. You didn't find him? In the Ageless Divine City, Ning Qin looked at the girl behind him and asked. No. Ina shook her head lightly and said, "The city lord should have left long ago." When Ning Qin heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. The disappearance of the city lord was not good news. It would be troublesome if such a strong expert could not be eliminated. Thinking of this, Ning Qin flipped his left hand. Silver light shone, and the heavenly book of creation appeared out of thin air. In the next moment, the heavenly book flipped, and the Ming scripture appeared. In the void, silver words appeared one after another, revealing the mysteries of heaven. North region. Ning Chun waved his hand and put away the heavenly book. He looked at the 3 regions in the north, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. Chapter 1504. In the eastern region, the Ning family and the Nanming divine dynasty attacked the immortal divine city at lightning speed, shocking the world. At this moment, the major sects in the merciless heaven finally realized that the Ning family and the Nanming divine dynasty had broken off their relationship. However, by the time the great sects reacted, it was already too late. The immortal divine city was broken, and the Ning family and the Nanming divine dynasty expanded their power across 3 regions. The balance that had lasted for 100,000 years was broken, and all the forces were terrified. In the immortal divine city, the Ning family's 3,000 generals and the Nanming divine dynasty's 3,000 Li Hua divine generals were resting and recovering their strength. All the resources in the city were taken out. With the huge amount of resources, the Ning family and the Nanming divine dynasty's army quickly recovered, and many people even took the opportunity to break through to the celestial realm. The immortal divine dynasty's tens of thousands of years of accumulation was squandered almost overnight, and all kinds of divine pills and great medicines were given to the 2 regions' army. For a moment, everyone went crazy and their eyes turned red. The actions of the rulers of the 2 regions stimulated the fighting spirit of the 2 regions' army to the maximum. The purpose of cultivation was to live forever. Now, as long as they could make a contribution, they could get so many divine pills and great medicines. Who could resist such temptation? In just 10 days, the 2 regions' army recovered their strength and marched north again. Suddenly, the world was shocked. In the northeastern region, before the Nether Prison, the 2 regions' army killed all the way. The Nether Prison army didn't even have time to resist before they were defeated. The most shocking thing was that the 2 regions' army crazily attacked the Nether Prison, turning it into a scorched land. The Nether Prison was about to be broken, and the Nether Prison Lord came out of seclusion to stop the 2 regions' army. At the critical moment, Ning Chun, Hua Zhongdia, and Xiari walked out from the Ning family's army, and their demonic energy surged to the sky, shocking the 9 heavens. The 3 devils joined forces and showed their amazing fighting strength again. In the sky above the Nether Prison, swords and sabers flattened one mountain after another. The terrifying battle was unusually fierce. The Nether Prison Lord's cultivation was higher than Butian Pavilion Lord and Great Emperor Nanming. Although the 3 devils had the upper hand, they couldn't give the Nether Prison Lord a fatal blow. After a moment of stalemate, 3 green arrow lights shot out from the Ning family army. Each arrow was faster than the last. The Nether Prison Lord, who was focused on the battle, didn't notice the killing intent below. When he reacted, it was already too late. The Nether Prison Lord blocked 2 arrows, but he couldn't block the 3rd one. The blue arrow pierced through his body, and blood splattered everywhere. The sudden change completely broke the stalemate. The Nether Prison Lord, whose cultivation base was injured, could not gather enough energy, and his divine energy shook violently. In the battle, when the 3 demons saw this, their demonic wings appeared at the same time. Phoenix flames filled the air, black butterflies fluttered about, and 12 sin wings covered the sky. The 3 demons gathered all of their power, and their figures quickly swept past. The combination of the sword and the immortal sword was earth-shattering. Amidst the demonic energy that filled the sky, the immortal sword and the demonic sword split the sky and slashed toward the Nether Prison Lord in front of them. Shrouded by death, the Nether Prison Lord used the last of his divine energy to block the flower burial tears and mad doomsday. However, the last killing move had already landed on him. Amidst the demonic energy, the immortal slaying sword pierced through the air and went straight into the Nether Prison Lord's chest. The world's first sword was famous in the ancient times and intimidated the 9 heavens. Even the lords of the heavens didn't dare to touch it. Now that it had been repaired by Jiming, its sharpness was not inferior to the past. The murderous aura of the immortal sword burst out, killing gods and demons. The sword energy destroyed the nether prison lord's martial bones in an instant. Ning Chen raised his hand, his demonic energy surging. With a bang, he pressed his palm on the nether prison lord's forehead, giving him the final blow. The nether prison lord's body trembled, and the light in his eyes quickly dimmed. He glanced at Hong Qin one last time. "Senior Sister Dai," Ning Qin said. Hua Zhongde nodded and didn't say anything. She stepped forward and raised her slender hand. The 9 Serenities' heaven-devouring demon scripture reappeared, devouring the divine origin. The divine origin of a supreme expert was as deep as the sea. Around Hua Zhongde, her aura rose rapidly and demonic energy surged, shocking the world. Beside her, Ning Chen and Xia Zi stood quietly guarding her. They were both demons. Although they could also devour the divine origin of others, they were much weaker than Hua Zhongde, who cultivated the 9 Serenities' heaven-devouring demon scripture. The 3 of them had a tacit understanding to maximize the use of resources. After the nether prison lord died in battle, the nether prison's defense line completely collapsed. The Ning family and the Divine Dynasty's army marched straight in, destroying the nether prison army's resistance. In just one day, the allied forces of the 2 territories swept through all obstacles and pacified the nether prison. 10 days later, all the immortal mountains and sects in the northeastern territory surrendered. Anyone who resisted was completely killed. A month later, the northeastern territory was pacified. In the past month, the northeastern territory seemed to have experienced a catastrophe. Mountains of corpses were piled up and rivers of blood flowed. In the nether prison, beams of divine light shot into the sky. After Ning Chen broke the nether prison's foundation, he rewarded all the soldiers of the 2 armies according to their merits. With the help of countless divine pills and great medicines, the armies of the 2 territories quickly recovered, and many experts broke through their cultivation bases. In just a few months, the eastern and northeastern territories fell one after another. The Ning family's lightning-fast tactics swept through almost all obstacles. The forces of the 2 territories were flattened by the elite armies of the Ning family and the Divine Dynasty before they could put up any effective resistance. After the fall of the northeastern territory, the Ning family and the Divine Dynasty's forces expanded again, conquering half of Merciless Heaven's territory. On the first peak of the nether prison, Jiming, dressed in plain clothes and with white hair, looked toward the west, his eyes flashing with light. Behind him, Hua Zhongde and Xiazi stood quietly, their demonic aura becoming more and more shocking. In the army, the 3 demons had all been dispatched. Together with several experts hidden in the army, they were invincible. They didn't say much. The close friends who had once entrusted their lives to Ji Ming were now gathered in Merciless Heaven to help him fulfill his wish. Some people spoke deeply when they were just acquaintances, while others didn't. There are still 4 territories left. Ning Chen looked ahead and said softly, "Thank you for your help along the way." In the Ning family's army, several familiar figures were silent and didn't respond, hiding in the army to give the enemy a fatal blow at the critical moment. Several experts of the inner realm hid all their auras and divine senses. They didn't say anything and didn't reveal any flaws. At the same time, in an unknown region of the Merciless Heaven, a pair of ancient eyes opened and looked toward the northeastern territory. On the first peak of the nether prison, Ning Qin felt it, and his eyes burst with dazzling brilliance. Separated by endless time and space, their gazes collided. It was as if they had crossed the river of time and set off tens of thousands of waves. In the river of time, the 2 collided. It was a short moment, but it felt as long as 10,000 years. A moment later, at the end of merciless heaven, the ancient eyes slowly closed, and the world returned to its original state. On the first peak of the nether prison, blood dripped silently from the corner of Ning Chen's mouth. His white hair withered, revealing a deathly gray color. With just a glance, Ning Chen's lifespan had been reduced by 10,000 years. It was shocking. Finally, I found you. Ning Chen raised his hand and wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. Killing intent flashed in his eyes. The real ruler of merciless heaven, named after heaven, he ruled the world.